I I forgot to capture my game. Oops. Hold on. Hold on. This should do it. There we go. Hello. Oh, wait, wait, wait. There we go. Now we have some noise. What's up? Fuck, forgot something. Wait. What's to bet that the live letter will say anything about Dark Knight? Well, I don't think they'd go into heavy specifics like that. I heavily doubt. Cause what I think is the topic is just like what's coming in the general like 10 years, I guess. So I don't think they'd do anything like super specific. I don't know. I think honestly like my hope, and this is a pretty far-fetched hope, I think, but it's something that I would like to see. A graphical overhaul, dude. Imagine that, dude. Fuck. This game's already pretty. Imagine how much more pretty it could be. Or at least like like, I don't know. Quality of life changes, I suppose. A lot of them. I don't know. Let's see. It's got, you know, a whole 10 years of things to come. HD row. HD booba. I want to see them jiggle around and squish between each other when running. And if I don't get that, I'm going to riot. Will you join me? Will you go to the headquarters with me? Hey. You would join me though, wouldn't you? If you're not alone, you'd do it. Oh yeah, wait, I wanted to so I have pizza. Well, I don't have it now, but I'm gonna have it for live letter, because I was actually gonna order pizza, but then my sister came down early and she's like, I'm making pizza, do you want some? I'm like, yeah, I want pizza. But she usually has dinner at 6, so I'm gonna like rush up there at 6 and be like, please give me, thank you, and then come back down and watch live letter with you guys. I love pizza. It's so good. This isn't dude, I accidentally went live on Janubi earlier. Like right before starting the stream, I accidentally went live on Janubi. I was like, oops, that's the wrong channel. Live letters with the alt stream, but then I'd only be streaming for an hour. This is you know, the big return. I think this is the longest break that I've taken in a year. I always get this dungeon. Oh my god, it's Dark Knight.
Once upon a time,
fucked.
there was a beautiful blue star that fell to pestilence and rotted inside and
I don't
out.
know, it's not death to me, it's death to the Dark Knight. It's not me who's dying, it's him who's dying.
To life,
but you know what? I'll do my best. Anyway. Death to the night, exactly. Okay, look, I have faith in my teammates. I don't have faith in Dark Knights, though. I just don't. Is that making me, like, a little bit racist or something? I don't know. Does that count? Classes, there you go. That's probably the better word for it. Look, you see, the game's like, oh, you have a Dark Knight? Here, I'm gonna give you a lady instead. It already knew. And now watch. Wait, I need an exaltation. I put it way too late. Oh no. Whatever, it's fine. At least I put it on. And I did actually, you know, I didn't have to macrocosmos. Meanwhile, the last time I did Dead Ends, the tank was like, yeah, you should use that liberally. And I'm like, dude, I shouldn't have to use it,
but
though.
their fellow corrupted.
This is already better! Oh, I feel bad. I doubted him. I bet Astro sucked. Really? You know, I could see. Okay. I feel like if someone were to go in to like expert as a scholar, I'd expect them to be good at their class, because why else would they play scholar, you know? I mean, it's not bad, but like, it's unpopular for sure. So like, I don't know. I would expect sages to be bad because they don't know how to properly like manage everything. Oh my god, 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 oh my god. Macrocosmos coming in clutch. But yeah. If I see a sage and I were tanking, I'd be scared. Truthfully. But if I saw an Astro, I'd probably be like indifferent. With the white mage, I'd expect them to know what they're doing. Oh no. You play Scholar because of level Summoner? But I feel like it would be more fun to level Summoner than it would be Scholar. I may be talking out of my ass as well because I don't really know. I don't know much about. Well, okay, I know enough about Scholar. And I did it in Alliance Roulette once, and I think that was enough for me. Hi Rizla, how are you? I want to shout you out, and I will soon, after this boss. You guys, Rizla is another Final Fantasy streamer, and she's also a mod for the VTuber Discord, and she makes clip videos for the Discord and the team, and she's awesome. Scholar Sage is really good. I feel like there's only one instance where I played Scholar Sage. Oh yeah, it was an E12. E12 normal. Which isn't really like a considerable thing, but it did. No, wait for me! Alright, I saved them. Wait, random question. Have you read the thread on Reddit about the arrangement? Yup. I kind of want to do it, but I'm also kind of a pussy. You know? And I know like no one else besides like Alex would even hear it. If even Alex, if he's not like, you know. Dude, did I not just Asuna you? Did you get twice? Oh, I overwrote my thing. But still, I'm scared. I'm scared. I don't even let Suma hear me sing. I'd feel bad. Truthfully. And granted, it's a really short like passage. It's not long by any means, but I'm still scared. But I want to be involved because Alex is really cool and it's a really nice idea. And you said that like unexpected people would be joining, so I don't know. Maybe like the vocalist or something would join. I don't know. You're not classically chamber. You're gonna do it soon. I'm scared. High pitched.
And the very
yeah, like I want to use my model. I want my little Lalafell to be a part of it. And like, okay, I'm being completely honest. Like, I'm not tone deaf. I don't think I'm terrible.
In a faraway place,
but I don't think I'm good either.
A brilliant star eradicated disease.
I don't want to have some like false sense of thinking that I'm not bad, you know. When in reality, I'm actually just oh yeah, she's kind of garbo. Not that anyone would hear me still, but it's like my own insecurity taking over, which is a reoccurring theme in my life. Still not able to get over that, but you know. Yeah. Try practice. My fucking butt, you're gonna hear me sing on stream. What the fuck? No! Sussy singing? Honestly, probably. damage for? I don't want to macrocosmos you. I really don't. Not right now. Karaoke, let's go. Dude, honestly, like, karaoke sounds fun. I told Suna when he comes here over summer. Summer? Yeah, summer. I'm like, let's go karaoke. Let's just fucking, let's do it, man. He's like, oh, okay, if you want.
Its people sought ever greater freedoms no matter the cost.
Yeah, because my family is going back to Nicaragua. So I'm like, you want to come chill? For like 2-3 weeks. He's like, okay. And his flight's pretty much free. So, you know, why would it? Oh my god. Dude! Fuck that class. And lighting off. Look, okay. How about we practice one day on Janubi and we see how it goes. Maybe. We'll consider it. We'll consider it. I don't know. I'm so scared. Is anyone else like not afraid of singing? Oh god. How the I hate this dungeon. I don't hate this. I hate Dark Knights. But for real, like, imagine like a Discord karaoke night. You know how much chaos that would be? It would not be in sync at all, and it would sound awful. But I feel like it would be fun, right? He isn't. I feel like he used it all in the first pull. And then had nothing for that second pull. Did someone just die? You gotta move out of there. Hi Phil, how are you? I got you. Alright. Oh god. He's hurting too. He has a bone stack. Dude, okay. Honestly, I should have probably put a prediction on this. Because I always die in this dungeon. Sorry, this boss. I always... Why do you have 2 bone stacks? Stop standing in this spooky goo. It's not hard. See, it's this thing. It's the rotating thing with the with this. I always die. All right, I'm staying here. Huh. We're good, right? I'm good, right? Yeah, we're good. I didn't die. I learned. It would sound terrible but amazing at the same time. Bring the chaos. Yeah, like it'd be fun still. Expert is kind of sus, I would assume. Everyone raid logging in FF. But they still gotta do... They gotta do the expert for the tones and stuff. You're totally tone deaf, but you go loud. And you know that that's good because loud can be equated to confidence, you know? It's like, you know, fake it till you make it kind of mentality. God, where's my button? Oh shit. Wait! Dude! What are you getting hit by? Oh man. There you go. Hi Rob, how are you? Oh yeah, I could div, but I could also just save it for like the big pull. He's gonna get hit again. You like ruining your friend's ears? not bad. Dude, look at my mana! I also haven't used Lucid Dreaming, but you know. That's okay. We don't have to use that. I should just not cast spells, you know? The people who only want to gear 1 class are done pretty much. Yeah, honestly, I don't need any more tome stuff. I just need savage drops, but it's not dropping. The ring
And
hasn't
when
dropped.
asked,
I haven't gotten
What is
shoes.
the point? There were none
Savage.
left to answer.
But I need tome still for my ninja. Imagine not being biz. Dude, we haven't seen a ring in 3
Farther
weeks.
still existed
Or like
a
4.
star without strife.
It's bad. Is that the triple
Where
legend
none
Navi?
remembered life's trials,
Maybe.
or its
People
joys.
shy. I didn't die in the second boss this time. That's a true sign of a triple legend. Have I tried asking nicely? Oh fuck, you're right. Why don't I just ask Eric Tonios? What? I'm so stupid. I'll ask him next time. He'll have to do it. Hope you're feeling better. Thank you. I do feel better. I don't know. I took some time to fuck. Not fuck. I took some time to do nothing. And you know, it kind of helped my mental. I thought about, or rather, I reevaluated what I wanted out of my stream. Stop! Oh yeah, I also brought back the quote bot with all of our old quotes again. So, you guys want to see the stupid shit that I've said in the past? The quotes are there. look, I didn't take some time to fuck. But I think I just re-evaluated what I wanted out of streaming
What
and like
is
why
people
was I
have gained from
taking it.
ease? They lost
It's exclamation point, add quote, and then the quote if you actually want to add that. Yeah, it's not like I'm not full-time streaming. I'm not. Why am I so stressed about this? You know, there's no need for me to be so stressed about it, and I shouldn't care so much about who's watching me or whatever, and just go back to trying to enjoy it, so on, so on, so on. Just have fun, forehead, is my thing right now. Yeah, I was not having fun for a bit. Yeah, for a fun streamer. You remember hearing those quotes live? Oh shit, I got hit. Shit. I don't want to cough anymore. Hi, Yusuta, how are you? But yeah, I'm just trying to not think about all this shit too much from now on. Because there's no point. Like, as long as I enjoy myself, yeah, I'm good. Your mom said my voice is cute! Oh my god! People shy!
So they created the
Tell your mom I
kindest,
say
most
hi.
gentle of beasts.
Oh, it's far! Wait, why does she hear my voice? Ah. It doesn't matter, streamer is having fun. I think I was having fun playing whatever
Its steps were
whatever
light,
I was playing,
and its gift was as
but
painless
I
as
wasn't
it was
having
beautiful.
fun with the concept of streaming. Because I kept comparing myself to others, which is like the worst thing you can do. And I'm like, okay, I am a very petty person and I'm a very bitter person. So it did not do well for my mental. They really did not do well for my mental. And yeah. So now I'm kind of just staying off Twitch. Like besides streaming, or rather, I'm not watching people from the 14 category. The only person that I really checked into the last like week that I've been Mia, I guess, was Cider and Yenna. Those are the only two. Like I didn't look at anyone else's streams, and frankly, it did way better for like, for my mental. You. Oh, I thought that gives you like a doom. But I've actually I've been watching Bebe. I've been watching her play Dark Souls, and it's been really fun. No chocolate cheesecake, but you got some tasty cupcakes. Oh, cupcakes are really good. Oh, but chocolate cheesecake sounds really good. By the way, everyone... Everyone say happy birthday to Zindani. Happy birthday. I hope you had an awesome day, even though you had to work. I hope you enjoyed your day. Soon we will own Twitch. Poggers. Oh, and I've been watching Moon Moon. Moon Moon has been playing Super Mario Maker, and okay, so like when that game came out and he was streaming it a lot more, I would watch him while at work, and I fucking loved it. So to see him playing that again this week, it's made my fucking day. So fun. Yeah, I thought I got hit by the butterflies. Was I wrong? Heal, damn it! There we go. Oh, wait. The daily 8-hour cinema stream? He's too busy at school and doing the right thing. So I can't even have an 8-hour Sumo stream. Work was pretty busy, but now you're happily sitting on your butt for the rest of the night? Yes! As you should. No bird. GG. I got like one thing from that dungeon. Damn it. Moon Moon's DS3 Fight Club is a masterpiece? Dude! Did you watch him make a cult in Minecraft? That was funny. You thought the live letter wasn't supposed to go for another half hour? Yeah, it's in half an hour. I just started stream early because I had nothing to do. Oh, do they have the thing up right now? Hi, Yuberi. How are you? What grade is Sunla in? At least 6th grade. At least. I wanna play Sage. I know he's really old. Sunla is in junior middle school. I wanna, you know, is he here? No, hold on. Let me check the viewer list really quick. You guys, we should brainstorm shit for us to do on Sumo's birthday. He goes to another school. You go to the same school as him, technically. So his birthday is on April 7th, and my birthday is on April 8th. So we usually just like celebrate back to back. But I want to do something for him, but I don't know what to do. How does that? I don't know, dude. We're just born that way. What the fuck you mean? How does that happen? Host his stream? Well, first he has to start his stream. What if I remote control his computer and start his stream for him? And load a VTuber on there for him? I think that could work potentially. But that's not really like a good birthday. I mean, I'll probably get him food. But what kind of food? He likes poke. Should I just get him a fish? I'll just get him a fish. That's a good idea. Like a really big, like... No, tuna. He likes tuna. I'll get him a raw, live tuna. That's the sweetest birthday gift anyone could ever give. Don't you think?
Let the rebels begin!
Your best friend and you share the same birthday. You're mere hours older than him. So you bullied him is what I'm hearing. Oh wait, I have phlegma still. Eh. Oh, perfect time. Extra tasty sauce. Wait, do you think that there's like gourmet sauces? Do you think that's a thing? Yeah, tuna's bomb, dude. Why isn't anyone just directly so scared. I just want to TP to someone, but they're like all spread. Is that considered gourmet? He bullied his siblings when they didn't want to listen to one of those reviews that I'm the oldest line. Tuna's good even canned. It is, dude. Tuna is good in like every single form. It's just a superior fish.
The seas part
Yeah,
for
canned
we
salmon.
alone.
I feel like I primarily like salmon when it's like baked. Cause even like poke tuna, I mean salmon, it's like it's super soft, and in a way it's like kind of creamy, and it puts me off. Like I was eating a sashimi one day because my dad made it, and like I had a really big bite, and I kind of gagged because I just couldn't handle it. I don't know what it is, dude. It's just, it felt weird. Like it should have been good. It just didn't feel right, dude. I want some chew in my fish. Homemade demi-glaze? Oh, I wonder if I could hear. Oh, that guy's gonna die. Oh, I healed the wrong person. Oh, he's DC'd. Didn't matter anyway. Hey, did that sound thingy play? I didn't hear it.
The seas part for we alone.
It's not sussy food. Hello? I'm gonna let you die. You deserve that, 100%.
Our hearts sing
You don't
in the
hear it
chaos.
as well. I need to find out why. I'm sorry about that.
Wild and pure and forever free.
Oh, you know, maybe I shouldn't have shielded. I have a scholar with me. It was very delayed. I have no idea why it's delayed, dude. I asked Haru, I'm like, does yours get delayed? And he's like, no. I'm like, what the fuck? Why is mine delayed? It's always delayed. Take the sword. I don't want to die. Oh my god. Oh man. Okay, yeah, I have no idea why it's like delayed. I even tried Googling, and there, of course there's like nothing. I wonder if there's like an alternative to traditional spoilers, I guess?
Rejoice!
Oh! Did that go through? That's immediate. Huh. I'm not sure why.
Resilient souls, I
But
salute you.
thanks. 200k poggers. I don't know what you want to do. What can you do? Oh yeah, I've been trying to work on getting my
Earth and
model
stone at
switching
our beck and
ability to
call.
be automatic. And I almost have it. But I have one issue. And I don't know why. So we're halfway there.
Yeah.
That person bursted out laughing, but why? This is a very serious fight. It started? NFTs? Why?
The seas
Okay,
part
well,
for we alone. Yeah.
We'll watch after this trial. Pre-live letter. Shall we watch the pre-live letter? I don't really want to hear about NFTs, to be honest. Oh, hey, that guy's back. Where's your Nabi NFT?
Yeah.
Just take a screenshot of my Lalo Fell. Here, I'll do an exclusive face just for you. There you go. They confirmed no NFTs in 14. Thank God. I feel like they get live if they did that.
Such ferocity.
Oh! I don't have mana. I do have mana, but I don't have slip past. Person's like, I just want to
Earth and
cast.
stone at our beck and call.
Casting is a... Oh, come on! I was gonna raise the dude! What if they don't get me out and decide to kill the boss instead? They care about me! Oh my god.
Yeah.
Alright, let's
'Twas
put
a
on the pre-live
memorable
letter.
dance indeed.
Oh yeah, I wanted to put on pizza on my character, but I don't think I have a pizza thing. A pizza picture. I could put a desk with some like cola or something. Okay, let me open YouTube in full screen. That shit. Final Fantasy 14. What? What? It's unlisted? Oh, can you link it to me, please? Thank you. You're the best.
でやっぱりここまでこだわって構成する人があんまり
You're
い
gonna
ない
have
んだ
to
ろ
tell
うな
me
と
how
思
the
ってい
volume
て
is, by the way.
だからやっぱりこう今後はその文字数とかその1行あたりのこう文字数とかっていうのをきっちり事前に使用を聞いた上で
Oh wait,
構成
I'm
するなら
blocking her
した方がいい
face.
かなっていうのが今回
I
の
need to-
まあ学びでしたねっていう。はい
Fuck. Hold on.
I mean, I think it's
There we
the
go.
way we write articles nowadays, considering the game industry
Let us
and
watch.
the different interviews that are being
They have a
held,
different
and
background.
a lot of media
It looks like a
nowadays,
castle.
even if they have a print media, they
How are we supposed to-
typically
I'm
have like
sorry.
a web version
3
of
oats?
whatever
Oh, yeah.
article they write. So if
Oh, I'm the
something doesn't
translator.
fit in
Yeah.
the print version, it could
Yeah,
always
I
be
can
used
speak
as
English.
further content on the web version.
I should be
And
the
I think
translator.
the team was kind of under
Oh,
that
my head's cut off.
assumption for
Never
this
mind.
interview
I'm
as
going back down
well.
here.
And so I think this was
Same
more
here, Steph.
like a financial paper that we had to interview for, and it was more
Alright,
like
guys,
a
get
print media.
comfy.
And so
Get
and
your blankets.
I think there's just fewer and
Your
fewer places
pillows,
that
your
have a very sort
snackies.
of strict limitation on how they
Water.
structure their articles. And so it was definitely a learning point for me to understand how many characters and or how many letters need to fit.
I like
in
how
a
they don't
certain
put her in a
line
little
of
box in the
text.
corner now.
Before
She has
I
her own
had,
slot.
went into it with our sort of edits.
そんな中、宣伝チームから今朗報が届きまして、調整版で問題なく受領いただけましたということで、ありがとうございます。
And it seems like we have approval with the updated version of the article. Hooray! Our edits were accepted.
で
Here-
まあもうテストなんでそろそろ終わんないとあれだけど、一個だけさっきね結構その NFT に対して
Yeah, she has her own
非
green
反対だっていう
screen. You could
声がまあ Twitch 中心
They
に
like-
特にね海外の人たち
they
すごく
probably took a
ナーバスになってると思うんだ。
Like next to them,
まあ
their background
そ
just
の
applied it to
松田が昇進表明みたいな形で
はいはいはい
今年のお話を出したから
It works
ちょっとやっぱり
I like
ナーバス
this
になってるな
format.
っていうところがあるなと思います。
And I do want to touch upon. Oh, well, I know we are doing just.
Dude,
our
she's using
test
a
broadcast,
fountain
we need to
pen.
end soon, but we did notice a lot
Green
of
screen her
reactions
webcam
from especially
into the
the Western users
Honestly, yeah.
about the
Hi, Cider.
NFTs,
How are you?
Many
Yeah,
comments
shout
about
out
how
Cider
you
Spider.
are opposed to
Go
NFTs.
follow him. Go
I
support
do
him.
understand
Give him
that
your
our
money.
CEO Matsuda had
Lunch, breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
commented on the concept of NFT in his
You
sort of
good?
New
Good
Year's
to hear.
greetings,
I'm
in his
good as well.
messaging, and there may be a bit
Today
of
was
sensitivity,
chill.
a little bit of nervousness
How is
happening
P3?
around the topic.
でまあはっきりさっきも言いましたけど14ではもう一切なんだろうゲームデザイン上そういうものじゃないので、やる気はないのでまずそれは安心してもし不安に思ってるんだったら安心してほしいそれも明言しておくのでやらないですはい
Had some ads practice, which is
And
all I was hoping for.
I
Oh,
did mention
good.
it earlier,
I'm
but
glad.
Based on how
Ads
Final
isn't
Fantasy
too bad,
14 is
honestly.
designed,
It's better
we
than
don't intend on incorporating any
Shiba,
sort of
I
NFT
suppose.
element in the game at this point. So if anybody is worried or concerned about it, I can clearly state at this time that we do not have any intentions to incorporate that into the game.
ただ
イエーイ
見てると NFT をいわゆるマイニングされたものをただ掘り返すものなんじゃないかっていうふうにやっぱ勘違いしてる人もすごい多いなとは思ってるので、まあ、今度その海外の何かインタビューで、吉田さんが考えるその14とは関係な
I
し
wonder if
吉田さんが考える
someone
NFT
posted
って何
about
です
that
か
on
みたい
Reddit
な
already.
機会があればしっかりその
Yoshi P says no
新し
to
いビジネスモデル
NFTs.
でゲームが面白くなる可能性があるものだとは思ってるので、ただそれに対してやっぱそれ専用のゲームデザインが必要だと思ってるんで、まあ、その辺一回こう
Yep, it's right there. 4 minutes ago.
解説する機会があればね話してみようかなとは思ってるんでまずは
NFTs stupid.
ねみんなが思うような悪いことはならないし、ゲームはまずねお金がどうこういう前にやっ
Oh,
ぱ
dude,
面
I
白い
wish
か
I
どう
had
か
ice
とか
cream.
まあファンであるっていうことが最優先だと思ってるんで
I kinda wanna
そこはね
indulge
安心してもらいたいですはい
But looking at how people are reacting to the subject matter, there also seems to be a good amount of people who may have it misconstrued as something that this is like a mining effort, that's something that you are digging up. And there might be some misconception about what exactly an NFT is. And so I would love
Oh, it is a long
if
weekend,
there
you're
is an
right.
opportunity to speak
Yeah,
to
I have
the
Monday
subject
off.
of NFTs in an interview or something that's probably not probably, I'm sorry, in an
I-
interview that is completely
I have a
unrelated
brownie in
to
the
Final
fridge.
Fantasy 14.
But I also
because it is
kinda
an
wanna, like,
opportunity for a new business model,
ice
and I
cream on
do
that brownie.
believe that the vehicle itself
I
could
think I
potentially
have
be
some.
something that makes the
You
concept
ever have
of a
like a
video
nicely
game,
warm
a little
brownie
bit more
with
interesting.
ice cream on top?
With that
It's
being said,
fucking
we would
hot
need
as hell.
a specific game design that would accommodate for that concept
Exactly,
of
Sass.
NFTs. And
Brownie
so
sundae.
if
Oh
there
man.
ever is an opportunity to go into it in deeper detail, I would like to sort of talk about it. And I don't. I think it's
It
there's a
is
potential
comfort
of
food
utilizing it without
on
going
cereal.
in a wrong
I've done
direction
that.
or like a bad direction.
With like cinnamon toast
And
crunch.
with any sort of video game, I think before we even talk about the financials
sugary ones,
or like
know.
monetary discussions, I think we need to make sure that the game itself is fun and are there fans of the game? And so I think
I'm a fan.
that's a very important piece
Water?
that
You
we still
some
need to keep
kind
in
of
mind with
freak, dude?
games.
さあ
I bet you pour your
というわけで
milk before you put in
ま
your
あ簡単に言う
cereal.
と14に NFT が入
Like
ったり
some kind of
来たりしないの
goddamn
で安心してねって話
savage.
なので以上です。じゃあテスト終わっ
Sorry,
て
what
少し
the
休憩したら
heck?
本番行きましょう。
No.
はい。
Hi, Patrick. Sorry.
But yeah, again, no NFTs in FF14, so
Yay.
don't worry. But yeah, I think that's it for now. We will
Water
take a little
good.
bit of a break and then
But now
we
it's
will get
cereal.
into the main part of the broadcast.
はい。
Alright, so the letter live will kick off in 15 minutes.
15 minutes, you know what that
11
means?
AM.
We can play some
本番は
GeoGuessr.
この後15分後、11
はい
時、午前11時から始まりますので、一旦このまま2人に戻りますが、そのままページほっといていただければ始まりますので、また後ほどお会いしましょう。
Wait, they're-
So,
they're
we
taking
are
a break,
going back
right?
to the cover image, but
Wait, let me
see you in 15 minutes.
take this off.
では一旦失礼します。
はい。
Go away.
See you later.
Go away, live chat. Wait, how do I like hide? Okay, we have 15 minutes. Let's look at the world, shall we? Wait, are they not gonna play music in the background? I thought they would. Fuck call. Spotify. Can I do the line from the Pinocchio trailer? I haven't seen it. I've not seen it, to be honest. Sorry. What's the next song? Yeah. All right. This looks like a cold place. A nature-y kind of place. I wish it put me on like a real road. Some good gameplay. Oh, look, it's a lake. Dude, this is quite pretty. You link it under minute? I'll probably watch it off stream. Just because I'm not entirely interested in Pinocchio, I don't think. Wait, are those rocks or is that snow? I can't tell. A sign. Ooh. I don't think that's America. I can't tell. That's snow, right? Wait, a sign. Fiat spot. Where's Rowney? I need my master geographer. Oh, here. Hotin. That's your country? Hotinge. I don't know what it is. I need a flag or something. Is there someone in the house? No, I think that's a pot. Oh, god damn it. Oh, another sign. Meters. Bicycle. Oh, this must be such a... Look at the horses and shit. Oh, that's a donkey. Oh. Dude. Imagine living in a place... Imagine living in a place that is, like, nice enough to just go biking. Like this. Ews big though. I wouldn't know where to drop it. It's gonna be any northern. Wait, did we just go in a circle? Dude, look at the road. Look at that nice like brick. Man, why can't America be cute? What the fuck? More signs. Ah. Holtingerwedge and Shapsquee. Do you think Brownie would hate me if I guessed Austria? Dude, look at this! Like a nice old woman biking with her family. Norway, is it? Oh, maybe. You like people mispronouncing your language? I'm sorry! I'm an uncultured American. Is it Dutch? This is such a nice place and it's just trees and brick, dude. I thought German, but I feel like it's missing some things to be German. Schmenhotenweg. Okay, that's making me think it's Germany. Do you think... I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. It's called Hoten. Something. Something like that. Yeah, why don't they learn American? They should cater to us, obviously. I'm kidding, please don't cancel me. I'm checking Austria first. There was water, right? But it wasn't big enough to be like a lake or some shit. What was that called? Wait, I need to go back to the side. Hotingersand. What if it's not even in this country? It's in the middle of nowhere. If not, at least you can stream on Janubia. It's like, dude, imagine I get banned. I wonder if I were to ever get banned, what would be the reason for it? What would be my death sentence, do you think? I don't think I say anything that's like super monk-esque. Like, women have no rights or something. Alright, I'm going here. No, here. It's in the Netherlands! I was in the right, like, section of the world at least. Domestic abuse? Can you hear that? My mom's talking. Hold on. Hold on. My mom and dad are yelling at each other. I'm not really like at each other, but more so they're trying to put a blanket on top of our bird cage. And my mom wants to do it one way, but my dad's like, nope. So Yeah, that's what happened. Mm. Wait, my thing. Your mom's watching the live letter? Oh, cute! That's fun. You guys can enjoy it together. Look! Ford! This has to be America. And also, look at this house. It's so, like, different looking. Compared to... It almost looks a bit unfinished. But I'm sure that's, like, the style. It's a little weird. Alright. Let's try to find a city. Okay, that's definitely America. Oh, it just got bright. Oh, what's that? Ah! Sorry. I just want to look at the license plate. I just want to find out what state it is. Somewhere in Ohio? You think Ohio? Lake Shore. It's very, vague. Let me in. Let me in the book. Oh, dude, this is like... Oh my god, look at this. If that's a school, this is like stereotypical American, like, school area where the kids live on a cul-de-sac right across the street and then they just walk over with their friends and then... Bruh. Damn. What about those people visiting that place? You got the wrong info. Hey, wait! 2 hours early out, dude. Nice. Lakeshore. Where is Lakeshore? I feel like we had a place that was also Lakeshore in the past, but I don't know where it is still. The cul-de-sac from Ed, Edd and Eddy. Oh, that's fucked up neighborhood. They must get tormented by the kids every day. I'm sure it's loud as hell, honestly. Okay, I have no idea where Lakeshore is. Bam, bam. So, like, at what point do we find a place where we can have, like, some kind of identifier? It has to be somewhere away from the city. Lakeshore sounds like it's some kind of prissy area, if I'm being honest. My gut is telling me Colorado. But I'm also not sure. Or Oregon. One of those. Lutheran Church. That's not a sign. This is purgatory. It kinda gives off that vibe, doesn't it? Wait, the live letter is starting. Messiah. Oh fuck, I don't know, dude. I'm going Colorado. Is there a lake shore in Colorado, dude? I'm gonna go right here. It was... What is that? Where is that? Wait. Is that Oregon? It was Oregon! Fuck. Damn, I was close.
ファンタジー14プロデューサー
There we
レター
go.
ラ
Now we
イブ
can
をお
watch.
送りいたします。
はい
Thank you very much for tuning in to
Yay!
Final Fantasy 14 Letter from the Producer Live number 68、皆さんに自己紹介お願いします。Please introduce yourself.
Red
Hi,
bar,
my
please go
name
away.
is Naoki Yoshida, producer and director of
Oh my god,
Fantasy
please.
14。皆さんおはようご
There
ざ
we
い
go.
ます。そしてこんばんは。なひとも
Is the volume
ですね
okay?
ファイナルファンタジー14プロデューサー兼ディレクターの吉田です。よろしくお願いしま
よろ
す。
しくお願いします。そして本日進行を務めますコミュニティ
Volume's
チーム
okay.
こと
Thank you.
室内です。よろしくお願いします。My name is Toshio Murochi, also known as the Fox Clone. You are global community producer here. I will do the MC stuff for today's live letter. はい、そして、本日はですね、本日の、プロデュ PLL も、日本語と英語のバイリンガル放送でお送りいたしますので、我らがあいみさんがスクエニアメリカオフィスから入ってくださっております。So once again, today's letter live is fully bilingual in both Japanese and English. So we have a special member from Square Enix America office. あいみさんです。おはようございます。
おはよ
Yay!
うございます。スクエアニックスアメリカの徳武あゆみです。通訳を務めさせていただきます。よろしくお願いします。Hello everyone, this is Aimi from the Square Enix Los Angeles office. I'm going to be supporting for the translations today.
はい。で本日の、
Please
PLL はですね、このセットアップをご覧になった方もいるかと思いますが、吉田さんが話
Am I
したこ
gonna
とは
watch the whole
あいみさん
thing?
が
Yup.
通訳してくださいます。で、私が喋ることは私が自
I'll
分で、
be here all
翻
night.
訳しながら進めていきますので、で、対して私からは大して重要な話は出ませんので、私が
It's a
私のことを
sparkling
翻訳
water.
し忘れてるなというのはスルーしておいていただければと思います
Lemon
ので、よろしくお願い
flavored.
します。So today's setup is 吉田さんexplain things in Japanese, and then あいみさん will do 吉田さん 's voice in English, and I will translate myself. はい、そして今日の PLL はですね、前半戦は、ファイナルファンタジー14の新たなる挑戦、次の10
How
年
long
に
is
向け
it?
てと
I
い
have
う
no
ことで、吉田
idea.
さんからいろいろご説明いただきます。そして後半はですね、
Cracking open the
休
cold
憩
one
挟み
with
ま
the
して後半は、
boys.
フォーラムで事前に募集しました、パッチ 6.0 をプレイしてみての、Q&A セッションをお送りしたいと思います。So today's letter live has two major parts, and then first half is the kind of presentation by producer director Naoki Yoshida, which is where we are and where we are going for the
Yay.
10 years. And then we have a taking break, and then latter half is the Q&A session based on your gameplay
A Q&A.
of 6.0 expansion.
はい。
はい、ということで、始めてまいりたいと思います。
ですね、私がこっちを見てるとき、
はい
こうなってるときは皆さんのコメントを見てるときなので、今日こういうシチュエーションすごい多いと思うんで、ご理解ください。
So you might see me turning my head sometimes when I'm speaking, but I'm actively looking at the comments that people are making as you watch the stream. So you may see me turned this way, but I am still participating. So just wanted to let you know.
まあちょっとね、日本のコメントでね、この手の通訳放送はテンポ悪いんだよなって言ってる人いるんですけど、まあグローバル全体でねお届けしているので、吉田の長い話をですね、あゆみさん一生懸命ね通訳してくれてるんで、そこはね、それを言われると我々ちょっと悲しくなるんで、そういうまあファンフェスのステージぐらいで思って見てもらえると嬉しいかな。
And we do see some comments about how translations kind of drag on the pace. It doesn't feel as quick. But Amy is here to try to facilitate communicating Yoshida's comments. It makes us sad if you're disappointed that it's in two languages. But perhaps if you look at it
Imagine
like
being
a
upset.
Manifest stage event where we have the Japanese and English, maybe that might help it make it more fun.
あとコメントで今日は 6.1 はがっつりじゃないんですかっていうのもあるんですが、So we see some comments. Do we have any further updates for 6.1? So 6.1 がっつりってことだけはないんですよね。
そうですね、パッチ 6.1 の内容と紹介に関しては、
はい
3月4日
はい、4日です。
に、パッチ 6.1 特集パート1の PLL をやる予定なので、6.1 のまあでも今日ちょっと出ますけどね、6.1 の詳しいところはそっちに譲ります。
So yeah, today's broadcast is not literally going to be just about 6.1. We may touch upon it, but then the details are going to be explained on another episode of the live letter on March the 4th. This is JST, but we will go into details at that
March
timing.
4th. Does that mean the patch should be 2
あとは
weeks later?
まあなんかこう重大発表的なねニュアンスで取られてるけど楽しく気楽に行くので皆さんもですね緊張せず気楽に今日は見てもらえると嬉しいです。
And some people might be bracing for a very important announcement when we talk about today's broadcast, but that's not the intent. We would love for you to just relax and just have fun with the broadcast.
面白いですよ。
なんかこういうこと言うためにさ、よしやめんのみたいなの出るんだよな。ついに俺さでもいつだっけ新情報発表会でさ、言ったばっかだよね。ライフワークだって言ってるんで、そういう話じゃない
I
んで
wish
す
they
よ。
would give her a better camera.
And I understand we were talking about like the future of Final Fantasy XIV, but every time we mention something like that, people are like, "Oh no, is Yoshida going to quit?" And no, I think I told us when we were doing our announcement showcase in February. It's like 14 is my life work. It's not like I'm going to just up and leave suddenly.
もうそんなんで嘘つきってやるの嫌だからなんだろうそんなね自分の去就をね重大発表しますみたいなねことは言わないですよ。
ちょっと恥ずかしいね。
うん。
I don't want people to be going around saying, "Oh, you're such a liar," because I mean, I'm not the type of person who would make these kinds of like my personal announcements on a live stream. So,
Damn
さあで
Zoom.
は、やっていきましょうか早速。前半だいたいね2時間ぐらい、後半も多分2時間ぐらい使うんじゃないかなと思います。なのでご飯食べたりですね今日土曜日なんで飲める人はお酒飲みながら
Are you bonking her?
楽しくいきましょう。
so we're looking at least for the first part,
I
we're
just
looking at
shocked my
about 2
model.
hours broadcast. And so just you're free to do like you have dinner or like eat lunch as you're watching the broadcast. It is a Saturday, so if you want to start drinking early,
Let's
you're more than
drink!
welcome to do so.
I
さあ
don't
行きま
drink
しょう。
alcohol. I'm
で
drinking
は、
soda
画面
water.
切り替えてもらっていいかな。
はい
はい。じゃあ早速いきますが、
Starting our
改
weekend
めて今
early.
日お話しする内容のトピックおさらいしておきましょう。
Okay, so jumping right in,
No.
let me go over the topics we will cover.
で、まず一つ目はちょっとですね、まあ、
No,
14
not
これま
Navi.
で、正確にはね11年やってきているので、まあ、ちょっと振り返りを最初にね、皆さんへの感謝も込めて、やりたいと思います。
The first topic, of course, it's been about 11 years, to be accurate, how long 14 has been going on. So we'd like to kind of do a little bit of a retrospect, just convey our thanks to our players and look back on everything.
でまあそれを振り返った上でですね、まあちょっとこの先じゃあ
Next
さらに
10
もう
years.
10年は僕続けたいと思ってるんで、まあこの先10年さらに14を発展させていくために、まあ新しい挑戦やっていきますよといろいろそこについてまあどんなことやっていくのかというのをお知らせしたいと思います。
And then once we do look back on our past, then we look forward to the next 10 years. Because as I mentioned, I would love to continue having Final Fantasy XIV for yet another 10 years. So there are many different things that we want to do in order to continue expanding Final Fantasy XIV, many challenges that we want to take on. So I want to touch upon some of
What did you
those
miss?
items in
No
today's
NFTs in
podcast.
14, pretty much.
でここまで
They're still
いったら
introducing
一回
everything.
休憩を挟んで、放送の後半として3つ目、パッチ 6.0 行月のフィナーレ、プレイしてみて何かありますかというので Q&A 事前に質問募集していましたのでそれに対していろいろお答えしていこうかなと思ってます。
And then once we do that, we will have a break in between, and then it'll go into the latter half of the show where we kind of asked the players, what did you think after playing 6.0? And so we will do a bit of an Endwalker Q&A.
あと10年間吉田リビングデッドを使う気だなみたいなコメントがあったりね。
We're seeing comments like, oh, 10 more years, huh? Is Yoshida going to kick off his Living Dead?
まああったよね確かにね。吉田の量産を開始しましたとか、クローンの吉田が誕生したので紹介しますとかそういうのじゃねえかって書かれてましたね。
But yeah, I think I've seen comments similar to that, and like people saying, "Oh, we have mass manufactured Yoshida clones."
でなぜか私はもう完了してますよって書いてあるんですよ。
そう。
Yeah, then I say I've done already. So something like that.
では早速いきましょうか。 まずはまあ正確にはね11年なんですけど、大きくくくってまあ10年ここまで皆さんとねやってきたのをちょっと振り返っていきたいと思います。
Okay, so jumping into the timeline here, of course, I accurately it's 11 years, but like we'll call this the 10 years of Final Fantasy 14.
10 years of Final Fantasy
まあ
11.
いろいろありましたね。まあ2010年サービスを開始して、その12月に運営体制ね全部開発も、
That's a lot.
一新して僕はここから参加ですね。
So first, 2010 was when it all started. Many things that happened caused us to sort of reconsider the development
Was
structures.
it really just like 3
and
months
there
in?
was a lot of changes that were made in order to kind of
Fucking media.
reboot the title. So this is when I joined in. Yoshida joined into the project.
で2021年の違う2011年の10月14日にまあ14日が縁起がいいだろうっていうので申請をやりますよという発表してますね。
And then 2011, October 14th, we were thinking 14th must bring us good luck. And that's when we announced
Hi, Mom.
that we are going to have Final Fantasy 14 Reborn.
海外の皆さん詳しいよね。あゆみさんもインタビューにいてくれたと思うけど、9番を遊んでみたいので9番のサーバーを復活させる気はありませんかってクラシックファイナルファンタジー14やる気ありませんかってナイトメアって答えたやつみんな覚えてて、ナイトメアってすげえ言ってんのコメントで。
I love how the comments from the West are. I love how they know all these details, and I'm sure Amy had sat into the interviews as well. But people were asking about, oh, are you going to make an FF14 1.0 classic like WoW Classic did theirs? And Yoshida answered, Nightmare. And so people are calling the time of 1.0 in Nightmare. It's awesome.
でまあ2012年の11月11日にですね、時代の終焉トレーラー公開とともにですね、一旦申請の準備のために Q14 のサービスを、終了させていただいてます。
And of course, in November 11th of 2012,
Yeah,
we
live
titled
letters
it the end of
tonight.
an era.
You haven't missed
And we sort of
anything, really.
closed the service for the original version of Final Fantasy 14.
まあ、9番からねやってくださってる方も結構いるし、9番の捉え方って結構まちまちだとは思うんですけど、9番のラスト付近はそれはそれでまた独特のゲームデザインの MMO として結構ね
I think
好きだった、面白くなったんだよって言ってくれる人たちもたくさんいて、
1.0
まあ、僕ら
YouTube
シャットダウンするのを決めながらも作ってたところに対してそういうね評価をもらってたりするのはとてもありがたいことなので、僕らもすごいね実は励みになってました。
And of course, people who have been playing since the original 1.0 may have their different opinions about how the game had played. But there were people who thankfully acknowledged how 14 was starting to shift, and they did take notice about how the game design was unique, despite we were looking to sunset the original version. And so it was wonderful that people acknowledged that, and that was very encouraging for us as a team.
ちなみに9番から今日視聴してくださってる方でQ14 からやってるよって方、どうですか？手を挙げてもらってもいいですか？
So if I could have people in the comments, by show of hands, I don't know how you raise your hands, but like anybody who's been playing since 1.0, the original Final Fantasy 14, we would love to see who's been with us since then.
めっちゃい
す
るな。
ごい。There's a
Is
lot.
anyone in here? I'm a Shadowbringer baby. I can't raise
す
my
ごいあり
hand.
がたい。
That's amazing. Thank you guys.
まあここからねあと10年お互い健康に気をつけ
Any
て
boomers?
楽しんでいきましょう。
5.4.
But yeah, we're looking forward to the next 10 years. So yeah,
you
let's all
hurt?
take care of our health and keep going. That's awesome.
で、2013年ですね、ベータテストをやりながら、2013年8月27日についに新生オルゼア正式サービス開始することができました。
Heaven's
So
Order.
moving on, 2013, we start our beta testing for A Realm Reborn, and then August 27 of the same year, we were able to relaunch as A Realm Reborn.
振り返るとですね、2011年の3
Yeah,
月
they
ぐらい
reduced
か
up
ら
not
一
character
気に
tags.
新生
Oh, really?
14の設計だけ
Did you have to like
5人ぐらいで
keep your
設計
same
をスター
character
トし
the
て
entire way?
2011年の6月から、6人のプログラマーがコードを書
Same
き始めた
title.
のを覚えてるの
Wait,
で
heavens,
実質そこから2年2ヶ月で
I
新生
tried
リ
it
リ
in
ースしてる
Realm
ので
Reborn,
もう
but I
ちょっと
didn't really
驚異
vibe with
的
it.
今振り返ると
And
You
looking
weren't
back,
born
so
yet.
it was 2011 in March. We started at least doing the framework, just the design structure first. And it was a very small team that worked on it. It was 5 people who started on the base framework. And then starting June of that same year, 2011, we had 6 programmers starting to write code. And considering it took about 2 years and 2 months to relaunch, that's just incredible.
で、念願だったですねファンフェスっていうのを2014年の10月からですね、スタートすることができました。今でも覚えてます。
And of course, by 2014 October, we were able to hold our very first fan festival. That was something that we really wanted to do.
初めてやった北米のファンフェスの基調公演でステージに上がった時
They
の
really
大歓
jumped in
声
this
で
slide.
足が震えて
I still remember it today. The first time we did our fan festival, and we started out in the North America region. And when I took the stage to do my keynote presentation, and just the cheer that I received
Did you go to
from
one?
the audience, man, my legs were shaking when I was up
I
there.
want to go to FanFest next
で
time.
初の拡張であるヘブンズワード、2015年の6月にリリースしてその後の8月に、全世界累計登録者数が
Next
500万人を突破した。
Exclusive Navi
And
meetup,
next, we were
okay.
able to launch our first ever expansion pack, Heaven's Word, in
Oh, Fox, thank you so much.
June, and
Thank
then
you for
soon
a
after,
year.
we reached 5 million
you're
registered
doing well.
players.
でこの辺りはですね
sister's here
我
bringing me
々
pizza.
開発チームもですね
Oh my god, oh my god, oh
高
my
難
god.
易度高難易度っ
Pizza's coming.
て言われてよしやっ
I
ちゃうぞ
really
って
do want to
言
go
っ
to
て
FanFest though.
もうキリッキリなのをやったらですねいや難しすぎんだろってなってですね我々もいろいろな失敗を繰り返しつつですね今につながってる本当重要な時期だったと思います、ここは。
But this is around the time when people were starting to clamor for higher difficult content, and the dev team got so excited about, oh yeah, you want difficult? And so we gave you a really, really tough content, and people started complaining now about, oh no, this is too difficult, Yoshida, this is too difficult. And so we were trying to find that balance. It was trial and error trying to get to that nice balance. But I think it was really important that we're making that conversation.
あれでね僕は人生の格言の一つをね学んだんですよ。プレイヤーの皆さんにはいやーちょっと簡単だったなって言われるぐらいがちょうどいいんだなと。
And it was then that I learned this very valuable lesson, which is I think it's best to keep the difficulty where the players would walk out of it saying, that was pretty easy.
で、グレンドリベレーターを発売したのが2017年6月で、この辺りからようやくこうバトルコンテンツ以外の、そのもう14の世界に住むみたいなことをより具体化していけるようになったのがこのぐらいの時期で、それがね、功を奏してですね、登録者数が、この時点で1000万人突破と。
And then, of course, Stormblood released in 2017 June, and we started looking at various other types of content aside from battle and combat, content that would involve the feeling of living in the world of Final Fantasy XIV. And I think that really struck a chord with people. People were resonating with it, which thankfully got us to our registered player number up to 14 million players.
思い出されるグレンドリベレーター
Now
初日のね
the
ラ
live
ウ
letter
バーン透滅
starts.
戦。
すごかったですね。
And I still remember when Stormblood first launched, Rauban Extreme in the Niners.
ありましたね。
I think we all remember that.
まあ、あの失敗があってね、今の安定したキューイングシステムがあったりするからね。
But I mean, even with that failure, we learned from it and we were able to build a much better queuing system.
そしてですね、2018年になると、全世界登録者数が1400万人を突破して、2019年には、1600万人を突破と。ありがとうございます。
Wait, Pippin Extreme? I don't think I heard about that one.
So I'm sorry, this is where we hit 14 million is 2018 August. And then moving on, we reached 16 million players by 2019 May. So thank you so much for all the players that are staying with us.
そうして続けてですね、2019年に、漆黒のヴィランズを発売し、その年末にはですね、全世界累計登録者数が1800万人を、突破となりました。
And moving on, we released Shadowbringers in 2019, and soon after, we surpassed 18 million registered players.
They gained 5 million
数
people.
字に関して言うと、
in a year.
単純に数字だけをこう見ていくと、そのなんていうの、増えるペースっていうのがばらついてるようにまあ見えるのかもしれないんですけど、実は体験したことのある人が増えれば増えるほど、新規が当然減るんですよね、
はい、
パイが決まってるところから新しい人を呼ばなきゃいけないので、だからここまでの数字になってるのにさらに数百万増やしていくっていうこと自体は、とてもすごいことで、これは本当ね、まあ、開発運営チームの努力もそうなんですけど、マーケティング PR チームが、はい、コミュニティの皆さんと一緒になって達成してきてる数字なので、本当にこれはね誇らしい数字だと思ってます。
And looking at the numbers, it might seem like there's no real, like nothing of note. Oh yeah, the numbers are just increasing. But if you consider this, if we have a certain number of people already playing the game, and if we have a single pie that we're taking numbers out of, like you would expect the numbers to start going down, but it's interesting that we see more and more players join us even after all these years. We are seeing millions signing up. So, of course, I really want to acknowledge the development team, operations team, but also the marketing and PR teams working with the community to kind of promote the title and get the word out. So I'm very proud of their achievements.
そして2021年、去年ですね、12月2日にはですね、全世界累計登録者数が2500万人を突破し、ちょっと昨日の数字とかは見てないですけど、まだ全然まだ上がってってると思うので、で12月7日ですね、すいません、2週間ほどちょっと遅延をさせていただくことにはなってしまいましたが、
Was it really
今
bad
月の
back
フィ
then?
ナーレを発売して、ハイデリンゾディアーク編完結というところまでこぎつけてこられたなと。
Of course, 2021, which is last year, we surpassed 25 million registered players. I did not see yesterday's numbers or like as of yesterday's numbers, but I do understand that our numbers are still increasing. And then afterwards, I know we had to delay the release by about 2 weeks. Again, apologies for the delay, but we were able to release Endwalker, and finally we were able to conclude the overarching story of Hydaelyn and Zodiark.
まあ長かったようで、僕は結構あっという間の
You could do well in
11
duties? Oh, that's
年でした。
annoying.
でも本当にね、世界中のプレイヤーの皆さん、光の選手の皆さん、メディアの皆さんもね、関係各社の皆さんにも本当にものすごくこんなに支えてもらうタイトルは他にないだろうと思うぐらい支えていただいてここまで来れたので、改めて本当に感謝をお伝えしたいと思います。ありがとうございます。
And it feels like a long time, but man, these 11 years went by very quickly for me. And all of our Warriors of Light, our players, members of the media, all of our supporting partner companies as well. There were just so many people that supported us throughout this all. So I do want to take this opportunity to convey my gratitude from the bottom of my heart. So I sincerely thank everybody.
はい。まあ、あとは本当ね、開発チームにも、本当に厳しいスケジュールでやってきていて、 まあ、実際実は拡張パッケージそのものの開発期間って1年とか、下手すると1年切ってたりするんで
That's so
本
funny.
当に頑張ってきてもらいました。
And I also want to acknowledge the development team as well. They were always working against a very harsh schedule, and even developing some of our expansion packs. Sometimes we have only about a year or even less than a year to get through all of the tasks that needed to get done. So I really want to show my appreciation to them as well.
さて、ではこれを踏まえてですね、ここまで歩んできたその11年、9番の状態を考えれば、これ以上ないぐらいの成功をさせていただいたと思ってます。ここはあんまり言葉を隠さずに成功できてると思ってるので、それでいいと思ってるんですけど、まあここまではある意味もう過去になったので、ここからさらに次の10年また挑戦を続けていきたい
Is
と
that
思い
for
ます。
real? That's why they brought it back?
And looking at the trajectory here and the path we've walked down, I think I want to consider this a success from what we had taken.
Of course
and
it's a
what
success.
state it was in when we had first taken on the project, and to bring it to where it is now. I'm not ashamed to declare it. It might be a little awkward in the Japanese, but I believe it is a success. And I think it's a good thing that we've gotten here. But now that we have gotten this far, all of this is now in the past. And so we want to look to the future. We want to see what kind of challenges we can take on.
というわけで2つ目のセクションである14の新しい挑戦と題してですね、まあ、今後どういうことをやっていくよというのをお伝えしていきたいと思います。
So, for the second part of this presentation, as you see, it is entitled Newfound Futures. So, I would like
I'm
to discuss
excited.
what we are intending to do.
まずですね、僕としてはですね、社長からやめろって言われるか、まあ、やめろって言われても抵抗するとは思うんですけど開発チームのチームからやめろって言われるか
It's gonna be all chrome.
死ぬかぐらいの以外では14をやめる気がなく続けていきますんで、この先もぜひ皆さんよろしくお願いします。
And me personally, as Yoshida, unless the CEO says, Yoshida, you need to leave, and even then, I think I'm going to fight him. Or if like the development team, the operations team want to kick me out, or if I, God forbid, die, those are the only extreme cases I would even consider leaving the 14 project. I want to continue working on Final Fantasy 14, so your continued support will definitely be
future episode?
appreciated.
というわけでですね、まず今回その10年さらにこう14をせっかくねここまで日本初のそのサービスでこの規模まで来れるってなかなかあることじゃないので、この先の10年に向けてまずは 7.0 をめがけて、新しいことに挑戦していこうと思ってます。
So of course, with this title, and considering that this game was launched from a Japanese development studio, and being able to expand to this global scope, it's a rarity, I think. And so my next goal, my future goal, is now looking at 7.0 and leading up to that, what can we do?
コメントが 7.0 って言ったかで
大丈夫大丈夫。もうシナリオ会議の1回目やったから、合宿やったから、7.0 はやるよ。
People are already speculating about, oh no, 7.0 confirmed? Well, I mean, we are already talking about scenario for 7.0. I'm not afraid to say that we do intend on doing a 7.0.
まずここに向けてちょっとコンセプトを話をさせてもらいます。まずその一つ目がこちらになります。
Now, that being said, I do want to establish what my thinking is and the concept behind what we're trying to do leading up to 7.0. And this is the first point.
まあこれ具体的にどういうことっていうのはこの後ちゃんと、お話ししようと思います。
And of course, I will go into detail as to what this exactly means.
そしてですね、7.0 に向けて、チャレンジとしてですね、こちら、第1次
Yes! I wanted this!
の準備開発っていうのをやっていきます。
Oh man, I didn't think it was 7.0.
And then next, again, leading up to 7.0, and one of the challenges that we want to take on is our first graphical update, at least the preparation and the development
Yeah.
for it.
まあ、なんで第一次ってついてるかっていうのもあるのでこの項目の掘り下げでちょっとお話ししようと思います。
And of course, when we dive into each of these different points, I will touch upon why we are calling this the first graphical update.
あ、
Oh, dude, I'm
言っ
hyped.
とくコメントが結構多いんで7.0 で PS4 が遊べなくなるってことはないです、それはないのでお約束しておきます。
I do want to clarify though, because I am seeing a lot of comments wondering about this. This does not necessarily
right.
mean that we are ceasing the support for PS4 as of 7.0. So I do want to clear that out first.
そしてですね、今日3つ目、せっかくなのでパッチ 6.x シリーズでどんなことをやっていくかというのもお知らせします。
And then the third point, I mean, since we are here, I would like to take the opportunity to cover what we are planning to do throughout the 6.x series as a sort of roadmap.
はい、では各項目、詳しくよりお伝えしていこうと思います。
Diving into the details.
まず
Future.
コンセプトの一つ目ですね。一人でもみんなでも遊べる RPG へ、さらなる進化をしていきますと。
So our first
Hey,
concept,
Ghost.
an even better
Anything good?
RPG, alone or with friends.
They reviewed the past 10
こ
years.
れまあ
And now
何
they're
かという
looking at
と
the
まあ
next
読んで
10
字のご
years.
とくなんですけど、
Graphics update.
そのファイナルファンタジー14一応ジャンルとしては MMORPG って呼ばれてます。
So, I mean, it is what it says, of course, but yes, I understand that Final Fantasy XIV as a game genre would be categorized as an MMORPG.
そこでですね、まあ僕この11年ファイナルファンタジー14をやってきて、世界中のこうプレイヤーの皆さんとイベントだったり、こうまあファンフェスも含めてですけど、本当たくさんの
More
ゲ
trust
ーマーの人たちとこ
options.
う話をしてきました。
Bring early game trust.
And of course, throughout the 11 years of doing Final Fantasy XIV, we did
Hi,
various
Snaka, how are
events,
you?
gaming events, including Fan Festival, and I had the opportunity to speak with
So I made
different
pizza.
gamers.
そこでですね、あとそのマーケティングチームに市場調査とかをしてもらってまあこれね定期的に拡張のたびにやってるんですけど、やっぱりこ
Job.
うそこで出てくる答えっていうのが、まあ、なかなかブレイクスルーできないなっていうのがあったりします。
And of course, I would have my marketing teams perform market research as well. And this is something we regularly do when we start to plan for upcoming expansion packs. And with the information that we receive, and there's always like a question that we never seem to find a way to break through.
2つあって、1つはファイナルファンタジーシリーズ大好きなんだよ、すごいファンなんだ全部やってるよ、ただし11と14以外ねっていうのがめちゃくちゃ悔しい。
So there's
Oh,
actually
dude, bring back the
two,
Elpis
and
gang.
one of them is we see there's a lot of players that love Final Fantasy, and many that claim they've played all of the Final Fantasies except for 11 and 14, which is very frustrating.
まあ11もね今かなりアップデートをかけてかなり大部分ねソロで遊べるように快適にしてますが、14はさらにその先へ行きたいと思ってます。
And of course, we are paying attention to Final Fantasy 11 players as well, and we've made various updates. I think it has become very solo friendly recently, but with Final Fantasy 14, we want to go beyond that.
あとはこうもう一つはですね、オンラインなんだよね、めんどくさい、人と遊ぶの嫌、なんかこう人間関係作るの嫌っていうのがですね、やっぱりナンバーワンなんですよね、そのプレイをしない理由っていうところで。
The second point we are trying to reach a breakthrough is people who comment about, oh, online play, I don't want to deal with having to play with other people. I don't want to develop relationships online. And that's actually a very large reason, if not the number one reason, many players kind of hesitate playing 14.
だから10年かけて MMORPG っていうジャンルじゃなくて、一人でもみんなでも遊べる RPG っていうジャンルにしたいと、14を。
So what I want to do here is spend the next 10 years and break out of that
Give me
MMORPG
a
category. I
PC.
want this to be an RPG that can be enjoyed alone or with friends.
まずなので、7.0 でまでの間、
Trust!
フェイスシステムの大規模アップデートっていうのをやっていきます。
So, as a lead up to 7.0 or until that time, we will continue to make updates to the trust system.
パッチ
Make them
6.1 から
AoE
6.5 までの5つのメジャーパッチで全メインクエストの
Oh,
必須
really?
ID と4人用の透滅戦を
Oh,
全てフェイス対
4-player
応します。
As it says here, trust compatibility for all main scenario
Even
dungeons and
Praetorium.
4-player trials to be added in patch 6.1 through 6.5.
まあ順次なのでね、パッチ例えば
That's really good.
6.2 とかを見ると中途半端なところまでしか対応されてないとかいうことがある可能性は高いんですけど、それにね怯えているといつまで経ってもできないので、
Squadrons
全部一気には
are
不可能なので、もうなのでこの
You still need
6.1
to
か
do
ら
it if you want to
6.5
rank
つまり
up your
7.0 までの
Grand
間を
Company thingy.
次に飛び上がるためにもうどんどん順次やっていくという期間に当てさせてください。
And so, of course, these are going to be incremental implementation. And so you might look at, say, patch 2 point something and 6.2, and you might notice that maybe not all of the dungeons have been
Your Porter
supported with the
Squadron.
trust system compatibility. But if we are afraid to make progress and be just in the middle of work in a certain major patch update, we won't be able to make progress. I think it's impossible to do everything at once. So we are trying to address this as we can, and we're looking at this as a preparation for 7.0. And so we would like to ask for your understanding as we lay these foundations.
その第1弾となるパッチ 6.1 では新生オルゼア編のうち、
Oh!
2.0 範囲を全
So you
て
can
対
do
応しま
next
す。
patch. You can do Praetorium with
So the
trust.
first implementation, patch 6.1, will make a Realm Reborn, and this is just patch 2.0 range, and the scenarios duty become trust compatible.
そしてですね、それに伴って一部初期のですねメインクエスト ID とか、透滅戦もリニューアルします。
And then
Realm
further
Reborn,
improvements
Reborn.
will be made to some low-level main scenario dungeons and trials.
Yeah, this will be long.
でちょっと注意なんですけど、蒼天の石ガルドに入ってからの8人透滅戦ストーリー上に出てくるあれらはちょっとやっぱりコストを全見積もりしたんですけど、どうしてもこう 6.1 から 6.5 までの期間では対応しきれないので、8人の透滅戦に関しては 7.0 以降順次対応していくつもりです。
You may see the disclaimers on the bottom, but for the 8-player trials, especially those with the Heaven's Word expansion, I'm afraid we are unable to update it at this time. We tried to calculate all the cost and the resources that it would take for us to address all of this within that sort of 6.1 through 6.5 timing, but I'm afraid we would be unable to allocate the resources for it. So we will get to it after 7.0. Yeah, these updates will be considered for 7.0 or later.
まあもちろん皆さんご存知の通り、その通常のねマッチングがなくなるわけじゃないので、あくまでストーリーを一人で進めていきたいっていう人のための機能なので、レベリングルーレットだったりねマッチングっていうところはそのまま継続していくので、そこはご承知おきください。
And of course, we don't intend to do away with the regular matching systems. Your leveling dungeons and queue matching and duty finders will still be active and available. These trust compatibility is primarily for those who have a strong desire to play through these story dungeons on their own.
で、 とですね、8人透滅戦は今回
Yeah, I'm eating.
行月のフィナーレ
Sorry.
でハイデリン透滅戦でテストケースとしても含めてやったんですけど、やれることはなんだろう、確証を得られたんですけど、まあ相当やっぱりコストがかかるっていうのと、ギミックから調整していかないといけないっていうこともあって、まずは数の多い ID から優先させていただいてます。あとはね、8人なんで責任半のかかり方がちょっと減るんで、やっぱり、まあここは逆にマッチングの面白さみたいなところも味わってもらいたいので、一旦7.0 以降にさせてください。
Of course, with these 8-people trials or 8-person battles, we did try it out with the Mother Crystal trial, and we were able to see success as like a test case, but it did require a lot of resources for us to build it. And then if we were to start applying that system to existing dungeons, we'd have to adjust the mechanics so that it would accommodate for the trust system. So at this time, we made the decision to move forward with just the instanced dungeons. And with an 8-person trial, I think that sort of reduces the responsibility per person going into the match, hopefully. So we're hoping that players would still jump into like a duty finder and hopefully get the enjoyment out of matching up with random people. So at this time, we are unable to address it within the 6.1 through 6.5 period, but we are looking to it for 7.0 or later.
でちょっと注意なんですけど、
はい。
まあどうしてもフェイスっていう呼び方をすると、暁といけんのかなとか、名のある NPC といけんのかなってイメージがちょっと強いと思うんですけど、ストーリー上こうそのマッチングでしかいけないからこそ、じゃあ俺は他のことをやってくるみたいなのでこうみんなちょっといなくなったりとかしてたと思うんですよ。あれまで全部変えるはさすがに無理なので、特に序盤とかは冒険者ギルドのメンバーだったりとか、暁の光のなんだろう、こう光の加護を持っているであろう他のメンバーみたいなイメージで組むケースが多いです。
And I want to make another point of caution here. Whenever we say trust compatibility, I think the thought that, oh, can we go into this dungeon with members of the Scions or any sort of named NPCs? And some of these story dungeons have key players kind of leaving the scene, like where the Warrior of Light goes into a dungeon and say somebody goes up and say, oh, I'm going to take care of matters over there. We can't have them come back just to join you in the dungeon. So in those cases, especially the earlier dungeons, you will see your trust members as like members from the Adventurers Guild or maybe other people who have the Echo accompany you in these dungeons.
ただ
Kyle coming in.
キーになるストーリー上のキーになるポイントで、まあこいつはやっぱり本当はダンジョン一緒に行ってほしかったなってプレイヤーの皆さんが思ってるようなポイントは
Company of Heroes.
シナリオの
Oh
一部、カッ
gosh.
トシーンも含めてちょっと変更してでもできるだけそれにまあ添えるように、
Tori
や
Boulder.
っぱニズヘックと対峙するときは
It
SEO
has
も
to
行
be.
って欲しかったなみたいなやつはできる限りそういうシチュエーションはなんとか対応していこうと思ってるので、一部ねそれもちょっと変更する部分があるかなとは思います。全部は無理なんで、はい、そこはご了承ください。
But that being said, there are certain key points in the story where
I'm gonna
we
put
do
this
understand players
plate
might
away
have a
really
very
quick.
strong
Yeah.
desire to have particular NPCs accompany you in a dungeon. So in some extreme cases, and not extreme cases, but like some key points, the team will make some adjustments. We may have to change a part of the script so that it'll make sense for the character to join you. An example I can come up with off the top of my head is probably the Nidhogg battle. I'm sure a lot of people would have thought like, oh, it would have been nice to have Estinian join as part of the Trust NPC. So we're considering having that available. So there may be some content that accommodates for certain NPCs to join you. I'm afraid we can't address all of them. We can't make it happen with all of the dungeons. So your understanding on that would be appreciated.
そしてですね、ごめんねちょっと長くて、6.1 特集パート1の時にまた詳しくお話ししようと思いますが、新生オルゼアの後半って結構今のレギュレーションと違ってしまってるこうダンジョンとかが多いので、かなり手が入ってますいろいろ。
And of course, with the details of 6.1, we will have a dedicated live letter for that, and I will delve into details at that time. But I do want to mention that much of the content, especially in the later half of ARR, differ in how the regulation is set up. So there are changes that have been made.
まあ例えばトトラクとかの、ドゥーンってなってヘビースローがかかるヘビーがかかる床とかなくなってます。
For example, like when you go into the 1,000 Miles of Totorak, and you step on those like poison floors, and all of a sudden you are hit with heavy or slow, we're actually getting rid of that.
まあ、あとは
I hope they talk about it
ちょっと
today.
Q14 から申請するのに急いで作ってちょっとライティング良くないなとかいうところのダンジョンもちょっと絵的な調整もそれなりにやってます。
And there are also some aesthetical changes that we wanted to make. There were certain areas of the earlier part of FF14 when we were trying to quickly just relaunch as a Realm Reborn. So there were areas where lighting may not have been 100% to what we would have been satisfied with. So we went back in and adjusted those as well.
そしてですね、まあ他にもですね、8人パーティーバトルの一番最初であるリッド・アッティン教習戦なんですけど、なくなります。
And then
What is that?
in the first 8-person party battles that you encounter, I believe, is Camp Westwind. And I want to mention that we are doing away with that.
They're getting rid of
ショッ
it?
クを受けておられますね。People are getting shocked.
帝国の盾としてね、武人として
Sharita taking
身を
his
挺して
stacked.
やってきた
Stacked, I mean.
ね、帝国将軍の一人、まあ将軍ではないけど正しくは8人でフルボッコはいかがなものかということでですね、
はい、
ちゃんとコストをかけてですね、クエストインスタンスバトルとして、生まれ変わりますので。
He gets fucked again.
Considering Litatine is like the shield of the Garland Empire.
I don't know about that.
I mean, he's technically not a captain, but like, I mean, he's like a very prominent figure. I think it would be very humiliating for 8 people to come in and just beat him up. So we actually allocated the resources to rebuild that battle so that it's going to be a quest instanced battle that you go in.
Okay, so he's not
まあ
like
他にも内閣外閣と呼ばれている8人ダンジョン、あれらもですね、今回すべて4人用 ID に作り直してあります。
And then, of course, the Praetorium and the Castrum Meridian. Sorry, I can't pronounce it. Meridianum. Those very long Guardian bases that you need to go. They were originally 8-person content, but we are going to be changing it so that these are 4-person instanced dungeons.
なのでアルテマウェポン戦も切り出して。4人用としてシナリオモードを作って、であとラハブレアが憑依したサンクレットさんを8人でただひたすら無言で殴るっていうのもストーリー用のクエストインスタンスバトルとして作り直しているので
大好評です。
はい。
And so your battle with Ultima, or the Ultima weapon, will be changed to a 4-person battle. We are adjusting the scenario mode for that. And then where you go in and silently beat up La Habrea, aka Thancred being possessed by La Habrea, is also going to be adjusted so that it's like an instance during a story quest.
というわけで、まあそんな風に コストもですね、レギュレーション
Spoilers
今のプレイフィールにできるだけ近づけられるように、いろんな改修をしつつですね、パッチ 6.1 から 6.5 にかけて、4.x までの ID ですね、全部対応していこうと思いますので、よろしくお願いします。
So, yeah, in a nutshell, we are going in and making many adjustments so that it fits with, kind of follows suit better with how the game feels at this time. So, throughout patch 6.1 through 6.5, we will be looking at the various
Back in the day,
content up to
Praetorium
the
was 8
4.x
people and it was
series,
45
the different
minutes
instance
long.
engine to make adjustments.
Okay,
さあ
Grandpa,
ではこの
let's
セクション
get you
以
in
上で
here.
次へ行きたいと思い
See.
ます。
Okay, so moving on to the next section.
2つ目の新しい挑戦ですね。この、6.1 から 6.5 までの期間、まあ、7.0 リリースまでの期間を使ってですね、まず、まあ、長期運営やっていく上で第一次のグラフィックスアップデートを、裏でね作業させていただきます。
So our second concept, and again, this is going to be the preparation that we will be doing throughout patch 6.1 through 6.5, leading up to the launch of 7.0. It is a long-term or like preparations for long-term operation of the game, and we want to be
Dude, imagine
doing
like
this in the
nice
background,
lit
but we'll
Kugane.
be preparing for our first graphics update.
ただ、
Oh, yeah. Character
まあ、なぜ第一
customization.
次グラフィックスアップデートと言ってるかっていうと、まあ2時も3時もあるんだろう、もしかしたらってことなんですけど、なぜかというともうここまで11年運営してきてるともう尋常じゃないリソース、グラフィックスアセットが存在してます。
So the reason why we named this the first graphical update, and that's of course to imply that there will probably a second and or third after this, but our game has been in operation for about 11 years, and considering all the graphical assets we have produced, it's an insane amount.
やっぱり一気に極限まで上げようとすると絶対コンバートミスがあったりとか、そもそもコンバートの物理時間が足りなくてもうデザインチームが無理です絶対できませんっていう答えになってしまうので、まあやれることを一回やって引き上げたらまたその状態で安定が見えたら次のをやってっていう形で、まあその第1回目が来るんだというふうに思ってください。
Those poor giraffes.
And so if we attempted to update every single piece of graphical asset or resource that we've put into the game all at the same time, we might run into issues of conversion errors, or it's just physically takes a lot of time to convert everything. And consulting with the graphics team, they already know that we can't address everything all at the same time. And so what we're trying to do is address these in phases so that we can test out certain elements, see how they work, and if it seems to be stable, we move into the next phase. And so I think with our first graphical update, this will be like the first time we start testing some of these elements.
4K グレープスでめっちゃ書いてあるんだけど。
I saw a comment that says 4K grapes. Thank you so much for that. That was hilarious.
あそこに 4K とかね、なんか40万ポリゴンとかかけてると、それこそ940みたいにキャラクター全然表示できねえぞってことになっちゃうので、まあちょっとこれから詳しく説明はしますよ。
Fenross. Honestly, how they
That's hilarious,
concept
but like
for it.
imagine spending so much resources just to get the grapes to be 4K
The
resolution.
grapes are important.
And imagine spending 400,000 polygons just to depict a piece of fruit. We won't have enough resources to render our characters on screen. But let me go into the details.
そのグラフィックスアップデートは一気に、7.0 での投入を予定してます。
So again, these graphical updates are
make the characters
intended to
great.
be implemented in 7.0.
まあその次期拡張パッケージまでの間っていうのを、まあ、僕らのそのグラフィックスのアップデートのシェーダー追加したりとか、
No, you stinky.
いろんなものを追加していくテスト期間だったりプログラム期間だったり、それに合わせたグラフィックスアセットのコンバート期間というふうにさせてください。
The mother crystal is
until
actually grapes.
7.0, this will be again our preparation period. So this is where our team will be testing out various additions to the graphical elements, including different shaders. We'll probably need to write more programs. This is where we're going to be doing our asset conversions,
Oh,
etc.
housing. I didn't think
で
of that.
ここが重要なんですけど、あくまでやっぱりマルチプレイのゲームであるっていうのをぜひ覚えておいてほしくて、やっぱり画面全体の美しさ、9番から申請した時に感じていただいたように、やっぱり総合的な美しさ、世界の美しさっていうのを追求していきますよと、コンセプトとしてはね。
Limited
Of course,
leveling works when
one
you have full
key
pre-made.
point that we want players to understand is that this is still a multiplayer
You have
game.
to pay for the
And
fart
so
now.
we want to strive for the aesthetic quality of the overall picture and looking at the
A
sort of
dollar.
beauty or the element, aesthetically pleasing sort of overall picture.
だってこうまさにね、発売されたホライゾンのさクオリティでさ、僕と思われたら
But
困
the,
るわけだよ。
the others,
あれで俺たち300人とか描画しなきゃいけないんで
Star Player and
できは
Ligma
するんだけど、
are still
みんなの
here for
PC
free.
動かないよ。
because they're original.
And I see games like Horizon Forbidden West, and I don't want to get people to think that we'll raise our graphic quality to that. It's amazing, yes, but imagine having to have to render 300 different characters on screen at the same time at that quality. And it's not physically impossible, but then I don't think it's going to run on anybody's PC.
そこは覚えといてね、みんなね。
So please keep that in mind.
ここをね、なんか勘違いされるのが一番怖い。
That's the scariest thing for people to kind of misconstrue.
で、当然なんですけど、アニメーションとか、
Lighting
まあ、その世界全体、画面全体の美しさっていうところはやっぱりアニメーションとか
It
ラ
won't
イ
be
ティング
compared
シス
to
テムっていうの
standalone
を大きく寄与していると思うので、このあたりもアップデートしていきます。
Mega.
Of course, considering the sort of overall aesthetic, animation is going to be a key element we're looking at. Lighting is another element that we want to adjust as well.
I haven't seen anything about Horizon,
まあ、例えばア
honestly.
ニメーションに使っている、よくねメモリがって言われますけど、メモリの割り当てをちょっと増やすことによって今までより長尺のこうエモートモーションが作れるとか、あとまあそのライトの数が増えることで実は潰れていたバックグラウンドのディティールがより見えてきて、リソースに手を加えなくても綺麗に見えるみたいなところもあるんで。
So what we mean by different updates to animation and lighting systems is, for example, I know people would automatically start talking about, oh yeah, memory issues with animation. So if we revisit some of the allocation of the memory for animation, it might allow us to create emotes with a longer animation loop, or with lighting, they're just having more lights than we had originally set up would allow for details that would have been sort of washed out or like not visible because of insufficient lighting to kind of show up. And so that will allow for
Good
an
luck,
improvement
Cholini.
in the graphical quality without
They
us
haven't
even
mentioned yet.
having to adjust the elements that are already in the game.
まあ重要なところです。
はい。
スタンドアローンのゲームクオリティにはなりません。
うん
これをですね、皆さん頭にすり込むためにもですね、寝る前に必ず一度復唱していただきたいぐらい。
And again, very important point. I want to stress again, the new graphics will not be comparable to those of
Lighting can
standalone
go such a
titles.
long
This is
way to
again
make
very
something look
important.
good.
I want you to remember it. I want you to repeat it before you go to bed. That's how much I want people to remember.
まあとはいえやっぱりグラフィックスいろいろ手を入れてパフォーマンスというかね。
Time to replay the
処
whole
理
game
は
again
より
again. Oh, you're right. I gotta do it
7.0
again.
では最低動作保証スペック
Post 7.0
条件が
we're replaying the game
変わるのは確定です。
again.
はいただ できるだけ多くのスペックにね対応できるっていうところはこれまでのポリシーでもあるので、捨てずにやっていきたいと思ってます。
So that being said, we do want to update the graphics for sure, and so that means your processor might
No, this
require
would be
more
Femro,
power in
or
order
Femra.
to render these graphics properly or like efficiently. So we will probably have to update the system requirements for your machines and your PCs. We will try our best to accommodate for as many models of machines to accommodate with the changes, but we do want to make you aware that
Yeah,
it is pretty much
honestly,
guaranteed that we will have to update
Dude,
the
Vanna's
system
body
requirements.
with like
で
updated
やっぱり気に
lighting.
なるプレイステーション4なんですけど、
That would look really cool.
この 6.x 期間中に、先行投入すると思いますけど PS4 版の最適化をやっていきます。
And I know people are
The
wondering about
Burakos?
PlayStation 4 support as of 7.0. I
Scary
think what's
priest.
going to happen, and this will probably be done prior to the launch of 7.0, so sometime within the 6.x series, we do want to optimize the PS4 version for sure.
で、さらにですね、まあ PC 版にあるようにグラフィックスオプションのカスタムっていうの PS4 版少ないんですけど、あれを増やしてですね、新しいその描画とか入れるとやっぱ重くなる部分があるので、重くても綺麗でいいやっていう人はオンにしてもらえばいいんだけど、まあオフにしてそのフレームレートを優先するみたいなことができるようにしていくので、PS4 のサポートっていうのも少なくとも 7.0 のタイミングではしっかりやりますので。
So, and on top of that, there are various graphical configurations
Titania,
that you can set up on the
dude.
PC version.
The Titania
Like you
scene.
can customize some of the like display options, and we understand that it's a bit lacking in the PS4 version. So we do want to implement options in the configuration so that you can select like prioritize frame rate, or if you want to, if you're okay with performance kind of dropping slightly, but still have the graphics performance, then you can select that option, whatnot. So I do want to assure you that we will continue supporting for PS4 at least until 7.0.
Oh,
We just laugh.
みんなどう思う？
What people's reactions are.
He's got texture on his
俺
face,
かと思
dude.
ったって言ってる。
Ew, Bert.
Some people think, oh, is that me?
The eyes
そう
look
そう
nice.
そうなんかさ、多分ね、
Yeah, the hair's
これじ
little.
ゃないよね、多分みんな求めてるの。
Yeah, he's got pores now. Very deep
I don't
pores.
think this is what we are looking for. This is not what we would desire.
なんか疲れた吉田って書かれてる。
No hunting, but
Some
still.
people are saying this looks like a very tired Yoshida.
そうなんか違うでしょ。
Yeah, but it kind of does feel awkward.
They're so
まあここ
being
ま
this
でリアルには
realistic.
ならんす。
Oh yeah.
So we aren't going to be working to make it look this real.
I want to see the
ま
pores
あ、いわ
on
ゆ
my.
るフォトリアルを追求していく
fucking
と
Lala
グラフィックスアップデートってこっちに行きがちなんですけど
Sugar
おそらくファイナルファンタジー14の世界やキャラクターが気に入ってくださってる方多分こっちを求めてはいないと思ってます。
Lotion.
And some games, of course, their intent is to lean towards that photorealistic depiction, and people tend to lean in this direction. But I think for those who enjoy the aesthetic of Final Fantasy XIV, this is not necessarily what we want to begin with.
では
Show us.
今そのグラフィックスアップデートって実はテスト開発もスタートさせてるんですけどテストスタートしてからまだ1ヶ月と1週間ぐらいなんですね。
So with these graphical updates, we are already starting testing actually, and it's been about a month and a week.
なのでその1ヶ月と1週間ぐらいテストをしてまあこれだったらもう今出してもまあいけるだろうここまではとまあこれ以上を目指すんだけど まあ少なくとも一旦お見せしてもここまでは間違いなく大丈夫だよあると
Pixel
なので
version
っていうのを用意してきたんでちょっと見ていきましょうか。
And so we are still very early in our testing stages, again, about a month or so testing, but we do have results that we're seeing that is, of course, we're going to aim higher than what we're going to be showing you, but I think it's coming out pretty nicely and we are relatively confident. So let us show you some of these images.
Let's see.
こちらがですねテスト期間1ヶ月目の
It does
サ
look
ンプル
better.
ですキャラクターですねまず。
So from
There's no
first
deep
month of
pores.
testing, so this is one of the samples.
これ左が今で右がテクスチャーをハイレゾリューション化してます。髪の毛も含めてであとシェーダーを、1枚入れてます。
And so what you're seeing
I
is
really like the
current image on
eyes.
the left, and then on the right, we've made the textures high resolution, and we've added a layer of shaders.
あと、セルフシャドウって言って自分の髪の毛の影が顔に落ちた時まあその自分のオブジェクトが自分に影を落とすのをセルフシャドウって言うんですけどそこも調整してるので、結構ねセルフシャドウって
He
実は
looks
すごい
like
気に
clean
なって
wax
て
figure
カットシーン
kind
とか
of.
でも
He's shiny.
And one thing that we did pay attention to was the self shadow, or whenever there's like an object that drops the shadow on yourself, especially if you look at the bangs and the shadow it casts underneath it. That was something that I was kind of
Yeah, they're not
wanted to
dumb.
address, looking at the cutscenes in the past.
でまあこれ1ヶ月目のサンプルなのでもっと上目指せるとは思ってるんですけど動作保証あまりにも重くならないっていう意味では、今一旦お見せできるのはここまで、まあ、この上さらにいろんなことをやった上で最適化していて
Oh, I wonder if they
まあ、やれ
would
る
do that.
より高いところは目指していこう
Gender
かなと
neutral
思ってま
hair.
す。
So of course we do want to strive for even better, but at this time I think from 1 month of testing and making sure that the game itself runs properly, I think this is what we can show at this time, and then we'll continue.
The
to test
eyes
and
help a
continue
lot.
to sort of improve and then apply optimization.
まあいわゆるヒロシと呼ばれてる彼でやるとこんな感じ。
They look less dead.
Of course, our Derplander.
でちょっとミコッテのサンプルです。
Oh.
There's a sample of the Mikote.
まあ戦月賞のボケ具合が、まあなくなったりですね髪の毛の柔らかいそのカールの印象とかってちゃんと出てるのとまあセルフシャドウがボケてないんでね綺麗にかかるようになります。
Of course, you may notice the face paint. The war paint is a lot crisper now, and then, as mentioned earlier, self shadow is nicer. I think it's brings out the softness of her face.
まあこれがだいたい1ヶ月目だっていうのをぜひ認識してお
Oh,
いてくだ
dude,
さい。
he looks rugged.
Again, just to remind you, this is after
Dude, look at his
testing for about a
eyes.
month.
He looks tired. Whoa. Hide as Dune spoke lollies. I want to see that, yeah.
はいまあこの方向性で良さそうよねやっぱりね、みんなのコメント見てると。
That looks good.
Looking at everybody's comments,
It's
it
not as
seems
green
like
either.
we are on the right track in terms of like the direction we want to take it to.
そうですね。Yeah, it looked like
でララフェルがね一番難しいんですよ。
so.
Oh, it's not Dune spoke though.
And the Lalfell was
Ah.
actually quite challenging.
We just have
なんか
skin
リアル
texture
に
and
するとこ
shiny
ろがな
eyes.
くて
There are no areas really to make it quote unquote realistic. You know?
True.
まあでも髪の毛綺麗になるん
Yeah,
で
the eyes look nice.
目の周りはもの
And
す
like
ご
all of
く
them.
鮮明になってまあキャラメイクしておけばねもちろんいろんなパターン作れるとは思うんですけど
But I think the hair has definitely gotten more defined, and then the eyes has become very crisp, and it looks a lot more alive, so to speak. And with being able to character create, I think it will allow for players for a broad range.
そうね肌の感じをどこまでそのなんだろう本当にツルツルにするのかララフェルは、 こう少しそうは言ってもちゃんと肌っていう感じを出すのかは結構ね調整が難しいところだとは思ってるので、ただ皆さんが求めてるであろう方向性は理解してるつもりなので、しっかり種族ごとにですね調整しながらいきたいなと思ってます。
And it's still a challenge to figure out how do we
Yeah, I want to see aura.
depict the surface of their skin. Like, do we make it completely like flawless, spotless, or do we actually give it some texture to make it look like
It does look cute.
skin? We want to believe that we
Yeah, but thanks for
understand
the
what the
follow.
players are looking for, but it is something that we still need to kind of explore.
なんて言ったってね11年も皆さんと一緒にこのゲーム作ってきてるんで
そうですね
皆さんが求める方向は理解してるつもりではあります。はい。
But again, we've been with you guys for about 11 years at this time, so we want to believe that we understand what the players are looking for.
ですいませんちょっとテスト1ヶ月目ということでですね、キャラクターサンプルとしては
That's a good way
以上
to
にな
put
り
it.
ま
It
す。
looks like they have
また
life in
なん
them.
だろう途中でねファンフェスのタイミングとか
They're not just, like,
あれば
staring
ま
at
た途中
nothing.
とかねお知らせしていけたらなと思ってます。
So yeah, because we are still in the early stages of testing, as for character samples, that is all that we have at this
Oh, no
time.
aura.
We're hoping
Sorry.
that we can continue to update everybody on the status.
Hello,
Perhaps maybe
how
next
are you?
time we can do it at like a fan festival or something like that.
じゃあ改めてですねそのキャラクターまずそのグラフィックス第一次グラフィックス
Dude, the skills would be
アップデート
so
で
nice
キャ
to
ラクターに関
see.
する表現のアップデート項目をお知らせしていきます。
Okay, so just wanted to recap all of the
Ellison.
different elements
Oh,
that
yeah.
we look to update.
I feel like
for
Ellison needs
our
to-
first set of.
They got really long
graphical
necks,
updates in
dude.
terms of characters.
Have they spoiled anything yet?
まずですね、全体的にテクスチ
Yes,
ャーを
they've
高
mentioned
解
some
像度に
things
して
that
い
can
き
be
ます。
considered
髪と
spoilers.
か肌とか、それから
I'd
今日ちょっとね、ご
be
紹介できて
careful
ないですけ
watching
ど、
this
装
for
備品
sure.
のテクスチャーの解像度も上げていきます。
Definitely
So
be
first
careful.
one would be higher resolution textures, which includes hair, skin, and we weren't able to show any examples today, but we do want to improve the textures of the gear as well.
でさらにですね、これまあシェーダーと呼ばれる、処理になってくるんですけど、
Well, well,
質
well,
感
if it
の
isn't
表
my
現というのを
favorite
向上させていき
Twitch
ます。例えば肌、それから装備品の金属部分、あと布って、布用のシェーダーっていうのが実はあって。
Thank you, Peplin.
入れてたんですけど、重す
Oh,
ぎて
Shiuki,
外
thank
して
you
る
for
んですね
resubbing.
そろそろいけるだろうということで、布がもう少し
Nice
滑ら
to
かに
meet you,
布
Mia.
っぽく
I
見え
hope
る
to
っていう
see
シ
you
ェーダーなど
again.
を今、研究トライしてると
Oh,
こ
I
ろ
want
で
to
す。
see you finish the game, actually. I'll throw you a follow too. I love
And then
watching
the
people
next
play.
item, and this is relating to various shaders, shader processing, which is improved material qualities, of course, skin, metal, and fabric. It's interesting because in the 1.0 or like the old version of Final Fantasy 14, there was a shader or like a process that was just applied to fabric so that it would look the textures would the texture quality would look like fabric, but it was too heavy of a load on processing, so we had
I don't
to
think graphics
remove
can
it
make me less
in the
stinky,
relaunch. But
unfortunately.
we're testing various ways to see if we can apply something like that to make fabric a bit more, well, smoother and more fabric-like. And we're still kind of researching and trying out
I'll
various
post it in the
methods.
media.
そしてですね、キャラクターに対してのライティングとシャドウの強化というのもやっていきます。特にね、見栄えに直結しやすいセルフシャド
When?
ウ
Good
に
point.
関してはすごくずっと気になってたんで、
And then again, lighting and shadow, better lighting and shadow effects, especially for the player's shadows.
まあさっきもお話しましたけど、できるだ
Dude,
けプレイヤーの皆さん
you guys know
の今の
Crystal
キャラクターに
Exarch?
持ってるイメージっていうのが
Where,
変わ
like,
らないよう
he's
に
becoming more and more
綺麗になっ
crystallized,
たな
right?
俺のキャラって
Remember
思っ
how
て
his
もらえるよ
arms
うに
looked?
していきたいと思ってます。
Little pixels?
Of course,
Will they fix
again, our
that?
goal is to make it so that the overall appearance of player
Let me
characters
see that.
will be altered as little as possible. We want you guys to see the graphical updates and think, oh wow, my character has
Where's-
become
I
pretty.
need a picture.
で
Oh
注意
my
点が
god, what
二
is
つあ
that
って
mouse
はい
pad?
まず
Holy
一つ装
shit.
備品信じられない数のアセットがあるのであれを 7.0 までに全部コンバートするのは不可能です。
So, 2 points of caution. The gear, we mentioned about updating the material quality of gear, but there's an incredible, unbelievable amount of gear available for all of our player characters. And considering we'd have to convert them all, we will not be able to get through converting all of the gear by the
Look at
7.0
this.
timing.
なので 7.0
Not bad.
で新しく実
Look
装されてる装備っていうのは
how pixelated he is.
下手内容で作っていきます。なので
goddamn shame.
もので全部用意するつもりです。
So any gear that is implemented from 7.0 will have gone through the process of the updated graphics. So of course those will be of the higher quality.
ただし、できる限りこうプレイヤーの皆さんがミラプリとかをしておしゃれに使っているものに
I think it's
関して
still like
は
that,
ち
isn't
ょ
it?
っと優先的にできる限り対応をしてまたパッチ 7.x シリーズで徐々にその古い装備っていうのも新しい仕様に少しずつこう対応していけるようにっていうふうに思ってますのでちょっと数年がかりで全体が上がっていくことにはなるかと思いますがよろしくお願いします。
But we understand that there are certain glamours that people use often, so we want to look at those and try to get those done
Yeah, that
with
was
a
still
higher
in there.
priority in terms of like which to get to. And throughout the 7.x series is when we will address the rest of the previous equipment or gear. So I'm afraid it will take at least a few years to address all of the different textures.
あと NPC です。今回ね
あー
プレイヤーのキャラクターみんなクオリティアップするじゃんバーンって NPC 全員も無理だと思っていて70までには
The other thing are the NPCs. I know we talked about updating the player characters and the graphics on those, but I'm afraid we're not going to be able to address all of the NPCs by 7.0.
At least
申し訳ないん
update
だが
Crystal Cross.
クオリティの高くなった NPC とまだなんて順番が回ってこない NPC っていうのが出てしまうと思うんですけどちょっとそれも許していただけると助かります。
So I'm terribly sorry to say this, but you may start seeing NPCs that have gone through the graphical updates and those that have not gone through the updates. But please, your understanding would be
The silence for
appreciated.
sure will get the
これを
update.
ね全部やれって言うといやもうじゃあ
うん
グラフィックスアップデートやめましょう
なしにしましょう
無理です無理ですってなっちゃうんでちょっとちぐはぐっていうのが出ちゃうタイミングがあるとは思うんですけどそれをやっぱり承認していかないといつまで経ってもできないと思ってるのでちょっと許していただけるとなのでちょっとイルベルドはまだ後でいいかみたいな
And if I were to tell my team that, okay, we need to do everything, then people are just going to throw in the towel and be like, no, this is impossible. So I'm afraid there will be times at which not all of the NPCs will have gone through their graphical updates and it might look a little disoriented or disjointed. But if I don't allow for that to happen, we won't be able to get to it. So again, if you could forgive us for going through that, that would be appreciated. Like Airbird might not get his graphical update as quickly as maybe like the Sultana, but
テレジアデレジが
Don't save him for
ただ
last.
ですね残念なんとテレジアデレジってプレイヤーのなんだろうキャラメイクで作られてるんで僕らが手を下さずともあいつ勝手にクオリティ上がってしまう可能性が高い
some people are asking, oh, but what about Telegy Adelegy? And I realize
Give a
his
creep.
expression is part of the parts that you can select when you're creating your character. So because we're updating the player character facial parts, Telegy Adelegy is going to have his graphical updates already. So he may be an exception to those NPCs.
Memorial runs of Cape
まあというわ
Westwind.
けでプレイヤーベースで組まれてるものはね必然的にそうなるんですけどまあナナモさんとかはねやった方がいいかなとは思ってるんですけど、ちょっとまだ精査まではしきれてないのでちょっとそういう状態が出るとは思うんですけどよろしくお願いします。
So yeah, any characters that are built based on facial parts or body parts that are available for players to utilize will probably be updated simultaneously
Yeah.
with like
Seems
the
like
player
it.
character graphics. But there are certain key NPCs that we're also looking at. Maybe the Sultana, but we have yet to sort of assess, and we will continue to sort of explore the options.
でまあちょっと今日お見せしたのは繰り返しになりますが、テストをスタートしてまだ1ヶ月ちょっとのデータなので、さらなるですねクオリティの向上に向けて他の種族も含めてですねテストを続行していきます。いずれ装備とかもねこんな感じになるよというのもお見せできればと思ってます。
But yeah, again, what we showed you was only about a month or so of testing. So we're hoping to provide you with more updates as they come in. Perhaps the other races, perhaps we can provide you an update with gear, etc. in
Oh, I wanna see
the not so
gear.
far future.
でそうだな、あとは結構コメントであったんですけど装備の干渉なんとかしてほしいって、あれは正直どうにもならないです。物理エンジンを入れて、計算でかわすしかないんですけ
I
ど、
agree.
それをやるとやっぱ動かなくなっちゃうと思うのであとやっぱり装備の干渉を許可してる僕が、もういいとこれは割り切ってくれって言ってるから今のペースでそのアセットギアが報酬が装備がリリースできてるっていうところもあるので努力はしますが根本的にオフラインのゲームのようにはならないので、はい、そこはすいませんご了承ください。
And I'm also seeing comments about can you do something about like gear or equipment or like player characters like body parts interfering with the graphics of gear, equipped gear. And I'm afraid that is something that we cannot address fully. We would have to put in a physics engine in there, and that would cause for some of the characters to kind of not move properly anymore. And plus, I, as the director, have allowed for those imperfections to my team. I'm afraid we're just moving on with it, or else we won't be able to keep the pace in releasing these different gear and the different designs that is available. So I'm afraid we are unable to address it fully to match something that of a like a standalone game. Sorry.
さあでは次はですねちょっと BG、マップに関わるところもテスト1ヶ月ちょっとのサンプル持ってきました。
Ooh, wait, we get to see
have
new
more
map
samples
stuff.
though. This time it's for various backgrounds and like map elements.
まずこれは単純に、テクスチャーとかに何も手を入れずに、配置できるライトの数を増やすっていうテストのサンプルです。
So this first image is a test of just simply the number of lights we can place in a certain scene without it touching any of the textures or surfaces.
配置ライト数をですね複数増やす
Ooh,
とこん
look
な
at that
感じに
blue
なり
on
ま
the
す。
wall.
So we just added a few more lights in a particular scene, and what you see is in the right side of the image.
ライトがですね遠くに左側ね1灯しか焚けないので、ちょっと見てほしいのは手前側にあるデスクに影がほぼ落ちてないのが、右側複数ライトによってちゃんと影が出るようになってるでしょ。
So if you look at the one on the left, we were only able to place one light source in the scene, but in the picture on the right, we were able to place multiple lights to give it a more realistic look. And as you can see, the desk is now casting a shadow.
Oh, yeah, I didn't realize that.
さらに1灯追加されてるの
In the
で、
tree.
あそこまで作り込んでたのにライトが当たらないことによって全部黒で潰れちゃってたのが、しっかり見えてくるようになるので、これね多分プレイじっくり見ていないとというか受ける雰囲気が変わるのでこれによって。
Indoors.
And of course,
Isn't it like a study
I think
kind of thing?
one of the key
That's the
changes
studium,
that you can see is
isn't it?
because we were able to place a light directly on top. You're able to see some of the
RTX
details
song,
that would have been
RTX
kind of
song.
hidden behind a shadow, and so I think
Oh yeah, I
with
have it not on me
allowing
right now.
for
Sorry.
more lights to be placed, it will kind of give you a better impression of some of the atmosphere in some of these locations.
でさらにですねこちら
Yo,
今
show
の現在の状態の
me,
ピターニ
show
ア
me
です
this
ね
map. This would be so cool.
Next, you see Titania in her current or in their current state.
でこれはシャドウです。シャドウのテストをお見せします。
So this is where we tested out how shadows
Hugh.
appear.
影に
yeah, look
使って
at
るテクスチャー
that.
の解像度と計算を上げていくのでこれぐらいくっきり見えていくように
Wow, so colorful.
So this is where we tested
Ew.
the texture
Thank you,
as
Junggi.
well as the calculation formula
Wow, it's so
behind how we're,
colorful.
displaying the shadow underneath Titania, and we believe that we are able to improve the quality and the resolution up to what you see
Wow.
on
Oh
the
my
right image.
さ
god.
らにですねこれ複数ライトも置いて見てるのでもう今の14だと左の環境しか作れないんですけど複数ライトさらにカラー変えたりしていくことで
Oh my god,
ウィンドウ
he
ごとにね
threw
かなり複雑なライティングの絵作りっていうのができていくように
Wow,
な
that
ります
looks really nice though.
And as you can see, we have multiple lights again in this
Bisexual
updated
lighting.
picture, and then plus we put some colored lighting. So the background is exactly the same, and it was actually quite intricately built. But by having these different sort of lighting available to shine on it, you can see the complex details that was part of the structure.
ちなみにこれ左のティタニアのストーリー的には左の雰囲気がいいなって言ってるコメントがあるんですけど、
はい
実はこの状態をさらにグレードアップさせたバージョンを BG チーム作ってきたんですサンプルとして
ほうほう
ただ開発者目線で見ないと分かんないからライトの色を赤とかにして複数ライトが混ざってるっていう環境を作ってくれって言って
Too pretty.
僕がわざわざデザイナーがセンスよく統一してきたものをバラしたんで
なるほど。
デザイナーのセンスじゃないのでこれね
なるほ
僕のプレゼン用
Dude,
だ
that's
と思ってください
crazy,
デザイナー
that
の名誉のために言っ
difference.
ておきます
デモ用ですね。
はい
One thing I do want to clarify because somebody pointed out they liked the look.
Yeah, I'm typing out
of
my-
the
my
original
comment.
Titania,
This
where
is so
it has that sort
nice.
of mood with all the muted colors. Yoshida wanted to, or I want to point out that this is the developers actually brought to me an example of what improved graphics would look like with that stayed within the color palette of the original picture, but that's very much in the developer's perspective, and I wouldn't be able to tell the difference of what has improved. That's why I had requested my designer to intentionally place red lights, something that's more obvious, just to show an example. So don't worry, this is not what we're trying to do. We're not trying to like destroy the atmosphere. The designer was very mindful about keeping the tone of the story, but I wanted a more like overt example. So just wanted to clarify that.
でここでちょっとね特に注目してほしいのが画面右の奥、上の方に見えてるステンドグラスのあたりをちょっと見ていただきたいんですけど
And one part that I do want to point out, if you look at the upper part of the image,
Yeah, it's
where
definitely
the
not
stained
final.
glass is,
これ左と右
I'm
マ
sure
ッ
there's
プの
still
ポリゴンは
kinks that
何
they
も
can
変わ
work
らないん
out.
ですねテクスチャー解像度も変わってないです、
so just reiterating that we have not changed any of the polygons that are in the map layout. We did not improve any of the textures here.
なのでライトを変える複数置けるようになるだけで実は BG アーティストたちがこだわって作っていた箇所っていうのがより明確にちゃんと見えるようになるんですよ左は全部影で潰れてるんですけどもともとちゃんと凹凸あるんですね
And so this is what I'm trying to show with this image is that by being able to place multiple lights in a scene, we are able to showcase the details that our background artists have put into the structure. So above these stained glass, you might see these sort of like
Dude, I
tiered,
recently
sort
discovered
of
the lights in
molding on
G-Pose.
top. And
I had no
the picture on the
idea.
left, it makes it unnoticeable because it's kind of drowned in the shadows. So by being able to place multiple lights, we're able to accentuate those details that our background team has put into the structure.
ちなみにバックグラウンドアーティストたちはライトの追加をやっていこうって言ったらめっちゃ喜んでました
お
Helios.
So when
Thank you
we
so
were
much for
talking about
subbing.
adding
I
multiple
appreciate it a lot.
lights,
Thank
the
you.
background team definitely had a very strong reaction to that.
よかった。
さあで次はですね、
おー
こちらは金属
Oh, looks like
表
the
現
golden
を、
shiny.
その質感を上げますというサンプルになります。
So next sample we want to show you is how we depict like the texture of the metal.
Oh,
こち
this
らも
is
ですね、デザイ
ooh.
ナーの趣味というよりはですね、悪趣味なぐらい変えてくれって言ってるので、
言って
それをご承知おきください。
And of course, this again is supposed to be an example. And so I asked my designer to make it very gaudy at this point. So please understand it is not necessarily the
Oh.
designer's
It's
choice.
shiny.
まあもともとやりたかったけどシェーダーがなくてできなかったの
Hi,
で、
Jun, how
まあ
are
これ
you?
ぐらいゴールドをちゃんと
It's definitely gaudy.
So up until
Hey.
now, we didn't have the proper shaders to apply, but we would love to improve the look of metallic surfaces. For example, gold here.
It actually looks
すごいね、セッ
metallic.
トで吉田の家じゃんって書いてあるんだけど、俺んちこんなんだったらもう仕事してないわ。
Well, no.
People are saying, "Oh, is this
I
Yoshida's
suppose.
house?" I was like, "No, if I were that
For a
rich, I
quick
wouldn't be
second, you
working."
can have the,
これ怖いもん
the
で
compare the
今まで
shine.
我々は左を
Let me
金だと
let me know what you
信じてまいり
think.
ましたけど
Oh, yeah, the pet's
なんか
above
もう
me,
プ
by
ラ
the
ス
way.
にしか見え
Sorry.
ないですよね。Yeah, actually, we trusted left
No,
side screen
no
is
bomb.
gold
No bomb.
up until now, but now it only see brass.
Sorry, I didn't move it.
Not
I didn't move it with
No
me.
more.
まあこういう形で金属の、質感強化っていうのもやっていきます。まあこれはねとても分かりやすい例じゃないかなと思います。
Thank you for that.
Well, Navi, new
again, we're
graphical
trying to
update.
Make improvements to
Yeah.
the material quality, so the
Oh,
look
thank you for the
of
hydrate.
metallic surfaces as
Hydrate
well.
now.
さらにですね、続いてはマップに使えるメモリっていうのも、上限を上げてあげようと思っているので、それによってですね、
Oh,
より
shining
多
the
くのオ
new
ブジェクト
shine.
が配置できるようになっていきます。
And next was to look at the memory resources allocated to rendering a particular area on a map. And I'm looking to raise that sort of cap so that we can place more objects in a particular field.
まあこれ左側が現在よくちょっとマトシャと出会ったりするところですけど、こんな感じになってます。これ現在ですね。
So the left side, you may remember your first encounter with Matsuya.
I couldn't
で
sell
それ
any
がです
fish,
ね、
man.
今回このぐらいまではいける
Oh,
だろう
look
と
at the stairs. Look how much more shit there
And with
is.
testing, we are seeing that we could possibly place more objects like these.
左と比べてですね、やっぱりまず注目点としてはその1枚のループで作られてたその階段状になってる部分っていうのが、それぞれ素材違いをしかもこう組み合わせで、ずらして配置したりすることによって、
Yeah,
こう
that was
使い
really
込まれた
cool.
感とかより出せていける。この辺りはね実はすごく大きいと思います。
うん。
And so in the left, you may notice that it's just
Ooh,
a
and houses,
repeat,
I wonder.
layered on, like a repeat layered on top of each other. But in the updated graphics,
Sorry.
you can see that we
Excuse
are
me.
able to place objects not exactly like on top of each other,
Thanks.
but like you can shift it by a little bit. It'll allow for a more realistic depiction of the area has been in use. So this is actually quite it helps with like the immersion.
Yeah, no kidding.
であとはその床ですね。実は床の上にもう一枚テクスチャーを重ねてブレンドさせることでですね、床のこうひび割れだったり、
うん。
細かい今だとねメモリがないので巨大な床を1枚貼ってどうにかってところなんですけど、そこをさらにこう質感上げていけるようになる。
And then the floor or the ground, with
Oh, yeah, the
graphical
ground is
update, we'll be
textures.
able to add another layer on top to give it more texture and kind of blend it in. So like cracks in the ground. Previously, we wouldn't have enough memory, so we would just have to paste one giant floor and deal with it. But with the graphical updates, I think we'll be able to improve on the texture quality as well.
そしてですね、続いてがちょっと BG でお知らせする最後になるんですが、
Next is, I believe, the last set of samples that I've seen for the background elements.
Does Elpis have a background?
こちらです。我々開発
Speaking of
自動草って呼んでるやつ。
You're getting
So
your
this
wish you.
is, one of our pet peeves, arch nemesis, I should say. These are like these
Like grass,
automatically
kinda.
generated grass.
これがですね、カットシーンのチェックをやってるとですね、割り込んでくるんですよ。自動で生やされるんで。多分カットシーン作ったスタッフの時には生えてなかったん
I'm
で
excited
す
to
け
see
ど
how this will look.
僕がチェックする時は生えててですね、このジャギジャギがすごい入ってくるんですよ、カメラに。
And this is so it takes away from
It is PS3 grass.
cutscenes when it barges in. I'm sure when the cutscene team is creating the composition, they don't see the grass because this is just automatically generated after the fact. But sometimes it's like so close up and it's so pixelated, and that pixelation it bothered me very much.
Yeah,
今回もね、
PS2.
実はちょっと裏話ですけど、
はい
まあエルピスでヘルメスにね、
うん
メーティオンにせがまれてエルピスの花をこう見せる
はいはいはい。
シーン、夜空でねあるじゃない。でヘルメスがこう
Hey, grass is pretty
画面を
cool.
外すあそこがですね、何度チェックしてても自動草が入ってくるんですよ。で頭にきたんでもう BG 班に頼んでこの辺もう草生やさない設定にしてくれ。
We should touch it more
除
often.
草剤を巻いて
Yeah, let's all go outside and touch some grass, you guys.
So
All
one,
together.
behind the scenes comment I wanted to make when I was looking at the cutscene in Elpis. Sorry, spoilers, but Hermes, when he's talking to Meteon about, oh, I want to show you the flowers in Elpis, and he removes his mask, and the grass automatically generates. And it gets in the way. So I got so mad. I
no.
told the background team, like, can you make it so that you don't have grass being generated in this part of the ground?
でそれがですね、
わー
今まだテスト中ですがこんな感じになります。はい。
But
Looks very
that will
spiky.
be updated, hopefully. Again, we're still testing, but this is a sample image of what it could look like.
でまあ種類も、ね、
Wow.
複数持てるようになるので、これね草原から上は何
That's
も手を入れてないんですよ。
so much better. It looks like
向こうに
grass.
全く今のままなんですけど、まあこんなに変わるですよね。
So and plus we
Yeah, it
are
looks so
able
much
to
better.
generate a variation of
It may
different
stab you, so be
grass,
careful, Shiki.
or plants. And
Hey,
so
ignore the tree.
while we haven't added or modified anything in the background, like the trees and the field in the background have not been modified,
They mentioned it.
the look of it is different because of how we can process these automated grass.
これはですね自動草そのものを入れ替えるので、申請から行月まで全ての
あ、なるほど。
マップで自動で生えてる草が綺麗になり
Wow.
ま
That's really
And
good.
for this update, we will be replacing the system that generates these grass or plant life. And so this should be applied throughout all of the areas from A Realm Reborn throughout Endwalker.
Nice.
す。さあではバックグラウンド実はねまだあるんですけど、ちょっと
Such
どんな
vegetation.
表現バックグラウンドを上げていくかというのをお知らせしておきます。
We've done various other testings in terms of background elements, but allow me to summarize again.
まず先ほど、サンプルでも見ていただきましたライト配置数の追加質感凹凸表現ね雰囲気の強化っていうのがこれによって、行われます。
So again, we are going to be doing additional lighting points, so improved visual quality, depth, and immersion.
そしてですね影の高解像度化影のテクスチャーを高解像度にすることでですねちらつかなくな
Yeah,
ったり
data
ですね
center travel, the
影が
first thing we're all
より
gonna do is go to
明確に
Elpis and touch grass together.
And then higher resolution shadows. And so we'd be improving the texture of the shadow and how it's depicted so that it will allow for like flickering, decreased flickering.
ちょっと嘆きの海の
Yeah,
マ
better
ップを
cutscenes.
思い出していただきたいんですけど
'Cause, like,
あそこ
okay,
実は
you saw that-
雰囲気を宇宙空間にする
that, like,
ために
fan-made cinematic?
ライトの距離を
The
す
yellow
ごい
one.
遠
I can't remember the
く
name
し
of
て
it.
全
Like the way
体
that
の
they did camera
暗
work
さを
was so much better than what
こう
we
シェード
typically
が
get in
やってるんですけど
cutscenes.
結果そうすると影がものすごく長く表示されるんだけど、テクスチャー解像度が
The
低い
the
がゆえに
friend one.
すごいじらついたりボケたりする箇所が結構多いんですよ。
It's like
ただ
someone
雰囲
going
気を優
through
先し
their
たん
like
で我慢してたんですけど、そういうところもですねより綺麗に
experience as an
影が出てくる
adventure.
ように
Ah, fuck, what is it
なると思
called?
います。
So if you would recall Mare Lamentorium and how we were trying to depict or make it seem like you're in outer space and make sure that the lighting had been placed in a very distant location so that we emphasize that sort of
The slash
darkness
emo.
that
Yeah, that
surrounds
one.
you. Because of that, whenever you're on the moon, your shadow gets to be very long, but because the shadow textures were not optimal, you would see frequent areas that would cause the shadows to flicker or it could get blurry. So with the graphical update, we're hoping to improve so that those shadows would come out a lot crisper.
そして質感表現の向上です。これもシェーダーでですね、金属とか
I'm
布
excited.
とか、まあそれ以外のちょっとシェーダーも今検討してます。
And then, of course, improve textures, which includes metals, fabrics, and we're also trying to consider what other elements can we improve.
そして最後に
Oh,
ご覧
is it the
いただい
same
た
group? I haven't seen the
自動配置
tomorrow
植物の
one.
強化、高解像度にしたりですね、あとは植生をね、種類を増やしたりしていきます。
Lastly, more and better auto-generated greenery, which is increased resolution, variety, and etc.
で画面全体にフィルター効果として非常に重要なアンビエントオクルージョンっていう機能だったり、フォグ、いわゆる霧をこう重ねるみたいな、それをフォグって呼ぶんですけど、これらに関しては今テストをしてるんですけど、まだちょっとサンプルをお見せできない状態です。
And we're also considering other effects or filters that would apply to the overall screen, including ambient occlusion and fog effects. Now, those are still being tested, but we couldn't produce results that we can present at this time.
めちゃくちゃ雰囲気出るし、めちゃくちゃクオリティ上がるんですけど、やっぱ画面全体にパフォーマンスの影響を与えるものなので、
Oh, it is the
慎
same
重に
group.
テストをして、
Yeah, dude.
しっかりこれだったら大丈夫だろう。その皆さんが極端に
That was
PC を
really
買い
good.
替えたりとかしなくても、
It'd be nice if we had
あ
the same
の
kind
あと
of
オプショ
thing.
ンでね、ちょっと切ることで軽くできるとかっていうのをちゃんと用意した上で、ここまでやれますよっていうのをちゃんとお見せできる。まだちょっと1ヶ月じゃそこまではいけないので、まあ、ただこれらも強化はしていきますので、また続報をねお待ちいただければと思います。
And we totally understand that it will give it a different sense of atmosphere, or it would really improve the mood if we had those kinds of textures applied or those filters applied. But it does affect the overall performance of the game. So we will need to test it very carefully for sure. So we want to explore our options, but we also want to make sure that we are at a state where we're comfortable and not requiring for so much resources that players would have to like update their PC to an extreme, or be able to provide an option to shut it off if you want to optimize your performance. So I'm afraid we're not able to show you anything as of like a month or so of testing, but we're hoping to bring you updates further down the line. So yeah, if you could please stay tuned for that.
さてでは、グラフィックス第1次グラフィックスアップデートの、まあ、今日お伝えできる範囲としては、ここまでとさせていただきます。
Okay, so in terms of the graphical updates and the preparations that we're making for it, I think is all that I have for today's presentation.
さあでは続いて、3つ目なんですが、まあ、引き続き多くのアップデートをこれまでと変わらずですね適切なスケジュールでお届けしていきますよというお話です。
So yeah, we will continue to provide regular updates on an appropriate schedule.
せっかくの機会ということでですね、
はい
ちょっと 6.1 から 6.5 まで現状決まっているものでお知らせできそうなものをお知らせしておこうと思います。
So I would like to share information that we know that we're going to have from 6.1 through 6.5.
まずパッチ6.1 なんですけど、こちらねリリースタイミングが読み切れ
Hildebrand
ないんですけど皆さん4月には出します。はい。
Tatari's Grand Endeavor?
So 6.1 series. I understand that it's still kind of hard to see when it's coming, but we
I
are
still need
looking
to
at
do
April
Hildebrand.
at this time.
当然ですがメインクエストのアップデートっていうのは 6.1 から 6.5 まで新しい冒険をお届けしていこうと思ってます。
Of course, part of those updates will include the updates to the main scenario. We will have a new story with each
Hi, Rhino.
patch installment.
そしてですね全世界から帰ってこいと言われていた
Financial domination.
事件や紳士ねついに帰還でございます。
Tatari's
ギルディブランドの行月編
Don't worry, Hugh, I haven't done it either.
Of course, we've heard many people ask for him to come back. This gentleman extraordinaire,
Can they
Mr.
say
Hildebrand,
somehow?
will be making his return.
新しいサブクエストシリーズとしてですねタタルの大繁盛商店というのが、
Pest Slave.
連続として始まります。
And then, of course, a new series of side quests named Tataru's Grand Endeavor.
ちなみにヒルディブランドが最後に目撃されたのはパッチ 5.3 で実装された漆黒決戦ノルブラントでエリディブスによって召喚された中に
いましたね。
確率でたまに出てくるんでねあいつID の中に、あそこですね最後に目撃されてるのは。
I believe the last last time Hildebrand was seen was in patch 5.3,
Heroes
the
Gauntlet.
Hero's Gauntlet.
I never
And
saw
this is a
him.
random occurrence, so you may or may not have seen him. But when you are doing your Warrior of Light battle, he is one of the people that is summoned.
さあどんな冒険とかね
Don't worry,
進行中になるのか
Helios,
ぜ
you
ひ
good.
楽しみにお待ちください。
But yeah, we hope you enjoy whatever odd adventures that he gets into.
まあどんどんいきます。パッチ 6.1 まだまだあってですね、アライアンスレイドミソロジー・オブ・エオルゼア十二支にまつわる物語ですね、スタートします。
Yeah!
Continuing with patch 6.1
Ultimate!
updates, we will have our Alliance raid Myths
Dragon
of the
Song's
Realm
Reprise.
Part 1 implemented. This
It's
is going
happening!
to delve into or touch upon the mythos of the 12 gods.
そして新 PVP のクリスタルコンフリクトというのが、スタートして蛮族クエストアルカソーダラ続編があって、ゼツは本当お待たせしました。
I wonder
レイド大好き勢。
We're probably not gonna see anything about it
本当
today.
最新ゼツリリー
Not
スしま
till
す
the。other live letter, right?
And so next is a new PvP, the Crystal and Conflict.
I want to try the new
We will have a
PvP.
new Beast Tribe quest, or like a new
Elpis.
tribal quest.
What the fuck?
Arkasodara tribe quest in their
I will
dailies,
be
and then,
quadruple
a
legend.
new ultimate content. Thank you so much for your patience. Our new ultimate duty will be implemented as of 6.1.
Yay!
ゲームはねアルテマになりますがもうバランスチェックも終わっていて
お
結構むずいですよ。
And of course, we will finally be reopening the Unreal battles. Ultima's Bane will be what's coming for the next battle. We are currently testing this out, but it's quite challenging.
アルテマウェポンってもともと結構初期に時間のない中で作られていて、IL が結構みんな上がってるんで、いろいろギミック無視できたりとか、被弾してもそんなになんですけど、レベル90でバランス取り直してきっちりアイテムレベル確定させたらね、やっぱ
Big
面
news about
白いし
school?
やりごたえあるなこれっ
What?
て感じでした。
Of course, when we first designed the Ultima weapon fight,
I want to blank
it was
easy mode
done in a
still.
rush. And then by
But-
now, I think people have raised their
To
item level.
PA school?
So even if you
Wait, what's
take
PA
damage,
school?
it's not as bad. But with the Unreal battles, we have adjusted the boss fight so that it matches that of a level 90 player.
Physician
So,
assistant. Congrats,
and
dude!
we've kind of
Nice
finalized the
job!
item level.
I'm proud of
So
you.
testing it out, I
It's
enjoyed it. It
Suna.
was a
Hi,
very interesting
Suna.
battle, and it's very challenging for sure.
あーでも今ちょっとコメントであったんだけど、
はい
蛮族クエストっていう蛮族っていう呼び方やめたいなっていうコメントがあって、まあ、確かにそうだね。
うんうんうん。
ちょっと
Garla
考え
molding
直そうメモっといて
I'm
もらってい
always
いかし
Garla
ら
molding.
はい。表現変えていきましょう。
There was a comment about the Beast Tribe quest, and it seems to not be very favorable to call it that. I know we're trying to shift it to say tribe quest, or like we're just calling it by the tribal name in the English, but we are going to try to figure out a better way to phrase it.
そして絶なんですけど、
はい。
Private
まあめっ
anatomy.
ちゃ調整続いてるんですけど、
Oh man, I need a Blankies
多分
emote.
一番難しいと思うんで、やる方は覚悟をしておい
Do you
て
think it's hard to make one?
And I want to backtrack a little bit to the ultimate duty, the new ultimate duty, and we're balancing
I
right
want a
now
new
and making adjustments, but
Blankies.
it's quite difficult.
Jacquelina,
So,
15? Oh,
if
real?
you're up for a challenge,
Yeah, that's
that's
affordable.
fantastic. But yeah, it's going to take some.
2 frames is fine.
It's going to again be challenging.
絶は 6.1
I just don't know how you make it like move, you know?
Oh, I'm sorry. Ultimate would be not 6.1,
Well,
but
I suppose you could do it frame by frame in,
6.11,
like,
so
Photoshop.
It's probably not at the same time as the major patch.
まあメインシナリオをやったり、
はい
ハウジングの
Just
抽選
lazy.
に戻ったりするために2週間空けて出す予定かな。はい。
We are hoping that
I'm
players would enjoy the main
lazy.
scenario first, and then 6.1 is also when we open up the Ishgard housing. So I'm sure people will want to sign up for like
Hire
housing
someone.
plots.
I
So
know.
we're going to
Move these.
wait 2 weeks after
These
the launch
nuts
of
in
the
your
major patch,
face.
and then release the ultimate duty.
まだまだあってですね、6.1、まあ、さっきお伝えしたメインクエスト ID のフェイス対応 2.0 半やって、それ以外のID もちょっとグラフィックスの調整とかいろいろやってます。
So continuing on with the 6.1 series updates, so the main quest, the trust system for A Realm
Nabi
Reborn
Jam?
patch 2.0
What if I
main
tell you
scenario
that
dungeons.
There's one in the
そし
works.
て新しいリワードシステムとしてですね、キャラクターカードっていうのの、システム実装が、ドーンと始まります。
And then a new calling card style UI. So this is going to be a new reward type system that we plan to start implementing.
まあ
Navi-chan.
この辺の
Dude,
詳しい内
trust
容
me
は
when I
ね
say
3
I've
月の
commissioned a
ハッカー
lot of
また
emotes,
パッチ
like
6.1
animated
パ
emotes.
ート1、パート2の方で
And
お
they're
伝えしていき
fucking
ますそしてお
awesome.
待たせしたロスガルの、
If I may
新
spoil
刊
a
型対応
bit.
がスタートとなります
We have a waddle, a
So for
wiggle,
this,
a
calling
dumpy,
card style UI.
a,
This is something
fuck.
that we'll cover in our
A
next
jam.
Next two live letters. There's
And
one
now we have
definitely
blankies.
planned on March the 4th, and we'll do like a 6.1
literally called
feature,
dumpy.
part 1 and part 2. So we'll
You
delve
can
into details.
maybe
at that
guess
point.
what it looks
So
like.
next item would be new hairstyles for Hrothgar. Thank you so much for your patience on this.
そしてハウジング、石ガールドハウジングが開き、お得意様取引は
They will be shown in the future.
アメリアンス編となります
I promise.
The next two items is the opening of Imperium or Ishgard housing.
The dumping
and
will
then
be in,
custom deliveries. You get to
BTTV,
meet
most likely.
With Alphino and Alizé's mom, Amelian's.
Oh, we're doing deliveries for the twins'
あ
mom.
新 PVP はいつですか
It's not gonna be a
まあ
butthole.
またちょっと PLL で詳しく言いますけど、6.15 を予定してます。はい。
We had a question about when is the new PvP going to go live. Again, we'll cover this in the upcoming other PLLs, but we are looking
Honestly,
at 6.15 time.
You're kind of right, Charlie.
まあそれ以外にもですね、透滅戦など多数のものが、
はい
まあ
Millions
透滅戦の名前言えないですけど、ありますんで、ぜひご
I'm
期待
ready.
ください。ここまでがまあ
Opening
6.1 のざっくり
6.1
概要です。はい。
And of course, new trials.
so.
We can't say what, but other assorted updates are planned for the 6.1 series.
そして続いて 6.2 ですがこんな感じになってて、
6.2
まあ、一番の注目はやっぱりお知らせしていた、
Relic.
無人島開拓
Oh,
の
Island
2
Sanctuary
からスタートになります。
6.2.
So next up is the 6.2 series. This is one of the large, like the anticipated content, I believe, is the Island Sanctuary. That's when we're going to start opening this up.
And Relic?
昨日全体を一通りチェックしましたけど、
6.1
めちゃくちゃでかいんで規模
え
だいぶね組み上がってるんでもう
I had the opportunity to check the overall sort of content yesterday, and it's quite large scale, but I think it's coming along nicely.
Island Sanctuary. It's
またちょっと
We don't exactly
今
know
日は
yet.
時間がないのであれですけど、詳
We
しく
haven't heard too much
説明する
about
機会は取ろうと思いますが、基本的には外の世界と全く異なるそこだけで完結できる遊びになってますし、まあ、ゆっくり本当にゆるくやれるので楽しみに待っていただけると嬉しいです。
So I'm afraid we don't have the time to cover it today, but we
No.
will take the time at another opportunity so that we can explain the details of this. But it is going to be a different sort of area that you can enjoy, and it's a very self-contained sort of content that you can enjoy.
でまあ2.x 残り新生オルゼアの 2.x シリーズのメインクエスト ID を全部対応し
variable
想定編に
difficulty.
も突入
Oh,
し
I
ます
didn't even notice
あ
that.
とは武器強化コンテンツの新しいシリーズをスタートしますとかですね。
So going back to the earlier bullet points, we will be applying the trust system for the 2.x main scenario dungeons, maybe partially into Heavensward. It says here
ああそうだもう
Oh, CTC
入れてないんですけどミラプリの拡張もね 6.1 から第1弾始まるんで言っときますそういうの
Squad
Oh,
in
we
my
also want to
house.
mention, we will be
They did mention
expanding
Deep Dungeon,
on
but I don't think
Glamour's,
it's that.
Glamour, ミラプリの、ごめんなさい、ミラプリはグラマープリズムの方でしょうか。
ね
言えない感じですか。
第1弾はプレート増やすをやっていくまず第1弾
So glamour related updates. I'm sorry, I wasn't sure how to phrase it, so I squeezed it out of Yoshida-san. We will be addressing and expanding upon glamour plates as part of the first glamour related updates in 6.1.
You can use my
series.
bathroom, yes.
まあちょっと全部書ききれないけどいつもの討伐透滅戦のノーマルと極があるとかいうのはまあいつも通りやっていくので、まあその辺は書かれてなくてもあると思ってもらえると助かります。
I don't even have a bathroom.
And of course, we will have whatever content that
Pee in
you
my
can
pond.
expect in a patch update, so like new trials, etc. It's not written here because we couldn't fit it all in the slides, but
No cocaine, no drugs in my
収納数増
bathroom.
やすトライもしてるからごっそり
I don't have a
どっ
bathroom
かの
in
タ
my
イミングで
house.
増やします。
No drugs
and
right
we're also
now.
looking at how
Bad.
to expand upon like the number of sets stored. So we're hoping to find an opportunity to do that update, like not an overhaul, but like
You
an
can use
update
the
on that as
waterfall,
well.
fine.
そしてですねさりげなく書かれてる新しいこの 6.2 から新しいバトルコンテンツタイプが全くこれまでと違うコンテンツを今開発中です。
And then the fourth bullet point, it's just kind of snuck in there as part of like the updates, but it's a new thing that we're trying to do. It's a dungeon with variable difficulty.
これ難易度可変ダンジョンって今開発コードネームなんですけど、1人から4人でチャレンジできて、1人で行く、2人で行く、3人で行く、4人で行くっていうので自動的にそれに合わせて難易度がコントロールされるっていうチャレンジ型のコンテンツになります。
And so the code name that we're using here is like Criterion Dungeons, but so you can attempt this with 1 to 4 people, and what makes it variable is that if you go in, depending on the number of people you go in with, so 1 person, 2 people, 3 people, 4 people, the difficulty sort of varies. It will automatically scale, so it's like a content where players can sort of challenge themselves.
Interesting.
まあこちらも組み上がってはきてるんですけど、まだ調整いろいろチェックやってたりするんで、まあ 6.2 に近づいてきたらしっかり特集していきたいと
I
思い
wonder if
ま
they let
す。
you.
It is coming along nicely, but and we're still performing checks on the content.
How
So
big is a Lola
please stay
bladder?
tuned for new information
It's my entire
as we
torso.
As they become available when we can talk about 6.2.
そして 6.3 になるとですね、メイン
Deep
クエスト
Dungeon
の ID フェイス対応が想定
Ultimate
ここで
Two
対応される
Ultimates
予定です。
Yo!
And then moving into 6.3, so we continued to
Oh my
add
God.
more trust NPCs. We should be able
Quintuples!
to address
They're fucking
the remaining
legend.
main scenario instanced dungeons.
I mean, they still have to give it a
in
name,
Heavensward.
probably that's why.
でかいのはですね、世界中からですね、ディープダンジョンシリーズの新しいのがやりたいという、お声をたくさん頂戴していたので、今企画をやっている最中です。6.3 で、ディープダンジョンシリーズの第3弾実装予定です。
And then
Oh my God,
players
my
from around the world had asked about when do we get a new deep dungeon.
Oh
And
no.
so we are in the planning phases at this time. We're hoping to launch the third
Dragon Dog
in the
War.
series of deep dungeons at 6.3 series timing.
そしてですね、すでに、開発スタートして進
Oh,
ん
that's
でるんですが、
exciting.
Z シリーズの第5弾を、6.3でリリース予定です。
Oh shit.
And then we are already starting to make plans for this, but we do
Content.
intend on adding one more ultimate duty. So this will be the 5th one in the series.
そしてですね、6.2 でリリースされた、無人島開拓のアップデートももちろん行っていきます。
And then, of course, because we will be opening up the Island Sanctuary as of 6.2, at 6.3 series timing, we will continue to update it.
でまあ、4と5はちょっとパッチ 6.4 と5はまとめてのご紹介になっちゃいますが、この4と5でグレン編のメインクエスト ID のフェイスタイムを全
Damn,
部
these
終わらせて、
patches
これで、
are
ストー
good.
リー上に登場する ID は、全部対応が終わる予定です。
And then next page covers both 6.4 and 6.5 series. But by this time, we aim to complete the trust system implementation into all of the Stormblood main scenario dungeon series. And so that should get through all of Stormblood.
で難易度可変ダンジョンと呼んでる新しいバトルコンテンツシリーズの第2弾とか第3弾も入れていきますし、無人島開拓の開拓エリアを追加したりっていう予定ももう当然ね、我々長期計画で進んでるので予定されてます。
And then, of course, our Criterion dungeons
Shouldn't be
will
looking at
see
Twitter right
an
now.
update. We should have numbers 2 and 3 implemented. And
Did they
then
talk about
for Island
Cash and
Sanctuary,
Pretoria Trust?
at this
Oh,
time
I
we
don't
want to
know about
expand
Trust.
upon the area, so we'll have an additional area.
でですね、例えば青魔同士のレベルキャップをどのタイミングにする、解放どのタイミングにするのとか、そういう状況を見ながら
Dude,
調整
Vanna's
してもら
body
う
has
と
such
どうして
good
もま
music.
だ
I
言
hear
え
it
な
in
い
the
ので
background.
それらもちゃんとどっかのタイミングでやっていきますんで、またそれぞれでですね、パッチのこう特集をお待ちいただければありがたいなと。やらないとかいうわけじゃないんで、ここに書かれてないものはね、まだ詰め切れてないものはちょっと言えないのでさすがに、まあこの辺りはもう全部確定しているのでお知らせしております。
I'm sure some of you might be wondering about, okay, when is the
Are you
next time
hyped,
the Blue
Kayla?
Mage is going to have their level cap increased?
They did not. They did not
And,
talk more about it.
Some of these items we need to monitor the situation, and so I'm afraid we aren't able to determine exactly when this is going to happen, but we do intend on doing it. We will share more information when we are going to do like a patch specific like updates live stream. Please note that even if it's not written in the document, it doesn't mean that we're not going to do it. So yeah, there might be information that we're still in the planning phase.
I don't think it's gonna
and
replace
we
a
weren't
house.
able to solidify at this time. So we will continue to
But-
look at the various existing
It's
content
not till
and
6.2.
provide updates when we can.
まあなんかパッチ情報を出すとみんな細かいところあれはどう
まあ
これはど
そうなりますね
うってやっぱなっちゃうね。まあ皆さんが思ってることは基本的にやってるんで大丈夫ですよ。
I see that people in the comments are talking about various granular areas of patch updates, and I think it's safe to say that things that we know people are expecting in a regular update will more than likely be included. So I want to make sure that yeah, don't be worried.
まあアルカソーダラの次のはどうなるの、種族ってどうなるのとかももう全部決まってます。ちゃんとマイパッチやっていくので、まああれかなこれかなって思いながら待っていただけると嬉しい。
And the tribal quest beyond Arkasodara is, I'm sure, a mystery, but we have a plan. We do have like which
And probably
group
leopards.
to focus in on, and we do want to have content available per each of the patch. So it'd be great if you could wait, or not wait, but like speculate, kind of imagine which tribe will we be focusing in on.
あとゴールドソーサーも予定してるんですけど、4になるか5になるかまだ決まってないんでちょっと待ってください。
And we do intend on making Gold Saucer updates, but
Ooh.
we still haven't determined if it's going to be 6.4 or 6.5. So that's why we're not mentioning it at this time.
さあというわけでまあまあ変わらずですね、もりもりでやっていきますよというお知らせでした。
But yeah,
Alliance Range
just wanted
6.1,
to
but
go
nothing,
through
no
all of
specifics
these
or anything.
roadmaps, just so that we know that we continue, or we plan to continue providing very hefty updates.
ただですね、一個皆さんにこれを踏まえてですね、ちょっとお知らせをさせてください。
But with that being said, allow me to make one announcement.
メジャーパッチのサイクルについてです。
And this is regarding the major patch cycle.
これまでですね、申請スタートからですね、まあずっとできるだけこの 3.5 ヶ月に1メジャーパッチ配信っていうのを、まあ目標に掲げてやってきました。
So of course, since the relaunch as A Realm Reborn, we've tried to keep this pace of one major patch update per every 3.5 months.
でこれをですね、本当申し訳ないんですが、2週間プラスしてですね、4ヶ月にさせてください。
And I'm terribly sorry to ask you of this, but we need to extend it by 2 weeks, and so we want to change it so that it's one major patch every 4 months.
でこの2週間って何かっていうとですね、まあ我々開発内では実装期間っていうのと調整期間っていうので大きく2つあるんですけど、この実装期間にプラスあと1週間、それから調整期間にプラスあと1週間の時間をいただいて、
2 more weeks. I can't believe they do this to
なんかやって
me.
きたのをちょっと4ヶ月、まあプラス2週させていただけると助かります。
So of course we have periods of our development cycle where it's development and then implementation, and various adjustments, fine-tuning that we do. So those 2 weeks that we ask of you for your patience is 1 week for additional implementation, and then 1 week additional for fine-tuning. So that makes it that 3.5 months now turns into 4 months.
I mean, extending it by a month, it's like
夏季休暇期間とか、まあ
You
我
probably
々や
find
っぱ
something
り
else
サ
to
マー
do.
バケーションスタッフに渡したりですね、年末年始やっぱり家族とねゆっくり過ごしてほしいっていうのがあるので、まあ夏季休暇期間とか年末年始の場合には、まあこれにプラス1週間ねさせていただくことがあるかなと思います。
And in addition to that, we do have breaks,
Oh, yeah.
like summer vacation or summer holidays, New Year's holidays. I'm sure people have family that they would visit over the holidays, and so
I
for
feel that,
those
Jin.
holiday seasons, we might see an additional like 1 week's not delay, but like 1 week's time.
How
added as
dare
well.
the team take
まあやっぱり
breaks?
ここまでその前半の10年間っていうところで
Enjoying the
も
holidays
お
with
伝
their
えしました け
families?
ど、
Not on my
相
watch.
当
I want to play
みんな
the
の開発チーム、
game.
運営チームのモチベーションっていうところ
Oh,
に
God.
頼ってやってきたところがあるなと思っていて、まあそれは僕自身のこう稼働の高さも含めてなんですけど、まあ休みたいというよりはやっぱり適切にみんな健康で健やかに開発に取り組むことでよりクオリティも上がっていくだろう。でもまあ事実足りてない無理をしてきたっていうところもあるので、
Oh yeah, I
それ
feel
が
that
理由に
Karima
なっ
like
て
all
ま
the
す。
time.
as I explained in the first half, when we were looking back at our first 10 years, we really depended on the motivation of each of the developers that are on the team, and me included. I was moving around and very hands-on with my team, but looking at our schedule and how we work, I do want my team to be healthy and be able to sort of maintain a good level of quality because they are taking the necessary breaks. And to be honest, there were areas where we might not have performed as well as we should have because some of us may have been pushing too hard. So that's the reasoning behind why we want additional time.
でまあ非常にね皆さん優しいコメントいただけてるんでとても嬉しい。特にスタッフの健康とかね気遣っていただけてるんでとても嬉しいんですけど、
Oh, no,
まあ
you're
これま
completely
で
right.
2.0 からねなんとか3.5 ヶ月でこうやってきたこの実装10何週調整何週みたいなのでまあやってきたんですけど、ちょっとね比較を持ってきました。
Plus, there's a ton of games coming out right now.
And thank you so much for the kind comments
Elden Ring,
regarding our staff.
Triangle
and,
Strategy,
making sure that you're
so
showing your
on.
concern to our staff members. It really warms my heart, and I'll make sure to relay that. But considering what we've been doing in terms of providing an update every 3.5 months since 2.0, and we work with a schedule of like such and such weeks for implementation and whatnot. So we put together this comparison chart for you to take a look.
まあこれまで、企画開発、調整デバッグっていうのを、まあ、3.5 ヶ月でやってきてたんですけど、
Oh.
Of course, our development largely is broken down to planning, development, adjustments, and debug. And this is some of the numbers that we've pulled up.
まあ、パッチ 3.3 の時が左の列、
That's a lot.
4.3 の時が右の列です。
So the column of the left is patch 3.3 series timing. And then the column on the right is patch 5.3.
Can you imagine that compared to Endwalker
まあ、コ
at
ン
this
テン
point?
ツ数がねそこまで極
Well,
端
that's
に
just
いったわけじゃないんですけど、やっ
3.3 and
ぱジョブ
5.3.
数がまずね11だったのが18になってたり、ボス数が作ってるボス数がもう17から23って増えてるんですね。これ当然調整コストめちゃくちゃ増えてるんで。
増えましたな。
So, I mean, the number of content, like types of content, may not have varied over the years. But if you look at, say, like the number of jobs, from patch 3.3, 11 jobs, we've now jumped up to 18 as of 5.3, which means a lot of different balance adjustments for those. Number of bosses have gone from 17 to 23.
もちろんね開発スタッフっていうのも皆さんからいただいた月額課金で、まあ、どんどん採用してどんどん増やしていてチーム規模も当然上がってるんですけど、じゃあ人が増えればそんなに簡単に僕ら工場製品作ってるわけじゃないので量産が上がるかっていうとやっぱりそうではない。トレーニングも必要、経験も必要。やっぱりそんなスーパーエースたちが中川とか須藤とかがバンバン育っていくわけじゃないので
Of course, with our development team, thanks to the support via monthly submissions or subscriptions from everybody, we are able to strengthen our team. We were able to hire additional staff. And so our team has definitely grown, but I mean, we're not in a factory manufacturing, we're not an assembly line. So we require training. We require for our staff to gain experience. Not everybody is a super ace player like Nakagawa or Sudo.
例えばこの開発チーム運営チー
Go
ム
play
三角形
Charlie.
だ
I'll
とした場合
vouch for
に
you.
この三角のスケールはめっちゃ
Put me down as a
大きくでき
reference.
る
はい。
だけど結局上の方に行くと、どこまで行っても最後は頂点はディレクターとかプロデューサーってなってくるとここがやっぱそんな簡単には増えないんで、まあ、何でもかんでもたくさん調整もチェックもせずに出すってわけにもいかないから、 まあ、吉田を別に分身させろとかその培養して増やせばっていう考えもなきにしもあらずだけど、ちょっとまだテクノロジーがそこまで追いついてないんで。
So if you would imagine our sort of team, I guess, our staff, or how we're organized as like a giant triangle. And of course, we can always scale the triangle to be larger, but I mean, it's still a triangle, so the tip is very small. And when you get to like the director and producer level, I mean, we train fantastic people, but like it doesn't grow in numbers as much as like when you scale the lower part of it. And there still requires a lot of adjustments that need to be applied on the things that we do create. And of course, it would be awesome if we can create like multiples of Yoshida. Maybe if we can clone him or like, I don't know. But still, it is quite a challenge.
吉田にハイデリンキックして分割しようって言われてるけど、それ薄くなってんじゃん一吉田。
24個に。
Somebody's saying, perform the Heidelin kick on Yoshida and sunder him, then we'll have 14 of him. But then, wait, no, but he's sundered, so he's like thinner. Like you have a diluted version of him.
いやいや、まあでもね、例えばそのカットシーンの数字なんてね、
Just
2時間
simply
25分
make
お互
more
いだった
Yoshi
あのね
P
自動送りしていくと、まあパチコーテになると4時間30分になってるんですけど、まあ当然ですけど、そのいただいた利益で人も増やし、いろんな会社さんにお願いして腕のいい人たちにたくさんカットシーンやっぱ作ってもらってるんですけど、どうしてもねディレクションする側っていうのの人数は限られてくるので、それでももう倍増近い感じですし。
And if we look at the cutscenes, we went from 2 hours 25 minutes to 4 hours and 30 minutes. And this is like if
Hi,
you
Kappa Cola.
let the dialogue autoplay. But I mean, we have brought on many talented people onto our teams, but we still require somebody to look at the product that they create. And there needs to be a director that makes sure that we're aligned.
もうなんか面白い、もうなんか能力の薄い吉田ただのやからやんけって
comments still going on about sundered Yoshida, like, well, but what if he's like that's like a low quality Yoshida? It's just a man.
まあというわけでですね、これからもちょっと今日お伝えした内容 7.0 に向かっていろいろやっていきます。パッチの物量というのも頑張ってまた作っていきますし、クオリティとか調整っていうところも妥協なくねまた進めていきたいとは思うんですが、まあその分ですね、ちょっとこれまでのパッチサイクル3.5 ヶ月にプラス2週させていただいて4ヶ月っていうサイクルでですね、ここから先まだまだ楽しみお届けしていこうと思ってます。
You improved his face.
But yeah, we are making various plans leading up to 7.0.
He's so
And we still
creepy.
want to continue bringing you the different patch updates. And so with the different elements that we implement, as well as the balancing that we do, the fine tuning, we don't want to compromise any of that. That's why we do want to continue producing the patches to the quality that we hold ourselves up to. So we do want to ask for that initial 2 weeks so that we will have the 4-month patch cycle, but we will continue to bring you regular updates.
まあ本当にあと10年やっていけばとてつもなく長い旅になると思ってます。皆さんとね一緒に今度は20年歩んでいこうってことになるかと思います。
And we strive for another 10 years. This is our goal. And I'm hoping that we will get to a point where we will be celebrating, or like we will be looking back at our journey in our 20th anniversary.
まだまだやりたいことね、チャレンジしてみたいことあります。驚いてもらえることやっていこうと思いますので、ぜひこの先もですね一緒にまたボティン作っていただけると嬉しいです。はい。
We do want to do more, take on more and more challenges, bring you more surprises. So I want to continue building this together with you all. So
It's
yeah,
4
it'd be
a.m.
great if you
Oh
could
my gosh.
continue to
Thanks for
to
being
keep with
here.
us.
Go to bed, go to bed. Good night.
はい、では前半
はい、ありがとうございました。Thank you very much. So this is all about the first half of today's letter live. 今日の前半、プロデュースされたライブの前半戦はここまでとな
あー、1個忘れ
りま
た。
す。どうぞ。
あ
DC トラベルはいつが結構多くて、
DC
今の予定
travel？
6.18 かな
お
で予定してますんで。
Sorry, one more thing. We did see a lot of comments about, so when is data center travel going to be implemented? We are currently looking at 6.18 timing for that.
Ooh.
はい、ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. ではこの後休憩に入るんですが、ですね、今日は後半戦は、通訳は別の方にお願いすることになっておりますので、あゆみさんがここまでとなります。So before going to break, because we have another person for translation for the Q&A part. So that's it for あゆみさん today. So あゆみさん、皆さんに一言ご挨拶お願
I'll
いしま
miss
す。
you.
はい、長い間お付き合いいただきありがとうございました。Thank you guys so much for your patience as we navigate through all of this. But yeah, I will see you guys some other at another opportunity.
ありがとうございます。Thank you very much あゆみさん。
ま
では、
あ僕がね安心してこうゲームシステムの話
コージ
全世界の皆さんにこういつもの調子でお届けできるのは、本当にあゆみさんの高い
There's a
スキル
dude last
特に
time,
僕の
wasn't
性格を
there?
把握した上でのやっぱり
まあ
トランスレーションがねもう長くなりますのでね、僕らもコンビを組ませてもらって、
そうですね
なんで本当に助かってます。いつもありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。ここどうやって訳しましょう。
ブックが言えばいいよ
吉田さんは
Yeah,
Thank
because-
you.
あゆみさん really knows Yoshida-san's characteristics very well, so it's we are very relying
Oh, yes,
on
go to
Ayumi-san's
bed, Hugh.
translation for when he
Ah, your
explains
sleep
the game
schedule.
systems and mechanics. So thank you very much.
Yeah, you can
Ayumi-san.
visit.
Thank you.
はい。では今から休憩に入るんですが、
うん
1時40分再開。So we want to restart the latter part of the letter live at the 1:40 p.m. Japan time, which is in
20
20 minutes.
minutes.
でですね、
Okay.
今日の休憩の音もご紹介したいと思います。So,
I'm
during
also
the
gonna, like-
break, we have two videos today.
Oh, videos?
To enjoy.
20分あるから
Wait, I need to say something.
2本あんのかよ
Yeah, we have a 3-second digest preview of all the songs from the upcoming Endwalker
I saw that
soundtrack.
already.
And a time-lapse video of mosaic art we created live using screenshots that we were submitted by our players during another broadcast. 2本ありまして、1本目は、先日つい最近公開しましたエンドウォーカーのサントラが出ます。それの、3秒ダイジェストの全曲紹介の、トレーラーがありますので、そちらをご覧いただき、その後ですね、これも先日ご紹介しましたが、別の生放送企画でモザイクアート、皆さんからお送りいただいたスクリーンショットでモザイクアートを作るという企画がありまして、それのタイムラプスビデオがありますので、そちら2本続けてご覧いただいて、また、1時40分から再開したいと思います。それでは休憩です。ビデオをご覧ください。どうぞ。
Okay. While this goes on, I'm sorry I'm muting the music. I have something to say really quick, something that's been on my mind, and I realize it might make me sound a little bit selfish, but it's something that does kind of bother me a little bit sometimes. Okay. I want to add some rules to the stream, like legitimate rules, as in not just be nice, okay? But one thing that kind of bothers me is, or rather, I want to implement is, please don't bring up other streamers in my chat. I love my fellow streamers. I do. They're awesome. However, when I am streaming my own content or playing whatever game that I'm playing, I want to focus on that. And I don't really want to kind of sideline to what someone else is doing on their own stream. Like, I'm not there. I don't know what they're doing. And frankly, I don't care. Unless it's something huge, like I really don't care. I check up on them on my own time, and that's when I prefer to do it. But yeah, I've seen it happen in the past, and I never said anything because it seems kind of like bitchy to be like, hey, don't do that. So moving forward, and while I don't want to make like an announcement like this to like my Discord because it's kind of weird to do so. Just moving forward, let's not bring up other streamers unless I bring them up first for whatever reason. Then yeah, talk about them. But otherwise, let's not. Hi Val, thank you for the raid. How's your stream? Sorry, I muted the music. I'm sorry. There we go. There we go. Oh, right. It's 3 seconds. Wait, I need to shout you out. How's your stream? What do you think of the live? Wait, I have to go to the bathroom. Hello, nice to meet you too. Hi everyone. Thank you for stopping by at the raid. and thank you for the follows. Jonathan, Chizoru, Altina, and Snow. Thank you guys. I know I have to go to the bathroom. I need to get Lucy. We do have a 20-minute break, which is why I want to go to the bathroom. This stuff looks cool. It does look cool, dude. The graphics updates. I'm so excited. Okay. Okay. I need to use the bathroom. I'll be right back, and I'm also gonna get Lucy as well. Enjoy the videos that they play. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Hello, I'm sorry, I'm back. I went to the bathroom and I took Lucy to the bathroom and we all went and pee. Thanks. So, what do you guys think? What do you think of the live letter so far? Any excitement? Any disappointment? You fell asleep. No, Tenshi! That's the good stuff. And thank you, Umbra. Trying to get caught up. There's a lot to catch up on. The graphical stuff is... Dude, grass though. Grass. You get more shadows with your hood. Hell yeah. When do they usually do the mounts for sale? I don't know when that is. Same. I'm so excited. Like, you know, the things that they're bringing up, I thought they'd be things that they address like in the future post 7.0. But the fact that we're getting it in the 6.x series is like really fucking cool. I'm so excited. You're gonna touch some grass. Like I said, once Data Center Trouble comes out and we have good looking grass, we're all gonna take a field trip to Elpis and touch grass, okay? Everyone can take part. Well, anyone in, you know, NA, I guess. Yeah, it's super soon. I'm really excited. It is a trip. It's a fun trip. You won't touch grass? I will make you touch grass. I will 100% make you touch grass. You can't stop me. And since we have like, what, 10 minutes? GeoGuessr anyone? Let's go. Splitosi. I don't blame him, like... Imagine having just like pixelated shit right in front of Hermes' face. Yeah, we're gonna touch the grass over here. Look, nice. Medion did nothing wrong. There's a video I saw that had that same title. And I don't disagree. She was quite literally made that way. This is not America, by the way. Restauranas. It has the thingy here. It's not Central or Central America, at least. That's your grass. Is it your grass, Zyros? Is it? Hey guys, also go follow Zyros. He's really cool, and he's a fucking beast at Mario Party. You know, I still can't get over that. That's Lithuanian? Really? Yep. I want to find like a website or something. .it. LT. I think you might be right. We do have to play again. I'm so down. That was really, really fun. I love Mario Party. And yo! Oh my gosh, I got too excited. The new Mario Kart tracks are coming out. We should totally play that too. So, it is Lithuania. I have never seen Lithuania. I don't even know where Lithuania is, dude. Somewhere here. Where is it? Oh, it's over here. It's over here. Wait, I don't know where this is in Lithuania though. Yeah, I have no idea. Welcome back, Belle. You're from Russia. You have passing knowledge of some Eastern European languages. Damn, imagine being cultured. Can't be me. Am I ready for 4K butts? Fuck yeah. How could I not be? Oh, Usagi, thank you for subbing. I appreciate it. No horny? How can we not be horny? Can you imagine? The butts? The jiggle? Oh man. Where in the fucking butt? You know, I feel like maybe they would kind of enhance character creation a bit. Considering they're like doing everything else. But they didn't explicitly mention it, so who knows, actually. 4K Ishtola? I think you mean a 4K. Well, Graha's already beautiful, but you know. Okay, if we're talking about women, 4K Hilda. Am I right? Hilda's a fucking babe. 4K Matoya? Yo, I like Matoya. Squapes. I'm telling you, the Mother Crystal should be grapes. 4K Moon Brita. For the 10 minutes that she's in our game. 4K Vana! Honestly, like, Vana already looks really good. She looks damn good already. All the ancients do. Well, I don't know what these are, but I'm gonna... I'm gonna hope that they're places. 4K Nonimal. Also that month... Grilled cheese? Month-old grilled... What? I don't know where this is. 4K yachts. I didn't even think about that. Oh, hell yeah, dude. 4K Cursed Tataru. Wait, I have to bring up the picture again. I have to. Where is it? Where's that smile? Dude, I can't. Look at him. Look at him. He's so happy. I don't. The other version's scary. That's scary. Wait. Steffi posted a. Honestly true. Lucy, what are you doing? Are you trying to get comfortable? That's okay. You can get comfortable. I'll look away. Dude, everyone is finally hyped to touch grass. Right, I don't know where in Lithuania this is, so I'm gonna guess over here. I was on the wrong side. What the? I don't even know where this... Neither of those names popped up. Stream cats? Oh. Yo, we're in like an actual city center. But what country? Let me know if you spot any flags. Look at him! Wait, they blurred out his hand. Oh no, was he flipping it off? That's pretty good. He's so happy though, yeah. Okay. Somewhere in Latin America, but like, oh my god, look at Piggy! Oh, it's a fucking carniceria, isn't it? They shouldn't show pigs like that. Bigger. It's definitely like Mexico or Central America. Spanish. Bun! I want bun. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. I don't have bun at home. I should ask my mom to get some next time she goes to the... Ooh! I see the flag. I don't know what flag that is, though. Because bigger is better. As Titania says. What is that flag? What? I want to say Dominican Republic, but I might be wrong. Is that Texas? Is that guy naked? Wait, is it Texas? Is it Puerto Rico? Not Texas, okay. I know, like, states have their own flags. They're back? Is my thing behind? Let me refresh. Oh.
はい戻ってまいり
It's a
ました
different person.
第68回ファイナルファンタジー14プロデュースされたライブをお送りしております。So welcome back to the Final Fantasy 14 letter from the producer live number 68. で後半戦はここからのお時
She is
間は、
cute.
Q&A セッションということで、
I like her hair
行月
color.
のフィナーレをプレイした経験から皆さんに質問をお送りくださいということで事前にフォーラムでお送りいただいた質問をもとに
And she's actually
答
there.
えていってもらおうということになっております。So for latter part of the today's letter live, we gathered lots of questions of all of you from the global players on official forums based on your gameplay through the Endwalker. So we have Yoshida-san to answer your question. ということで吉田さんよろしくお願いいたします。
はいよろしくお願いします
で後半戦ですが通訳にはローカライズチームのケイトさんにお越しいただきました。So for latter part, 吉田さん 's voice will be covered by ケイトさん from our localization.
Alpha
皆さんにご挨
plushie.
拶お願いします。
It's super
はい、
cute.
ローカライズのケイトです。よろしくお願いいたします。Hi, I'm Kate from the English localization team.
イエ
まあ緊張してると思うんでね、
はい
でまあちょっと注意点を3つね、言っときます。まずですね今回行月のフィナーレをプレイしてということでですね設定に関わる質問とかすごい多いです。
Her pen
な
has
の
a screen
で
on
ネタ
it.
バレ炸裂しまくりなのでクリアしてねえぜっていう人はですねちょっと、後日クリアしてからご覧いただきたいです。
Okay. So first of all, Kate's probably pretty nervous. Yes, I am. So we'll distract from that by talking about something to watch out for. If
she's
you're about to watch
left-handed.
this session, please know that we have a lot of questions about the plot and lore of Endwalker. So if you have not finished
I'm
Endwalker,
excited.
You're going to get spoiled. So maybe come back to this later when you're done.
でもう一個はですね、
Is that a dan-
設定間違いがないようにですね、今回いただいた質問はですね、私
Think so.
ちゃんと石川夏子と小田
It's
原
an acrylic
話し合って
thingy,
おり
maybe.
ますので、
はは
ちょっとたびたびちゃんとメモを
Curious.
読む可能性がありますので、下を見る可能性があります。
You especially.
And also, I'd like you to know that in order to not make any mistakes when
Moon
talking
lamp,
about this
you're right, it's
complicated
moving.
lore, I did talk to Botany Oda and Natsuko Ishikawa before coming here, and I made a lot of notes. So if you see me obviously reading off a paper, I'm checking to make sure I don't mess up.
でですね、3つ目なんですけど、ケイトさんをね、意外とご存じない方が多くて、ちょっと、まあ、今回ね、まず、まあ、ここちょっとあなたが翻訳してほしいんですけど、まずね、ローカライズチーム、ものすごい稼働をしてですね、めちゃくちゃギリギリのギリギリまでハイクオリティにね、努めようとしてくれたので、まずまあ、どうしても日本語
Oh,
チ
you're right.
ームがこう、言われやすい
the
んです
moon
よ。
in the painting, the
本当に
moon.
ローカライズチーム
on
視力を振り絞って
the
クオリティ叩き
vinyl,
出してくれたの
and
で
then the
まあそ
moonlight.
れのお礼を言いたいです。ありがとうございます本当に。
はい、じゃあ、I take a translation for this part, and then for the localization team, they did their super hard work until very, very last minutes. I mean,
Moon.
until
We go into the moon.
launch of the Endwalker. So, I mean, we tend to receive lots of the
Yeah.
appraisal voices
I
to
like
the
the
Japanese
magnetic
team, but
lamp.
Yoshida-san would like to take this time to thank you to all the localization team members. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
でですね特にねケイトさんの場合まあ北米の皆さんがねよくねこうレディットとかで講師講師ってなってるんだけど漆黒のヴィランズも行月のフィナーレもケイトさんがメイントランスレーターなんで英語は。
So also, Yusa-san would like to address one thing. I mean, since Shadowbringers,
You can.
especially on
On
Reddit,
Amazon.
people are
I almost
excited
bought
about
one.
Koji, yeah, he's great. Koji. But the truth
like, I
is,
can't
since,
justify it right now.
Shadowbringers, that Kaito-san is the person who is taking the lead of the English translation.
いやもちろんねコウジだって作詞協力だったりとか、まあケイトさんが悩んだ時にコウジが相談に乗ってたりとかっていうのはしてるから、別にチーム離れてるわけじゃないんだけど、
はい
今メインほら第三開発事業本部もう一個 FF 作ってんじゃん。
Uh-huh.
まあコウジはちょっとそっち側もねなんではい。
So, I mean, Koji is still in the team, and then he's actually doing the supervising.
He could
and
draw
then
it
Kaito-san
on.
take lead, and then Koji is
She's the
still
one who
doing
wrote,
the, lighting of
"Yustola
the lyrics of
wants to
some
slap our
songs,"
butt.
And then sometimes Kaito-san is asking
Nice.
Koji for his advice.
Probably.
But I mean,
Take us
as
across
a
her
whole
knee.
of the business, B development, BU3, creative unit 3. I mean, they are working on the other Final Fantasy title, and then Koji is kind of busy for that one. So I mean, he is still working with us, but I mean, the main portion for him is something else.
いやほらねこういうことを言うとほら主力は16かとか言う人いるけど、漆黒行月とクオリティ下がってないでしょ全然。なんでまあ先に言っちゃうとね、
Yeah, he said 16,
まあ、わーわー
right?
言うからあんま言わないようにはしてるんだけどまあ一丸となって
Well,
第三
he
全
said
体で
Shadowbringers
こう
in
ティモシー
particular.
システムを作ってますって思っておいてもらえると嬉しいかな。
はい。So yeah, why we didn't say this? I mean beforehand. I mean when we say this beforehand, I mean we know you are. Some of you are saying, hey, the BU3. I mean the dev team are working more on 16, and then I mean 14 is left over. But that's not the fact. And then entire team are working both on 14 and 16, and then that's the thing. So and then you know the both Shadowbringers and the Walker has a super high. I mean, comments and then appraisal. So I mean, she's actually doing very well.
はい、というわけでじゃあ質問パートに入っていきましょう。
はい、それでは質問 Q&A の方に行きたいと思います。
はい
So let's move to the Q&A. So the first part is
He does look like he's copying someone
scenario and
else's
war
homework.
stuff. で最初はシナリオ設定に行きますので、ネタバレの方向でございますのでよろしくお願いいたします。
お願いします。
So the first question is システムを説明します。
はい
私が英語で質問を言って日本語で質問を言います。
はい
その後吉田さんが日本語で回答したもの
Yeah,
を
16 is
ケイトさん
gonna
が
be
翻訳してくださいます。
はい。
So let me quickly explain how it works. I read the question in English and Japanese, and then Yoshida-san answers in Japanese, and the Keito-san translate it into English. Yep. Okay, the first question is, I'm wondering what Azim was up to during the final days. Did they hear about what was going on from Bina? And how did they end up parting ways with M. Silk and Hitodeas? Will we learn more about Azim in the future? 古代世界を襲った週末の際、アゼムがどのように過ごしたのか気になります。ベーネスから週末のことを聞いていたのか、エメトセルクやヒトロダイオスとどう別れたのか、今後アゼムについて語られることはあるのでしょうか。
まあベーネスからアゼムの座を
They
託
need a
された、
spa month,
まあ
dude.
人がねまあ古代を襲った週末の際に何をしてたかっていうのは、まず秘密です。
So what the Azim who took over the seat from Vinod did during the final days is a secret.
Oh, okay.
で、まあいずれ語るかもしれないし、語らないかもしれないです。ここは決めてないです。ただ
So,
何をしてたかはある
we'll
程
learn
度は決めてます。はい。
Hopefully.
So we do sort of have an idea what they were up to, but we're not sure if we'll have a chance to talk about that in the future.
でただまあ皆さんさ
Okay.
非課線だしまあもしかしたらね
Yeah, Q&A is the rest of the live letter.
なのかなみたいな予想も立ってると思うんですけどまあその皆さんだったら仮にまあ告げられたとしたらどう行動するかっていうのを想像してみれ
I guess
ば
not.
大体まあ近いんじゃないかなみたいな気はしますけどね。
なるほど
はい。
However, I also think because you are all the warriors of light yourselves, probably what you imagine when you think, okay, if I was Azim, what would I have done if Vinod had told me this? That's probably pretty close to the truth.
ほらね
I don't think they wanna
パウジングしてた
personify
と
the
か
last
さまあなんかなとかさそのお使いに走り回ってただろうなとかいろんなコメントがあるじゃないだからまあきっとまあその中に近しいものがもしかしたらあるのかもね。
For instance, we have people saying, I don't know, play around with housing, like do some mahjong. If you think so, then yeah, that's probably what
Have
happened.
they?
はい
はい、ありがとうございます。
以上です。
Like
じゃあ次
the
いきます。Moving to the next
volcano
questions.
Azim?
Why did Xenos dream of Armor's final days? Also, how did he come to be a Reaper and learn to manipulate his avatar in time before 6.0? なるほど。ゼノスが以前に週末のアーモロードの夢を見ていたのはなぜでしょうか、また彼が 6.0 までの間にリーパーになりアバターを刺激できるようになっていた経緯も知りたいです。なるほど。
まずちょっと思い出していただきたいんですけどゼノスの父親はバリスでしょ、でバリスの祖父にあたるのはソル帝ですね、ソルですね。
So the first thing you need to remember is that Xenos' father is Varys and his grandfather is Solus.
でソルはまあそもそもエメトセルクなのでゼノスはエメトセルクの血縁者まあひ孫に 当たるのかな。
So if you think about it, Solus is Emmett Selk, which makes Xenos a direct descendant of Emmett Selk, like his grandson or so.
でこういうなんて言うんだろう DNA の特殊性って、まあ、必ずまっすぐ受け継がれるわけじゃなくてこう突然こうなんだろう思い出したかのように発言したりすると思うので、まあ、その辺をイメージするとちょっとなんとなく見えてくるんじゃないかなとは思います。
If you think about, how sometimes when things are passed down through DNA, they don't appear in every generation, but eventually it suddenly remembers. If you think about it like that, maybe you can sort of understand what happened here.
でまあ漆黒秘話の中にも、本当サイドオブサイドのストーリーですけど、まあヒントがあるのでちょっとクリアした今ね改めて漆黒秘話とかを見直してみるのもいいかもしれないですね。
Obviously, this is a side story, but if you look at our Tales from the Shadows, you may find another hint in there. So perhaps right now is a good time to go reread those stories.
でリーパーになってアバターっていうのはねまさかこの質問が来るとは思ってなかったとても良い質問なんですけどなんか話せないです。
As for how Xenos became a Reaper and got to use his avatar, I didn't actually imagine anyone would ask this right now. It's a very good question. Unfortunately, I am bound to silence on this matter.
いや考えてなかったわけじゃないですけど話せないです。話せないものは話せない。
It's not that I've not thought about this, but I absolutely can't tell you right now.
ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. Okay, so next one. I'd be interested to know how the unsundered Ascians, Zora Blair, Elidibus, and Emmett Selk, avoided being kicked into 14 pieces by Hydaelyn. オリジナルと呼ばれるアシエン、ラハブレア、エリディブス、エメトセルクだけがハイデレンキックを逃れ14分割されなかった理由が知りたいです。
テキストをちょっと思い出していただきたいんですけど、まあ、物語行月の最終盤でエメトセルクが、まあ、この時代まで私を残したのはっていうセリフをまず言ってるんですね。
So if you think back to the text, towards the end, Emmett Selk did imply that Venal let him live on purpose.
なのでそのハイデリンがかつて放ったその光の一撃っていうものには、まあ、エメット・セルクならギリギリかわせるだろうなっていう、まあ、加減が入ってます。
So in fact, she did intentionally leave a tiny flaw in her sundering attack, a crack that Emmett Selk, being Emmett Selk, could find a way to wiggle through.
これね、なんて言ったらいいんだろうな。加減って力を加減してるのとはちょっと違って、意図的にこれを使えばっていう、まあ、ニュアンスだと思ってもらえればいいです。
It's sort of like, yes, it was a very powerful attack, but intentionally, she chose to do it in this fashion.
ただシナリオ中でも語られている通り、その光の一撃ってハイデリンにとっても本当にギリギリ視力を振り絞っての一撃だったので、加減までしてる余裕はなかったので、なんとか彼ならやってくれるだろうっていう、まあ賭けみたいなもんですね。
So we said this in the actual game as well, though, which is that, when Hydaelyn did this attack, it was a very strong attack. It was the limit of her power, so she couldn't really fine-tune it. So, as intentional as this was, when she did her big, massive light attack and sundered the world, she couldn't guarantee that Emmett Selk would live. She was kind of making a gamble.
で、まあその光の一撃が放たれる時に、エメット・セルクは、まあ、その場に居合わせたラハブレアと
I'm sure we're gonna learn more about him with the
ゾディア
read
ークの核
series.
から抜け落ちてきていたエリディブスらしき
We
も
won't
の
learn
と
exactly
協
why
力し
that,
て
but
一時的に次元の狭間に逃げることで、まあそれをかわしたっていうことになってます。
But in fact, what happened was at the time that Hydaelyn performed the sundering, Emmett Selk was with Lahabrea and Elidibus-ish. It was the Elidibus that had come out from Zodiark, so a little bit different from the original version. But nevertheless, he had those two, and he joined forces with them. And then that's how they escaped into the rift without being sundered.
there's your answer.
まあエリディブスはね、ゾディアークの核から抜け落ちてきた時に記憶もいくつも失ってるし、まあこの辺りちょっと漆黒秘話でもフォローされてますけど、まあ5.3 のラストでね、エリディブスも失ってるものが多いっていうこともあって、まあただ居合わせたオリジナル3人がまあ協力してたっていう感じですね。
Yeah, I think he got lucky.
Yeah, I mean, you may recall if you've read Tales from the Shadows that Elidibus, when he came out of Zodiark, he had sort of lost some of his memories, some parts of himself, and that's sort of the point in 5.3. By the time he dies, we sort of know that, you know, he's lost a lot as well, just like Emmett Selk. But yeah, that's how the Unsundered got out, was by working together.
その3人だけ世界に放たれ
Oh, thank
た
you,
頭回り攻撃から頭回りに入らなかったって言われてるシェアダメージ
How is it just the three of them that managed to do this from this thing that busted the entire world into 14 pieces? Well, you know, good question.
ありがとうございます。では次です。Okay, next question. Are there standard Asians other than Fandaniel or Black Master Asians of lower rank still around? I'd also like to know which Asians those two red masks that Gaius carries around belong to.
Oh yeah,
なるほ
the
ど。
Gaius masks.
ファタニエル以外の転生組アシエンや
Igeyorn,
黒い
Nabrialas
仮面のカイアシエンたちはまだ残っているのでしょうか。あとできればガイウスに駆られた赤仮面のアシエン2人が誰なのかも教えてほしいです。
細かいなところをしっかり見てくださってますね。転生組のアシエンはまだ確かにまだ何人か残ってるかもしれない
Hello,
ですね。
Lancer.
That is a really good question, and wow, you guys are paying close attention to this game. But yes, I do think that there are probably still some of the sundered blast mask wearing Asians around.
ただその転生組のアシエンが、まあ、何人か残ってたとして彼らが原初世界にいるのか、まあ、共造世界のどっかに身を潜めてるのかっていうのに関しては
Anything good from the live letter?
まあちょっとまだ分かんないですね。
But those sundered Asians, however many of them there are, we
Yes.
can't really say whether they'd be in the source
Graphical
or in one of
update.
the reflections.
Two
ちなみに
ultimates.
ガイウスが持ってたその仮面
And other
は
stuff.
ウルテマ
Bird Life Good.
とデュダルフォンです。
As for the
Two
other
olds,
part,
yeah.
the
6.1,
masks
6.3.
that Gaius carries around, they once belonged to Ultima and Dudaliphon.
Oh,
ただまあ仮面を持っているだけで、まあ果たして本当に倒されてるのかどうかっていうところはまだ何とも我々は言ってないので、まあそこら辺はまだ推測しておいてもらえるといいかなと思います。
However, just because he has the masks, that doesn't necessarily mean that he vanquished them. So you'll have to come up with your own theories as to what has gone on there.
まあそのアシエンを倒すっていう方法って、まあこれまで何回かね描いてはきてると思うんですけど、まあその辺ともこう重ね合わせて可能性とかを考えてもらうのもちょっと面白いのかもなとは思います。
We've had a lot in the story so far about what it takes to truly defeat an ASEAN. So maybe think back upon those things when you're theorizing.
はい、ありがとうございます。では次いきます。Next question. In your mind, in Yoshida-san's mind, how much time has passed during the story spanning from 1.0 through Endwalker? I want to know how many years older the Warriors of Light is now. 吉田さんの中では Q14 から、行月のラストまでで劇中ではどのぐらい年月が経過した想定でしょうか。非化線が14の世界でいくつ年を取ったのか気になります。なるほど。まあ、言われてみれば。
これね実は特にはイメージしてないんですよ。でトレーラーをそのまあ時間って文字
He
の
especially doesn't like
まあこの
timeline
ぐらいの
questions.
その風貌にしてほしいっていう時ってなんとなく
When will the
現実
twins grow
の
up?
経過時間確証だとまあ2年か2年半に1回とかっていう間で皆さんと同じようにそのヒロシと呼ばれてるウォリアー・オブ・ライト代表もいろんな冒険をしてこうなってるだろうっていう予想で作ってます。
So to be honest, that's really hard, and I don't have a particular figure in mind. When we're making the trailers, when we're coming up with the storyboards and things like that, we actually think about like, okay, you know, the Warrior of Light has done these different adventures. How would they look now? Imagining it with a time frame of 2 or 2.5 years each time, just like in reality, what you all have done.
なのでまあトレーラーとはあんまり作中ねゲームの中をまあ紐付けないで時間経過のイメージをね結びつけないでいただけると嬉しいです。
But the trailers are really not reflecting the length of the story itself. So I would appreciate it if you guys could think of them as separate things.
their
まあ
soul
作
is
中での
that
時
much
間そう
older,
2.0
but
から
not their
6.0 まで
bodies.
まあもうなんか数年としか言いようがない
I guess.
あんまりイメージしてないです。
As far as the actual story is concerned, I don't really have an exact figure in mind or an exact imagining of how long it's been since 1.0.
もう突っ込み出すとキリがないでしょ。じゃあヤシトラの実年齢は何歳なんだとかさ。
yeah, honestly, Taco.
Yeah, I mean, because if I go down that rabbit hole, like I will never stop. But how old is Yistola? I don't know. I don't want to think about it.
まあなんであんま深く考えない。
I don't want to think about
感じ
it.
る
It's better not to think about it and to just
聞いて。
feel, vibe.
Yes。
Vibe.
聞いて
ありがとうございます。
感じて考えて。
Hear, feel, think, perhaps.
Thank you very much. では続いていきます。
White
Next
hair.
question.
Dude, our 3.0
As
trailer
I
Warrior of
understand
Light.
it, Emmett Silk and Hyslodias returned
Rugged
to
as
the
fuck.
Ethereal Sea, so they can now be reborn. If their souls are reincarnated, will the people they become to be able to use creation magics like the ancients? なるほど。エメトセルクとヒトロダイウスは正解に帰り転生できるようになったように見えますが、彼らの魂がもし転生したら古代人のような想像力を持つのでしょうか。
まあ正解に帰って魂が浄化され再び肉体に宿るとしても、まあそれは原初世界の人としておそらく宿るのみですね。
Well, their souls have been cleansed in the ethereal sea, so even if we say they're reincarnated, that's just their souls being reborn into new bodies in the source like everybody else.
まあ分割されてないっていう、まあアゼムとハイデリンの術で一時的とはいえ復活してるのを改めて正解に帰っていきましたけど、まあほぼ前例がないんで、まあどうなるのかっていうのは分かんないですね。まあおそらくは普通の人プラスアルファちょっとぐらいなんじゃないかなっていうのがイメージですけど、まあ分かんないですね。
As for what would happen if they were reincarnated in that fashion, we've never had an example of someone who was unsundered being reincarnated like
They're
this.
very in depth.
So we can't really say for sure. I think maybe it would be just like a normal person, but maybe a little bit cooler, a little bit better. But there's really no way to say.
まあこっからは僕個人の妄想ですけど、
はい
まああれだけやれることをやり託して世界に戻ったのであれば記憶も焼き付かず綺麗に現れるんじゃないかなって思ってるので、その上を引きずって転生するイメージは僕の中にはあんまないかな。
Emmett boy.
In my
Hippodais
opinion,
boy.
they really, at the end, they had accomplished everything that they had set out to do. So their souls would be completely purified, and I don't know if they'd even really want to come back. They have nothing remaining. They have no lingering memories to address.
はい、ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. So the next question. Please tell us whether the star will be named Iseris going forward, or if we are sticking with Hydaelyn. Also, does everyone know the name Iseris, or just the warrior of light and their allies? 今後この星をアーテリスと呼ぶのか、今まで通りハイデリンと呼ぶのか教えてください。またアーテリスという名前は非化線と周辺の人だけが知っているのか、全世界の人に周知されているのかも知りたいです。
まず今のところですね、光の戦士、まあ、主人公プレイヤー皆さんですね、その周辺で、まあ、終末の仕組みとか終末の結末っていうのを詳しく知ってる人はおそらくアーテリスって呼ぶことになるかなとは思います。
I think people who are close to the Warrior of Light or otherwise very familiar with what happened actually in the final days might start to call it Atheris.
で逆に世界中のそれらの真相を知らない大多数のエオロゼア人はこれまでと変わらず別に惑星ハイデリンって呼ぶと思います。
On the other hand, most of the people on the star, most of your average Eorzeans, would probably just keep on calling it Hydaelyn because they don't know any of that stuff.
まあ、ただそもそも東方の人たちとかそれから新大陸にいるような人たちっていうのはもともと惑星ハイデリンと呼んでない地域もあるので統一されてないですよ世界で。なので呼び方はまたそこに行くと星の呼び方変わる可能性はあるかなと思います。
However, there are peoples in the East, for instance, or the New World who never called it Hydaelyn to begin with because they have different cultures. So if we visit those areas, we might find another name entirely.
まあ
Housing
一
on
番
the
実は
moon.
困ってるのは宣伝チームじゃないかっていう。
After the beast tribe?
I think the people who are going to be struggling with this the most is PR team.
だってこう新規向けにさ
すでに
惑星ハイデリンを巡る冒険があって言ってさ 光の戦士たちがさ
Give me
分かってねえ
Charlie and
よアウトレスだろ
Housing.
みたいなツッコミを受ける可能性もあるしさ
Like now, if you make catch copy that says like, "Oh, a grand adventure on Hydaelyn," then the Warriors of Light are just going to be like, "Did no one tell them?"
すでにね、エンドウォーカー前の時点で、エオルゼアなのかハイデリンか問題っていうのがすでに PR チームにありましたよね。We already, I mean, the PR team already had
I don't think they would do
a problem
Davner.
If we call it Elzea
It's
or
not a
Hydaelyn.
hub city. Or rather, Hana's,
The
I
bigger
suppose.
question.
はい
Alright. Thank you very much. 次の質問
Maybe.
シンプルなやつ来ました。
Is it your
very
birthday?
Simple question.
Happy
Will Xenos come back
birthday!
to life again? ゼノスはもう
Albus
復活
housing?
しま
I
せんか
fucking wish.
まあ彼の肉体はまあ世界の果てでもなければそのなんだろう今みんなが活動してる場所でもない世界の割と断りとは切り離された空間にまあ放置されてるっていう状態ですね
So, as we saw, Xenos' body right now remains in a dimension that is separate from our universe and all of its laws.
まあゼノスの運命に関しては正直カットシーンで結構丁寧に
That'd be cool.
演出したのでそれを見た直感がそのまま答えですはい
I mean, we depicted his ultimate fate at length in a cutscene. So I think your answer is to watch that and see how you feel.
ちゃんと呼吸っていうか心臓止まる演出されてるでしょ
Ultimate
I mean, we did show him
housing.
stop breathing and his heart stopped beating, right?
はい
はい、ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. では次の質問です。Next question. If you look at the source and its
They will,
reflections
right?
today, they are inhabited by various races such as Mikote, Aura, Lalafels, and the like. However, all the ancients seem to be of a hero-like race. Is there a lore regarding how mankind came to have such varied appearances? なるほど。現在の現象世界、共造世界にはミコッテ、アウラ、ララフェルなどさまざまな外見の人がいますが、古代世界にはヒューラン風の人しか存在していないように見えます。今のようにいろんな外見の人が現れた理由について設定があれば教えてください。
全然質問が頭に入ってこなかったコメントでさごめんね、
はい
本当にいやまあゼノスがさ「友よ無人島で待っていたぞ」っていうのを見ちゃってさ
It's really distracting because I'm looking at the comments and everyone is writing like Xeno stuff like my enemy, my friend. So
Welcome to the island.
無人島だっつってんだろ
look, just leave us alone. Okay.
質問はですね
あ種族が
はい。
生まれた
古代人は全部ヒュ
はいはいはい
ーランっぽいんだけども、いろんな種族、外見の人がいるけども、なんか設定あるんですかっていう。
But races, yes.
世界が分かたれた時にまあ人っていうのが全ての生物が不完全なまず存在になりました、
Okay, so when the world was sundered, all livings became so-called incomplete.
でも不完全だからこそ長所と短所っていうのがより強くこう現れていくことになります
Tesla,
But it's that very incompleteness
missed it, didn't
that
it?
allowed them to develop strengths and weaknesses, and that over time sort of compounded into racial traits.
その長所と短所っていうのが、まあ、長い世代をこう経ていくうちに種族としての外見だったり特徴だったりっていう風にそれにこう現れてきたっていう風に僕らは解釈してます。
It's sort of things like, so if you have something that's a little
True.
bit less or a little bit more, over time it will increase, be stronger, and, in certain tribes will compound into distinctive fe書
まあここは世界設定側からのコメントだったりするから、ちゃんと設定なんですよ。なんで耳が伸びたのって書いてあって多分もともとすごい聞こえてたのに聞こえなくなって一生懸命聞こうとしたんだろうね多分その人は。
Look, I don't know the official lore for this, but people are asking things like, okay, but why are the Mikote's ears so big? And I think, maybe they couldn't hear that well, and they tried super hard to hear, and maybe that is what led to them eventually developing those big ears.
もうララフェルはじゃあなぜ縮んだって多分圧を強くしたかったんだろうね。
hey, stop bullying
so
her.
Why are the Lalafels so tiny? I don't know. Maybe they were under a lot of pressure. Maybe they were really intense.
はい、ありがとうございます。
はい。
Thank you very much. では次の質問です。Next question.
Hi, name.
The
How are you?
Ruins Beneath the Bounty Treasure
What the
Islands
fuck,
and Fabled
Sam?
Golden Cities mentioned by Emmett Silk
Doing
haunt
good, how are you?
my daydreams. Can we expect to be able to loot them someday?
I already said how are you.
エメット・
Good,
セル
thank
クが
you.
言っていた壮大な伏線、北上海に、潜む海底遺跡、気泡の島、まばゆき
good
黄
morning.
金鏡などが気になって仕方なく夜しか寝られません。これらの回収は期待してもいいのでしょうか？
サムデイ
Quick answer.
まあこれまでファイナルファンタジー14ってまあ僕が引き継ぐ前 Q14 っていうのがあってまあいろんな地名っていうのが出てました。
Someday, you say. Yes, well, I mean, as you know, we've had a lot of different place names crop up in 14 in the past.
まあイシュガルドの門も開いたし、アラミゴにも行ったし、あなたは東方にも行き、オールドシャーレアンへまあ到達してね、サベネアにも今回行ったので。
And you know, we've been able to go to a lot of places. The gates of Ishgard opened. We went to Alamigo. We went to the Far East.
Isagi.
We went to Old Charlian. And
That's
even
why.
Bavner.
This is why.
まあこれまで出てきた地名はなんとか
I go
いけるようにこう
bald
頑張ってきたん
sometimes.
で、今後も頑張るんじゃないかなと思います。
We've
Cookies.
tried really hard to make sure that
Enjoy.
you could visit the places we've mentioned so far, and I want to keep doing that.
Yeah, I'm editing the redeems to make
Thank you very
them,
much.
attempting to make them
では次
automatic.
です。Next question.
So I don't have to press anything.
In Elpis, Emmett Silk adjusted our Warriors of Light to be closer to the Ancient's height. Given how tall Medion was compared to us then versus in the present day, I feel like she shrunk. Did something happen to her in the intervening time, or is there another reason for this? エルピスで非化線はエメトセルクの術で、古代人サイズに大きくしてもらいました。その状態の非化線とメーティオンの身長差を考えると、現代で非化線と対峙したメーティオンはかなり縮んだように思います。長い時の中で何かあったのか、理由があれば教えてください。
わかりました。もうその前にさっきのね、まあ、いけるところはまあできるから頑張りますみたいな言ってたらね、もう楽しみすぎて夜しか眠れないみたいなコメントが多くてね。
Just before that, I want to address
よかった。
everybody seems really
みんな健
excited by
康。
my response to the previous question, and is saying things like, "Oh wow, I will only be able to sleep at night because of this."
正常ってやつよね。
みんな健康。
まあまあでまずちょっと思い出してほしいんですけど、ウルティマトゥーレっていうのは思いの力のみが作用する空間だっていうことをちょっと思い出してください。
Okay, but back to size issues. So I want you to remember that Ultima Thule is a space where emotions are the only reality.
その冒険の中で皆さんにね経験していただいたように、その見えている通りにものが存在するんじゃなくて、認識、あなたがどう認識しているかっていうのが光景に反映される中域なんですね、あそこ。
So what you see when you're in Ultima Thule is in accordance with the Warrior of Light's internal experience, not some kind of physical reality that's out there.
だからあの時光の戦士、冒険者が思っていたメーティオンに会いに行くっていうその思いが、投影されてます。なのでそのメーティオンの姿っていうのは当然非化線がエルピスで見た時の光景を再現しようとするので、なのでそのエルピスの時、まあ、本人がとのだからスケール比をそのままイメージされてるので、あの姿でビジョンになってると思ってください。
So, as the Warrior of Light, you are traveling to Ultima Thule to find Meteion. So the space reflects that, and it reflects your internal perceptions. And the Warrior of Light has memories of Meteion from Elpis in a certain proportion relative to themselves. So the Warrior of Light is thinking, she's about this tall. And that's why she appears that way in Ultima Thule.
だからこれはそのウルティマトゥーレに現れたエメトセルクやヒトロダイエスも同じで、そのあくまで中域はデュナミス、思いの力がビジョンを取るので、まあ、やっぱり相対的に光の戦士である自分から見た時のスケールで、まあ、再現されてるって思ってもらえれば良いかと思います。
So, and the same kind of goes for Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus when we call upon them. Ultima Thule is a place controlled by dynamis and emotions, So really, it is your internal conception of these people that determines how they appear.
もう確かに光の戦士大概記憶ガバガバだって言ってきたけどよっぽどあれだったんだね大事な局面だって思ってたんだろうね
This might make you judge the Warrior of Light just a little bit, but this is how it's remembered to them.
はい
はい、ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. So the next question is, I wanted to harvest some Savnarian onions while I was in Savnia. Where are they keeping them? サベネア島でサベネアの野菜を採集したかったです。どのあたりに生息しているのでしょうか。
Probably sub.
こちらはですね世界設定に確認してまいりました
I asked the lore team about this and came here.
チョコボの餌としてね、格別な効果を秘めているものなのでサベネアの野菜っていうのは、おそらく高原キャベツのようにサベネア島の中でも特別な場所でしか栽培できないものと思われます。
So these Thavnarian onions have these surpassing effects as chocobo feeds, so they must be a really unique cultivar. And I think similar to in real life, the cabbages that can only be grown in a certain village in Gunma, they're probably only available in a very small area of Thavnair.
Dude, we got so many new
全て
people
は
in the
ライ
Discord
ブ班
today.
ノンコンバットコンテンツチ
My
ーム
Twitter
と
post.
いう名
Let
の
me fucking
神
see.
様の、
I don't even know if I can
さじ加減
count
次第
how
です
many
という
joined.
ふうに回答が来ております。
Let me see.
Such things, they are dictated by the whims of the gods that we call the non-combat content.
We gained about
wizards.
100 people today.
つまりこれはあれです。華麗に世界設定からライブ班へヘイトをスイッチしたということです。
シャークされてしまいました。
In other words, it's their fault that this is how they've interpreted the setting.
Like last I checked, we were at 500. Now we're at
仲良くや
600
ってください。
something.
はい。ありがとうございます。
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
次の質問です。Were Zodiac and Hydaelyn completely destroyed? Or are there still sundered parts of them on the other reflections? なるほど。ゾディアクとハイデリンは今回で完全に消滅したのでしょうか、それとも共造世界には分かたれた体があったりするのでしょうか。どうでしょう。
これはもう明確に答えてしまいますが、
はい
ハイデリンは完全消滅です
Do you get a prize?
I'm just going
You get a
to
pat
give
on
a
the
straight
head.
answer here, and that is Hydaelyn was completely destroyed.
そしてですねゾディアークに関しても、ファダニエルに乗っ取られて核を完全に破壊されたので、ゾディアークも完全消滅です。
Similarly, Fandaniel crushed Zodiark's heart, which is his core, and that completely destroyed Zodiark.
各共造世界にこう分割されて封印されてたんですけどゾディアークって、だからまあ見てもらえれば分かるんですけどゾディアークっていくつかのパーツまだなんかこうワープしたかのようなこう次元の別次元にこの先あるみたいな感じになってると思うんですけど各共造世界に当然封印されてたんですけど本体が完全消滅したのでそれらのパーツも全部
All
消
he
滅
needs
し
is
て
a
ます。
hug, and then his heart will be
There
mended.
were, of course, parts of Zodiark in the other reflections. When he was sealed, he was split across all of them. But at the same time that his main body was destroyed, they all would have also faded into oblivion.
はい。
なるほど。ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. では次です。Next question. I don't really understand why the Warrior of Light messing around in Elpis didn't create any alternate timelines. Can you explain what happened?
'Cause he
が
forgot.
エルピスで過去に干渉した後、未来が枝分かれせ
Or
ず
we
に
didn't,
つながった理由がよくわかりませんでした。その辺の仕組みを教えてほしいです。
まあ正直なところ自由に解釈していただいても構わないっていうのがまず前提です。
Well, I think the most important thing is to say I think you all can come up with your own theories for this one.
ただまあ僕個人の解釈としては、まあそもそもつながっていたんだっていうふうに解釈してます。
My personal interpretation is that the timelines were always the same.
でまあつながらない可能性っていうのも当然あったと思うんですけど、ヴェーネスが光の戦士に対してまあその全力で対応してきた結果 なんとかつながったんだろうっていう解釈もまあできるかなと思います。
Another interpretation you could have is that maybe Vinal worked really hard behind the scenes to make sure that the timeline didn't go awry.
まあだからそのベネスが描いた計画っていうのに光の戦士はまあ知らないうちにこうね全力を持って皆さんがこう対応してきたことによってまあつながっていくという奇跡が起きたんじゃないかなと。
And therefore, the Warrior of Light was sort of always acting in accordance with this plan of Vinaz. So the timeline that we're aware of didn't change when we went back to affect it.
嘆きの海で初めて光の戦士が降り立った時にアルゴスが懐いていたという時点で、つながることが確定したかなという認識ではいます。
I personally think that when we went to Mare Lamentorum and we first met Argos, and Argos, really took to us and we were able to ride him, that is basically proof that, okay, at that point, the timelines were going to work out.
まあ6.1 で強くてニューゲームに行月のフィナーレ対応するので、もし気になる方はもう一度ね全部見た上でもう一回おさらいしてもらえるとまた見えてくるものあるんじゃないかなと思います。
I
we are
agree.
adding all of this
I like
stuff
these
to
a
New
lot.
Game Plus in 6.1. So if you're interested in this, I suggest you replay it and think about this question while you're
The
playing.
song.
はい、ありがとうございます。Thank you very much.
I love the song.
So going to the next question. 次の質問いきます。
はい。
In the trailers, only the Warrior of Light seems to age, where the other characters always look the same. Will we ever get to see a grown-up
He
Alfio
hates time questions.
トレーラーでは
Age
主人公である
questions.
非化線の年齢だけが上がっていて、他のキャラクターは年齢が変わっていないように見えます。アルフィのアリ勢が成長した姿を見られる日は来ますか？
I'll say Alpha no.
悩ましいんですよねこれ。
That's really hard to say.
いや僕もね正直ディレクターとしての遊び心っていうのまあゲームの開発者としてその拡張でそして数年後ってやってこう物語の中でね成長した、もう実年齢としてその身長も伸びねよりこうかっこよくそのよりこう可愛くっていうのはちょっと違うな成長したアリゼとか描いてみたいって思いはあります。
On one hand, so as a director and the developer myself, it sounds fun to me when I think about depicting, years later, a taller Alphino and Alice who are cooler and maybe cute in a different way.
ただね、やったらやったでね、前のアルフィノとアリゼが良かったってすげえ言われる気がしてて。
On the other hand, I also feel like if we did that, we'd get a lot of comments being like, "Oh my god, I really liked them better before. I hate this."
でもさ、一回やったらさ、時を遡る以外にもう方法がなくなるじゃん。
And if we do it once, we can't go back, so that's a problem.
だからなんかちょっとやりづらいんすよね。
So it's kind of hard to pull the trigger on that one, I think.
まあなんか、ワンピースっていう漫画とかでよく原作者の小田先生がコミックスのコラムというかねコーナーで読者の皆さんに何歳になった頃のゾロを見たいですとか言って、書かれてることがあるんですけど、あんな感じでもし年を取ったとしたらみたいなのをアートとしてちょっと作ってみるとかはありかもしれないけど。
Sometimes you'll see with manga like One Piece, the author Oda Sensei, he will have a corner where he answers readers' questions, and they might say like, "Oh, I want to know what Zoro would look like at such and such age," and he'll draw that for them. So if it's sort of like a what if scenario, we might be able to give you something in that vein.
I want to see.
あれだね、意外とコメントではシナリオ上はそれはやらなくていい、なんか何年か飛ばして成長した2人が出てくるとかは別にいいよ、やらんでいいよっていう声結構多いな。
I'm getting a lot of comments that are like, it's really fine, like no matter how many years pass, it's fine if you just leave them as is.
コラム的にアートをやってほしい。
I don't think I could get used to seeing like
コメントがすごい。
an older Alice and Alpha no
Yeah, we
truthfully.
see lots of comment to draw special artwork. I see lots of do it.
言ったらもうめっちゃまた do it になってるじゃん。
Everyone's just yelling, do it over and over.
はい
いやでも相当慎重にチェックしてフィニッシュしないと
本当ですね
怖いね
大変なことになる
We really have to be careful about the heights then. I'm kind of freaked out.
はい、ありがとうございます。次の質問いきます。Moving to next question. Bernard said that not even her soul would remain. But what does that mean? I'm really fond of her character and would like to see her again. ベーネスは魂も残らないだろうと言っていましたが、魂が残る残らないの違いは何でしょうか、好きなキャラなのでどこかでまた見たい気もしております。
魂というものもエーテルではあるので、まさしく本当に全ての魂のを構成するエーテルすら全て使い切ったっていうのが答えです。
The answer is that souls are also made of ether, and she used up so much ether that also all of her soul was gone.
ゾディアークはニエその召喚のニエになった人たちを吸収しつつも、その魂だけは内部でこう保持してたで消滅させずに残しておけたんですけど、ハイデリンってベーネス含めて召喚者のその魂を保管しておくほどの余裕がない。なぜなら14人委員会の決断としてはゾディアークを作り出すなので、猛烈な少人数なわけですよ。
By contrast, okay, so Zodiark was summoned using sacrifices of a lot of people, right? But he was able to only use their aether aside from their souls up, because he was very strong and he was summoned by the convocation of 14 and all of that. But Hydaelyn had a much weaker summoning, and because of that, she didn't have the option to sort of leave the souls untouched. And including Vinaz, she ended up using all of their ether.
パッチ 5.2 かな、ベネス派っていう単語が出てきてたりしてたところを、今一度ちょっと見返してもらったりするとまたちょっと面白いかなと思うんですけど、全世界の大多数の古代人たちが協力しているそのゾディアークっていうものに対してっていうことなので、その辺の力関係っていうのはちょっと思い出してもらえるといいかなと思います。
So in 5.2, there was some discussion of Vinaz group that assisted her in doing this, and also of how much of the ancient people were sacrificed to create Zodiark. So if you look back at that time, it might be of interest to you now.
だから最後の最後にその自分の魂という力だけをベーネスは残していて、それを光の戦士というか暁と戦うために使ったっていうのが回答です。
At the very end, Hydaelyn, she still had her own soul, Vinaz's soul, but that was the very power that she used in fighting the Warrior of Light.
だから言ってましたよね。ベーネスあなたも力があって問いかけられたのに対して、大丈夫、この一戦をやり遂げるだけの力は残していましたって言ってるのは、自分の魂をそこに当ててるっていうふうに思ってもらえれば良いと思います。
When she tells you before the final battle with her that she saved enough ether for this fight with you, that is Vinaz's soul that she's referring to.
はい、ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. So the next question. 大変重要な質問な気がします。Yeah, very important question. Next one. Now that Hydaelyn is gone, will the Warrior of Light no longer have the blessing of light? Or will we stick to Aran like the illusory Amarod? 今回のストーリーでハイデリンは消滅してしまいましたが、光の戦士にかけられた光の加護の術も消えたのでしょうか、それともアーモロートの幻影のようにまだ残っているのでしょうか。
ベーネスが施した光の加護は、消えないと思ってますし、消えないであってほしいなっていうふうに思ってます。
I really don't think that the blessing of light will disappear, and I wouldn't want it to.
最後にハイデリンというかベーネスが私の思いがいつまでも愛しき子らを守りますようにっていう願いがちゃんと加護として残り続けてる、いくっていうのが、ある意味最後にかけ直してくれたかもしれない加護だというふうに思っていたい。僕個人的にもね。はい。
Perhaps she re-granted the blessing at the very end, but either way, I want to think that it will always protect the warrior of light, just like she said. My love will be with you forever, my dearest children.
まあそれこそが改めてね光の加護かなという
We
気がして
ate it.
はい。
はい、ありがとうございます。
Those words, I think, will be the blessing you carry forward.
Thank you very much. では次の質問に行きましょう。So going to the next question. In the cutscene after the level 87 dungeon, we see a red sigil appear before Emmett Selk's face. Does that mean such sigils aren't an Ascian thing, but rather identify one as belonging to the convocation number 14? Please explain the lore. レベル 87ID の後のカットシーンでエメットセルクが顔に浮き出る赤い印をねこう発動させていました。ということはあの印はアシエンの特性ではなく14人委員会の身分証のようなものなのでしょうか。改めて設定を教えてほしいです。
まあ身分証というのはちょっと違うかなと思うんですけど、まあ14人委員会のそれぞれの座に選ばれるような人っていうのは、まあ、膨大な魔力とかそれぞれとてつもない能力をまず持っているので、それらの力を解放した時にその浮かび上がるっていう風に思って、もうリミッターというかねを解除したみたいななんとなくイメージだと思ってくれればいいです。
So it's not really just there for identification purposes, but yeah, if you think about it, every person who takes a seat in the convocation of 14 has really intense magic power. So basically, it's like it appears whenever they use grand magic, almost as sort of a limiter to constrain their magic.
で、あれはマークは14人委員会のそれぞれの座を示すマークなので、14人委員会以外の人が俺も力を解放するぜってやっても出たりはしないです。
However, each sigil does indicate the member's seat on the convocation. So, you know, even if someone who's not on the convocation was like, oh yeah, magic time, wow, it's not going to show up on anyone else's face.
そう勝手にね俺は第15の座を名乗るぜって言ったところで出ないです。
You can't just name yourself the 15th seat and blast it and hope it'll appear.
I am the 15th seat.
まあなので
I declare
まあ
it.
わかんない由来いろいろ想像もできるかなと思っていて、まあそれだけ強大なパワーを持っていて世界から認められる14個の座についてるってことは、まあそんなに無尽蔵にバンバン力を振るうなよっていう意味もあって、まあ出すと14人委員会の人間であるっていうのがバンって出る可能性はありますよね。だから座を引き継げば多分、ベーネスには出ないですね。多分。座を渡
That's
してる。
my seat.
I think it's also probably connected to sort of the convocation's responsibility. These are people who have been acknowledged by society as having this grand power and taking up these seats. So, you know, you don't want people just randomly wandering around blasting magic without knowing who it is and for what purpose. So it sort of indicates that they've been chosen for this role and keeps them in line. And for that reason, I also think that when you leave the seat, for instance, when Vana gave up her seat, she would have also given up the sigil, so it would no longer appear on her.
吉田の座はって聞かれてる。吉田の座はね、継ぎたい者が誰もいなくてちょっと寂しいんですよ。
So people are talking about the seat of Yoshida, but it just kind of makes me sad because I think there's nobody who could take up the seat if I gave it up.
しかも紋章も出ないからね。
Also, I don't have a cool symbol on my face.
No, they can't
はい
just play flow like
ありがとう
this.
ございます。Thank you very much.
No.
では続いて次の質問に行きます。So moving to the next question. In concluding this story, were there any threats you found difficult to wrap up or bits of lore that you secretly changed or disregarded? 物語を一旦完結させるにあたり回収が難しかった伏線、こっそりなかったことにされた設定やなかったことにしたい設定はありましたか？
こちらもですね、世界設定チーム、小田さんからいただいてきました回答をね。
This is also one that I had to ask the lore team, specifically Oda-san, about.
初期設定とか裏設定と呼ばれるものはその時点での想定でしかなく、物語を書き進めるうちにより詳細化されるものもあれば消えてゆくものもあります。
the initial setting and background lore are only plans that we draw from. So it's not unusual for the details to change or disappear as we write the story further.
まあそれはね、行月のフィナーレに限らず Q14 から新生への、まあ、移行過程でも同じで、まあ、Q14 やってた方はご存知かもしれないですけど、まあ、回収しきれなかったという意味では相棒という存在は回収しきれなかったです。
That's not only true of Endwalker. Like, you'll probably remember if you played 1.0, there was a lot of changes between 1.0 and A Realm Reborn, and some of them we couldn't really retcon properly. For instance, in 1.0, the Warrior of Light had a partner character.
Q14 知らない人に説明するとね、相棒っていうキャラクターがね、いたんですよ。で、何者かよくわかんないんですよね。
Well, we had this very temporary partner though, and like so we didn't really know who exactly it would be or anything, and so we kind of just ignored it when we went on.
だからあれは共造世界の自分が来てたんだとかね、いろいろいやなんかこじつけようかなと思ったんですけど、もうどうにもならないんだっていう。
When you're making this world, you're sort of just like I don't know what to do, and you'll just sort of sometimes ignore things that are inconvenient.
まあなのでまあ時々ありますよ。付箋として使おうかなと思ってたけど、まあ使えないからもうそのままにしておこうっていうのもあるけど、大部分は綺麗にいけたと思う。黒曜石サビクなんかはまだいけるかなとは思ってたりするからあれですけど、はい。
And so yeah, there are some things where you'll just be like, we'll just ignore that going forward. But in most cases, we do try to wrap up things, and maybe if there are things we haven't addressed yet, we can wrap them up in the future.
はい、ありがとうございます。それでは続いてですが、next question. Will we have a chance to learn the identities of the full convocation of 14? は今後14人委員会の構成員について全員の、真の名前を知る機会はありますか？
黒成績、黒曜石ってさめっちゃ突っ込まれてる。
あ、黒成績ですね。
はいはい。
はい、黒成績。
で14人委員会のその座とともにあるその真の名マナに関してはすでに決まってはいます。はい。
So yes, we have decided the true names and identities of every convocation member.
まあそれらを皆さんが知る機会があるかどうかは今後の展開次第ですねって悪い顔をして終わっておきます。
Whether we tell you that in the future sort of depends on how the plot develops. Sorry to tease you.
スマイル。
ありがとうございます。では続いていきましょう。次の質問です。Going to the next question. Benar had good intentions and her plan worked out in the end. But as a result, the world was sundered and most of the ancients suffered for it. Was sundering the star really the only way to save it? ベーネスは善意の上で行動して結果的に良い方向にはなりましたが、その経過では世界を分断し多くの古代人を不幸にはしました。今回の結果を導くためには世界を分断するのは必須だったのでしょうか？
Smile.
まあシナリオ系とかはなっちゃんとも話をしてこうテキストをまとめているんですけど、その回答をね、まあ少なくともベーネスってヤシトラがまあ推測したようにエーテルが強すぎる古代人ではデュナミスにそもそも干渉することができない。結果その終末を根本的に止められないっていうふうに考えてます。
So I also consulted with Natsuko Ishikawa and the scenario team to come up with an answer that hopefully will make sense when we explain it. But at the very least, as Yashola theorized, Vina believed that the ancients, being so dense in Aether, could not control Dynamis, and so she thought that they could not have stopped the final days at its source.
じゃあ別にそのゾディアークで、まあ、根本的に解決できなかったとしても天の断り、まあ、つまり天脈を強化して、まあ、絶望ビームを弾き返してるんだからそのままなんとかやってきゃいいじゃんとしたとしてもいずれ今の古代人たちの考え方では、まあ、大敗的な末路をたどってしまうだろうっていうのもその まあヘルメスの言動とかを見てても自分自身気づかされるところがあったんだろうなというふうに思ってます。
So, you know, there were the other ancients who thought that, okay, we summon Zodiark and that'll be our solution, but she saw them summon Zodiark and sort of use that to deflect Meteon's despair beam and thought, you know, even if we do this, if we keep going along as we are, the ancients, the rest of the ancients will probably be unable to change. When she's looking at Hermes and everything, she thinks, okay, we can't change as a people and we will always be our own undoing.
まあ確実とは言いはしないですけど、最終ダンジョンのラストレムナントのフェーズ3ラーラーが暴れ回ってるところは、なんとなく古代人たちがあのまま続いてったらこうなってただろうなっていうイメージで作ってはいます。
If you look at the dungeon, the dead ends, at the very end there's a boss called Lala, and that is sort of our vision for what probably would have happened to the ancients if they had just
So that's what people theorized, and I guess
だか
they
ら
just
そのた
confirmed
め
it.
に世界を分割して人が持つエーテルをとにかく薄くしていずれデュナミスっていうものを使いこなし、人が終末そのものと戦えるようにしたっていうのがベネスの考えです。
So for that reason, she chose to sunder the star to dilute mankind's ether, so that someday they might be able to use Dynamis and to fight back against despair and the final days at the source.
まあ、本人も言ってましたけど、これは善悪で語られて良いわけではなく、その行いが果たして正しかったのかどうかっていう苦悩はベーネスが全部自分で背負っているっていう感じですね。
As she herself says, this is not really a simple matter of good and evil, and she agonized over whether her decision was correct, and took all of that upon herself for all of this time.
でもね、僕特に思ったんですけど、まあ、皆さんこうベーネスすごくいろいろな思いをね、プレイヤーの皆さん感じ取ってくれて、すごくこうベーネス疑ってごめんよと、ハイデリン悪いやつじゃなかったってなってるんですけど。
I think everybody has a lot of different feelings about Vina, and you know, we wanted to communicate that, you know, Hydaelyn's not a bad guy, but
こんなね、世界を分割して人を14に分けて、そのデュナミストを使ってね、その終焉を歌うものにぶつけようなんていうことを決断し考えれる時点でやっぱり彼女も古代人なんだなって思うんですよ。
But it's this very decision that she made to say, okay, I'm gonna split everybody into 14 parts so they can use Dynamis, so they can kill the Endsinger. That decision really makes me think, yeah, she was definitely, Vina herself was definitely an ancient, huh?
だから 5.0 の、まあ、ラストでね、エメト・セルクがこれが最後の最低だ、判じるっていうことをやるでしょ。何度も判じてきたんだと、その度になり損ないどものなんかダメなとこ見てきたんだ俺って、もういいよじゃあ最後もう一回だけ見てやるよって言うじゃない。
At the end of 5.0, so we find out that Emmett Selk, this whole time, he's been making these decisions about all of humanity, about how they were imperfect creatures these days. But at the very end, he gives you one more chance and reevaluates his judgment.
で、今回ヘルメスもやるでしょ。改めて正しく判じよう、人の行く先を。ものすごいなんか不必要なぐらい公平性にこだわるじゃない。その自分の記憶も全部消しておいて、自分は人間側につくから何してんと君っていう。
Hermes is also concerned with this, to the degree that he erases his own memories so he can once again reevaluate humanity, and everything.
I wish
He's really
too.
concerned with fairness.
Go type that in the YouTube chat.
でも
How are you?
ベーネスこそ判じるっていう言葉は一度も使ってはいないんだけど、ベーネスの歩みっていうカットシーンの中で剣を構えてね、今から私は世界を分かつって、まあ、あれってまさにもう判じるだと思っていて、全世界丸ごと判じるんかいこの人っていうのがやっぱりね、僕が思う古代人の怖さというか完全性というか、普通あの決断人間にはできないぞって思 ていて、その先の苦労も含めて計算した上でというか計画した上でだから、やっぱり彼女も古代人だなっていうふうに思ったりしました。
Vina herself never talks about herself in this lofty way that she's making a judgment on all of mankind. But when we see her in that cutscene holding the sword and saying, you know, henceforth he shall walk and sundering the world, that really is a very ancient moment. Like that shows you how different the wholeness of the ancients were, because normally we wouldn't be able to make such a decision for all of mankind. So when I see that, I really think, yeah, Vina was one of them.
まあだからエメトセルクね人気は高いけどそもそも私が判じてやろうって、まあ、アルフィノに言わせればなぜお前にそんなもん判じられなきゃいけないんだっていう話だし、まあベーレスに至ってもそうよね。だから、その辺を意識してまた物語全体見るとちょっと違ったというか、もう一段その古代人っていうのがどういうこう人たちなのか、それがいろんなテキストにこうまぶされているので、今回サブクエストも含めてだけど、その辺見てもらえるとまたちょっと面白くなるかなとは思います。
You know, Emmet Self is very popular, but I sort of agree with Alfina when Emmet's talking about judging people. What right does he have to do that? And that may actually be the case with Vina as well. Like, what right did she have to do that? We've shown various things about the ancients and how different they were from us as people and how they were sort of the same. So I think if you go back and look at all of the different parts, including the side quests with the ancients in them, you might find it interesting.
そういうお前だって吸盤を感じてベテ落としたよって
You
言
don't
われ
like him?
People are criticizing me as a hypocrite, being the great decider here.
人間にはできない。
どうしようもなかったんだよ。
I mean, I had to, though, to make this.
古代人だったんだ。
いやいやいや。
You definitely have a right to your own opinion.
He insists he's not.
はい、ありがとうございます。
Trust me, I have plenty of people who come into my chat telling me that girl has a shit character. You learn to just tune it out and not pay any attention to people who are trying to shit on your own opinion.
But what about the first moon? Was Iseris the only thing divided among parallel dimensions, or did the sundering affect the surrounding
You banned the
part of
guy.
outer space too? 現象世界から見えてる月は世界が分かたれた後にゾディアークを封印するために生まれたと思うのですが、第一世界から見えてる月は
A
一体
weenie? I
何
don't
な
think he
の
was a
でしょうか。
weenie.
アーティリスだ
I
け
think he's
が
a
多
bit weird.
次元に割
Not a
れてい
weenie,
て
though.
惑星外宇宙には影響なかったのでしょうか。
Execute them.
まず共造
Are they
世界
here
にあ
now?
る
I
月
don't
に
know.
も意味はあります。
First of all, I want to tell you that the Reflections moons have their own significance.
ありますなんですが、今はお話できません。
Yeah,
I do,
he was
but I
cringe.
can't tell you what it is.
まあハイデリンキック光の一撃で、まあ、ゾディアークごと世界が分割されて、その後共造世界においても原初世界でそうしたのと同じように分断されたゾディアークの一部を封じるために月が作られてます。月がまあ生じてるって言った方がいいのかな。
So after the sundering, after the star was sundered and Zodiark was imprisoned in the moon that we know, moons were created, or you could probably say appeared in all the other reflections with pieces of Zodiark in them as well.
なのでこの辺りは破綻のないようにきちんと作ってはあるので、
Yeah, all moons are
まあ
haunted.
それが何なのかはまだ話せないんですけど、意味はちゃんとあります。はい。
We're going to show this properly later, so I can't give you spoilers now. But yes, there is some meaning to these.
We're gonna see the
は
other
い、ありがとうございま
moons.
す。Thank you very much. そ
Poggers.
れではですね、ここからはですね、シナリオとか設定以外の、動画関連の質問に行きたいと思います。So from this point, the questions are not related to scenario or the lore stuff. So the question is,
How are you?
during the development process, what part of Endwalker were you a perfectionist about? は行月のフィナーレの制作の中で吉田さんが最もこだわった部分をお聞かせください。すごい海外インタビューみたい。
いやもうねありとあらゆるところなんですけど、まあ、特にっていう意味だと、まあ、今回より特にですけど各カットシーンにおける、キャラクターのこう目
I wouldn't
線
say they're
それから
irrelevant. It's just
会
not
話と
scenario
会話の間
related.
の間
It's development
あと
related.
喋ってる最中の仕草はかなりその1カットシーンずつ細かくその演出やってるそれぞれの担当者と話をして
Irrelevant to you,
こ
but
だ
not
わら
to
せてもらいま
other
した。
people, perhaps.
So if we're just saying the things, okay, that I am the very most particular about, this time I would say in every single cutscene, I was concerned with the direction the characters were looking, and also the time between dialogues and conversations, and also the motions, especially at the beginning of each character's speech.
なんか目線は目線と間って僕特に大事だと思っていて、やっぱり演出する上でその目線って顎を向けることが目線なのではなくてやっぱり目から先に動く、で首を振らなくても目って感情が出るのでそこをねやっぱりこうとがきにその視線を送るってあったとしても首が動いて顎ごと動くのか目線目だけが眼球だけが動くのかって全然違うんで、そこはかなりやりました。
Personally, I think the direction of the gaze and how your gaze works is really important. Your eyes convey a lot of emotion. It's not just, okay, your whole chin moves and that's your gaze, right? So in the stage directions and such, I was really concerned with, okay, are your eyes going to move first? Is their whole head going to turn? What's the most natural way to convey this expression?
あとは基本的に14の場合プレイヤーの皆さんにテキストの進行度合いとかはちゃんと自分のペースで決めてほしいと思ってるから、まあボタン送りがあるんですけど、それを許さない、ここはもう演出マックスでいくから自動送りのみっていうシーンに関してはやっぱり喋った後に言葉を飲み込んで次の言葉を発するとか、受けた相手がそれを飲み込んで自分なりに咀嚼してから答えを返す。
Jeff, hello!
無言
Thank
なん
you
だ
for
けど
resubbing.
その間ってとても大事。
How are you?
みんなにいろんなことを考えてもらうために大事なので、そこもか
Oh,
なり
also, Elise, thanks for the
す
follow.
ごいぐらいちょっと調整させてもらいました。
Guess what? What's up?
Also, usually we like to have 14 as a game that you can play at whatever pace you want to, but this time we had a lot of scenes
Wait.
where they would go on autoplay through the
I
text.
will go into Yena's
and
chat
when
now
a
and
character
do it.
talked in these scenes, I really wanted the other characters to take a little
See
bit
you.
of time to process those words before responding, because that's important processing time for all of you as well.
See you there.
So I was kind of probably annoying about how particular I was about this.
あとはやっぱこう伏線を回収していくときに解釈の誤解がとにかく生じないように、解釈の自由度があっていいっていうところはちゃんとそのつもりでディレクションしてるんだけど、ここは誤解されてはまずいっていうところを誤解されないように調整するっていうところはかなり徹底したところですね。
I also was very particular about things not being misunderstood. And, obviously, like when you have something foreshadowed or, hinted at, that's fine to leave it up to people's interpretation. But, there are certain interpretations we don't really want to guide people towards. So I was particular about how we were portraying those.
でまあ、この辺りはやっぱり今回なっちゃんがやっぱりライティングを本当ギリギリのギリギリまでやってて、なかなかその演出までチェックしきれないっていうところもあったんで、もうここは完全に分担して、じゃあもうこっちで全部引き取るから、だから俺が一番石川夏子の中二に近いと思ってるからって言って。
Part of this was also because Natsuko, Ishikawa-san, was very busy writing the script up till the very last minute for this expansion, so she couldn't perform her checks as closely as possible. And in the respect of who could stand in for her, I'm probably the closest person, so I ended up doing it a lot and being very particular.
あとやっぱ天野先生のデザインの再現っていうのは今回は今回行月のフィナーレが1回目のそのハイデリン・ゾディアーク編という1回目の14のフィナーレだからラスボスを是が非でも天野先生にしたいっていうところがあって、自分で絵の発注も言ってるし、だからこそ天野先生の絵を知る自分大ファンなんで、やっぱ僕がディレクションしたタイトルで天野先生の絵をまあ今のその14の技術にはなるけど、で 極限まで再現したいって思いがあったので、そこはもうほんとしつこいぐらいリテイクして調整してっていうのをやらせてもらったんで、そこはめちゃくちゃこだわりました。はい。
Also, because Endwalker was really, in a sense, like the first finale, the first not ending but ending that we had in 14 with the end of the Heidelin and Zodiac arc. I really wanted to have Yoshitaka Amano's art. I'm a big fan of his, and obviously he's associated with the arts in 14 and all of that. So I asked him to do the art, and then when we were reproducing those designs in game, I was super particular about getting it right.
天野先生の発注は必ず僕が行くんですけど、全部申請以降全部自分で言ってるんですけど、今回久しぶりに天野先生にはラスボスを書いていただきたくてきましたって言って、その設定で、いろんなそのラスボス書いてきていただいたと思いますが、今回先生に書いていただきたいのは絶望ですって。
おー、すごい発注。
Of course, ever since A Realm Reborn, I'm the one who's giving Amano his orders for what we want him to draw. And this time I was like, okay, I want you to draw the last boss. I want you to draw despair.
そう絶望か。でも先生いつもそうなんだけど、僕とのキーワードを2人でこう会話していくの。その例えばこういう事象が起きて。それが
Draw despair.
ただメテオンは決まってたから鳥をイメージには入れてくださいって話をした上で、だね、こうやってやり取りしていくとね、浮かんできた、大丈夫、いけるってね、15分20分ぐらいみっちり話せば、
Every time, this time he was like, despair. But every time he's very good about talking
despair.
To me. We sort of have a back and forth about what to envision here. We'll talk about, in this case, despair. And, if we've, in this certain situation, okay, you feel despair, what comes to mind then? And in this case, we also added in the extra sort of difficulty of making the bird imagery as well. But, after like 15 minutes, he was just like,
God.
Yeah, I got it. I have something in mind. Don't worry about it.
今度ね、実はなんか見せたかったんだけどね、主演を歌うものの天野先生の原画をどっかのタイミング
What
で
comes to mind? Healing Dark Knights.
作りたいなと思う。
Why is every expert roulette
I really want to
pain
show
in the
you
ass?
the original design we got from him for
I wanna
the End
see.
Singer at some point. So I'll look for
Oh.
a chance to do that.
すごいです。
他にはもういっぱいあるんですけど、
はい
クエストインスタンスバトルの調整やってたりとか、あとサブクエストの開放タイミングが今回ね、申し訳なかった、そのなんか後ろ髪を引かれるようなそのサブクエストの出され方が多いなってちょっとコメントも見たんですけど、
The other things, for instance, the instance battles you do in quests, I was quite focused on, as well as the sub-quest timing for how they unlock and all of that stuff. I mean, we've got some comments about that.
今回ってやっぱり地域攻略型シナリオなので、しかも時系列時間軸が前に進む物語だから、なんかやっぱ週末に襲われている状態か襲われる前か襲われた後かって全然話の展開が変わるので、当然住民が週末来てる最中にさ、いやちょっとチョコボ連れてきてほしいとか無理でしょ。
Yeah, so this time, obviously, because we had the final days going on, it's very important to sort of have the quests unlock at the appropriate time. Like, is this happening before the apocalypse comes or during the apocalypse? You don't really want during the apocalypse someone to just be like, can you feed my chocobo or whatever? It wouldn't fit very well.
なのでやったので、かといってよし一旦落ち着いたから全部出せってやるとエクスクラメーションマーク出すぎると嫌になるの。もう見なかったことにしようみたいな。
Also, if you just have them all unlock at the same time and suddenly your screen is filled with exclamation marks, like that's terrible. I hate that.
なのでもう何回も投資プレイをして、このクエストのこのシーケンスまで来たら3クエスト出して、で3クエストだったら消化する気になるだろうとか。
So that's why this time I played through so many times, and I'd be like, okay, when you get to this sequence of this quest, then these 3 other quests unlock, and 3 is probably a decent number that people can get through, and that sort of thing.
でこのクエストまで来たら5個出して、 まあ、このクエストまで来たら残りを出してみたいな感じで潰していってる人にとってはもう別に潰していきゃいいじゃんって感じだと思うんだけど、あのね数の威圧感とかをね、あと話の内容とをそのフラグをお願いして1個ずつ調整してもらうのって本当にもう投資プレイするしかないのですごい大変だった。
So yeah, I have it so like, okay, you go to this quest and then this quest unlocks, and you know, when you're progressing through it, I mean, it's nice. It's nice to have it correct, but at the same time, in order to create a good experience for those who wanted to go through all of the quests, I had to do them a whole bunch of times, which was really hard.
また正直もうちょっと減らしてもよかったかなって思わなくもないな。
Also, sometimes I thought, couldn't we have less of these?
まあそれ以外にもハイデリン透滅戦もめちゃくちゃこだわったし、フェイスの方ね、あと今回久しぶりにテキストたくさん書かせてもらったんで、ID のフェイスのダイアログ、セリフとかはかなりの数書かせてもらったんで楽しかったです。はい。
Also, I was quite concerned with your showdown with Heidelin, as well as the trust system dialogue. In this case, I actually got to write some dialogue for the first time in a while. So writing all of that, all those trust lines was really fun.
はい、ありがとうございます。
アリゼのズルいもよしみなのそうです。
Drink
ハイデリ
water.
ン透滅戦はほぼ
Drink water and don't move your
やり
head.
ましたんで。
I was keeping a close eye on Heidelin from the very start, so.
それでは次の質問です。Going to next question. Healers are currently putting out too much healing compared to damage taken, and have few damage dealing options and limited flexibility in battle. People are even clearing Pandemonium with tank only parties. Are there plans to make healers more vital to parties? なるほど。ヒーラーについて
Shit still hurts
ダメ
though.
ージに対して回復量が多すぎる
P2 hurts,
他
P3
に
hurts.
攻撃の手段も乏しく、バトルでの工夫の余地が少ないと感じています。実際パンデモニウムではタンクだけのパーティーでもクリア報告があるほどです。ヒーラーの必要度を高める予定はありますか？
まずこれ毎拡張ごとにそうなんですけど、
はい
やっぱりこう毎拡張スタ
Well,
ー
I
ト
can
して
tank it,
最
but
初
not
の
all
レイドって
DPS can
正直難易度的にはかなり優しめに作ってます。それは受ける非全体ダメージ量もそうだし、
Like
必
full
要とされる
AoEs?
火力パーティー DPS っていうのも普段のレイドに比べれば下げてつけてます。これはね毎拡張一緒。
Right, so I want to emphasize that we've done the same as we did in every previous
Hate
expansion here.
warrior.
And that's at the start of the expansion. We sort of hold back on the difficulty for the raid in terms of damage taken and damage dealt and that sort of stuff. We make it a little bit easier so as many people as possible can clear.
どうしてもプレイヤーの皆さんって地続きではあるからパッチ 5.4 で実装された時のそのエデンの最終レイドと、比較しがちなんですけど、今回改めてレベルキャップが上がって新しいジョブも増えてってところなので、一回難易度のイメージはリセットして、特に第1弾なので多くの人にクリアしてもらいたいっていうので敷地は下げてます。なので今後実装されていく第2弾第3弾というのはまただんだん難易度がプレイヤーの皆さんのジョブの使いこなしに合わせて上昇していくので、そういうサイクルを繰り返していると思ってください。
You're probably comparing the raid as it is now to what you had in 5.4, but you have to remember that at 6.0 we added new jobs and we're still balancing things. We want to give people a chance to clear if they possibly can. And then from this point, we will raise the challenge level in part 2 and part 3 of Pandemonium.
それでも基本的にちょっともっとヒールワークきつくしてほしいな、ヒールしてる気分を味わいたいんだよっていう人は絶に行って絶望していただけるとありがたいです。
I think even at that point, if you're still unsatisfied, thinking, okay, healing is too easy and I want to feel more like a proper healer, definitely try the ultimate content and suffer.
True.
はい、ありがとうございます。では続いてもう一問ジョブ関連ですね。So the next question. Dark Knights, Living Dead, and Blood Weapon are more difficult to use
Dark
effectively
Knight.
compared to other tank skills. Are there plans to adjust this? 他タンクに比べて暗黒騎士のリビングデッドやブラッドウェポンの使い勝手が、いまいちです。今後調整の予定はありますか？
暗黒騎士だけじゃなくてですね、パッチ 6.1 で、暗黒騎士も含めていろんなジョブに手は、入れさせていただきます。
So not just Dark Knight, but a whole bunch of jobs will be adjusted in patch 6.1.
でまあ皆さんからのねフィードバックはかなりちゃんと見てますんでそれらを含めてできる限り要望にお答えできるようにね6.1 していきたいと思ってます。
We are looking closely at all of your feedback and will fulfill as many of your requests as we possibly can in 6.1.
まあ今まさに質問のあったその暗黒騎士のリビデとかに関してはもう今調整案が出てきて進んでるので、まあ何かしら手は入ります。はい。
We are definitely adjusting Living Dead, so you can wait and see how it goes.
でまあ特に結構今ちょっと辛いんだ
We
けど
gained 100 people today
言われる
though.
こともまあ貴公子とかあと白魔導士っていうのももちろんフィードバックを拝見しながら調整対象になってますんでもうちょっとお待ちください。
We've also definitely seen your feedback about Machinist and White Mage that you're having trouble right at the moment, and we are working on that, so please wait just a little longer.
あとは
It is
竜騎士でね
definitely a
ちょっ
lot.
ともうちょっと短くっていうのも
But everything is
短くする
relatively
対応は入れて
self-contained,
今
so I don't
テ
think
テ
we'll
スト
have
中なの
really
で
many issues.
まあそういうプレイフィールに関わるところそれから数値バランスに関わるところ今回ね 6.1 また大きなプログラムコストかけて調整していけるので、
はい
で今日ここに上げてない名前のジョブもいろいろやりますんで
大事なところ。
吉田が言わなかったっていうとこ言ってこう黒い煙が最近で出るってよく表現されるんですけどいろんなジョブ手入れますんではいお待ちください。
We're also looking at Dragoons who are concerned about the jump animation lock being too long. We're going to try to shorten that up. So we're going to adjust things that affect the feel of your gameplay in addition to just the numbers. And of course, I'd like to say that even if I didn't specifically mention your job today, we're still looking at feedback and making adjustments for those
Make
too.
minor arcana
So
one
please do not
button.
descend on us in a cloud of black smoke because I'm scared.
はい
はい、ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. では次の質問です。ちょっと前半でカバーされた気もしますが、Given that we now have Sage and Reaper, will you be increasing the number of glamour plates? リーパーと賢者が増えましたが、
It is
ミラージュプレートも増えませんか？
ミラプリ関連はですね、各処理のアップデート、まあ、数を増やすとか、まあ、
You're gonna throw your monk weapon at the boss.
ミラプリを反映できるエリアを増やすとか
You're gonna spit at the boss.
チェストのサイズを増やすと
That's
か
your range.
まあ、いろんな候補があってそれぞれのコスト出しが終わって、まあ、やっぱ順番にしか対応できないので、まず今回最初パッチ 6.1 では、プレートの複数枚追加を行います。
Pocket sand.
Right. So there
If you're
are
finding barehanded, yeah,
various
that's when you're gonna
requests that
spit
we
at
need
the
to
boss
address,
instead.
Related to the glamour system, like your the number of plates, the areas that you can use them in, the size of your glamour dresser. We can really only address these slowly in a systematic way, but we are working on it, and in 6.1 we will increase the number of plates.
で何枚が増えるのがその嬉しいかっていうのはちょっと個人差があるので何とも言えないですけどそれなりの枚数増やせてるんじゃないかなとは思ってます。
Hopefully they
The
give you
amount of
something.
plates people wanted to increase by sort of differs by person. I can't tell you exactly how many we're adding, but I think it should be sufficient for the time being.
でまあそれを第一弾としつつ、
はい
ボックスの中に幻影としてしまえる数に関しても大きく引き上げようとしていますし、それらあと着替えられる反映できる場所を増やしたいとかそれらいろいろ今やってますので順次スケジュールが決まったらまあとにかく 6.1 からミラージュプレート関連いろいろミラプリ関連ねアップデートしていきますよということだけお伝えしておきます。
And yes, we are definitely increasing how many pieces you can store in your dresser and how many places you can use these plates. So when we can fit them in the schedule, starting in 6.1, we will be adding more features.
はい、ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. では次の質問です。Next question. Will we be able to obtain gear such as Imperial Officers' armor and uniforms, Galarian Gunblades, Imperial Lab Coats, and Shalian Forum members' uniform in the
Let's
future?
go.
なるほど。今後、ガレマール帝国の帝国士官の鎧や服、帝国式ガンブレードや帝国学者のコート、またシャーレアンの議員制服などを入手できるようになりませんか？
まずシャーレアのギリイン制服はね予定があるはず。
So, first of all, the Imperial officer uniform is something we have already decided on.
まあこれまで帝国やっぱこう敵として描くことが多くて、なかなかそのガレマール帝国の内面とか人間としてのそのガレアン人っていうのを描く機会がこれまでなかったので、まあやめてたんですけど、まあ、行月のフィナーレでそういったところも描けたので、これからその 6.0 以降のパッチ報酬みたいな形で増やしていくのはまあありかな、そろそろ解禁してもいいかなとは思ってます。はい。
Up until 6.0, we had mostly shown the Garleans as just these ruthless enemies. We hadn't really had an opportunity to show the normal people or other perspectives of that story. But now that we've done that, I think we could start releasing some gear that is Garlean themed.
Cool.
はい、ありがとうございます。Thank you very much。だんだん残り時間も少なくなってきましたが、もう数問いきたいと思います。Time is running out, but I'd like to continue a few more questions. The next one is, do you plan to implement the songs that played on the radio in Garlemald as an orchestral wall?
it'd be so creepy to have in the
ラジオから流れ
house.
ていた楽曲をオーケストリオンフとして実装する予定はありますか？
あれ人気高いですもんね。
いいですよね。私も好き。
It's awfully popular.
I like it.
パッチ 6.1 でですね、ノイズが入ってるやつ、皆さんがメインストーリーで聞いたやつ、あれのオーケストリオン風の実装が決まってます。はい。
And
Yeah,
yes,
I
we have
want-
decided to implement the version you hear on the radio with the distortion in it as an orchestrion in 6.1.
なんかあれノイズが入ってないやつと
I
入ってる
want
バージョンがあって
the Charlene
まあ
theme
どっ
in
ち
my
よっていう
house.
話だったんですけど、まあそこ
Or
が
actually,
サウンドディレクターとして
Elpis.
ゲーム体験に密接に絡んでるのは
I want
ノイズ入ってる方だから、まあ、そっちでまず実装しましょうっていう判断をしたんで、
Catesis.
そっちが実装されます。はい。
We actually have a version both with distortion and without distortion, but Soken felt that as sound director, he wanted to give people something as
Is Catesis
close
already a
to the
orchestrion
in-game
role?
experience of hearing it for the first time as possible
I don't think I've
for the
ever seen
orchestrion,
it.
so we're going with the distorted version first.
Yeah, the ultimate blue music of the distortion. That'd be
Thank you very
cool.
much. では続いてです。Were we able to take up residence in Shalian or the lunar facilities that the operates worked so
Look at
hard
him.
to make some one day?
Give me Charlene
Even just
housing.
apartments would be fine. レポリットが頑張って作ってくれた月の居住地やシャーレアンにはいつか住めるようになりますか？アパルトメントでもいいです。
サムデイでいいんですよね。
Someday.
まあね。
He's so over it.
まあもうまずは石ガルドに住んでくれよ。追いつかないよ。
Please just try living in Ishgard first. We cannot keep up.
もうね、まあまあその今回ね 6.1 でハウジングの抽選システムもできるし、まあ全世界にさらにこうサーバーをね大幅増強していくっていうのもこの前発表させてもらったので、ハウジングに関してもやっぱりどんどんやっていきたいとは思ってるんだけど、マジで追いつかないんで。
I mean, yes. So for 6.1, we've come up with the lottery system for housing. We've also announced we're increasing the overall amount of housing. So it's not like we won't do it or we don't want to do it, but maybe slow down a little bit.
まあ詰めたら良いですね。
If we could, that would be nice. What it did.
That would be nice. ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. 次の質問いきましょう。
はい。
Next question. Will you add minions for Emmet Selk, Hades, and Xenos? エメトセルクやハーデス、ゼノスのミニオンは実装されますか？
まあここはそのまあ何度か言ってる通りやっぱり役目を終えてないキャラクターっていうところに関してはまあ僕が全権指揮取ってるところでもあってキャラクターのミニオンは出す出さない僕が全部判断してるんですけど、まあ行月まで来たのでまあありかなとは思ってます。はい。
Yeah, I'm the one who decides who we put out as minions, and I always hold back on putting out minions of characters whose roles are not yet done in the story, but I think now that we've done Endwalker, we can consider doing those.
Oh. I was gonna say, their rules aren't done yet.
くっついてくるわけでしょ。
ずっと
許されついてくることを許されてるわけでしょ。
I wish I could have more than 1 million out.
Is it okay to put Xenos out as a minion? He's just gonna follow you everywhere.
He should be happy. はい、ありがとうございます。それでは次で本日の最後の質問にしたいと思います。So the next question will be the last question of today.
The last question.
And the question is, do you have any updates regarding female Rosgal?
Oh.
なるほど。ロスガル女性について何かアップデー
His
ト情報はあります
reactions to these
か？
questions.
そういえば。
They're so funny.
僕らようやく行月出したばっかなんだよ今。
Finally, we're done with Endwalker. Okay.
ね、グラフィックスのアップデートもやるしね。ただもちろん忘れてません。
And yes, we are working on a graphic update. But no, we have not forgotten about female Hrothgar.
アートチームの方に、ロスガル女性の
What
ア
are
ートワー
your
クを
plans for female Hroth?
何パターンも書いて
Or do you have an
もらい
update
そ
for
の
it?
中から今、2系統に絞ってさらにデザインを進めつつそれをどうやってその新しいキャラクタークリエーションにこうなんだろう仕様設計していくかっていうところまで今来てるので、まあ、もちろん実装するとなるとねまだ時間はかかりますが着実に進んでます。
So right now we've had the art team draw a variety of styles for possible female Hrothgar designs. We've picked 2 of them, and we're currently thinking about how those would look and what adjustments we would have to involve in putting those into character creation. So obviously it's going to be some time before we can actually implement them as a race, but we are working and we are making progress.
まあ本当にやるのっていうコメントもありますけど、やるって言ったらやりますよ。
People are saying, are you really going to do it though? And if I say I'm going to do something, I will do it.
だってやるって言ったんだもん。
I said I'd do it.
あとね、なんか
You can
使う
put
人
a
少ないんじゃない
picture on my
ってコメン
island.
トもあると思うんですけど
You're right. I
ここ
can
まで
do
来たら
that.
多いとか少ないじゃないと思う
I
んですよ。
know no one asked
全
if he's
種族が
okay.
それぞれ平均
Such.
的に人気になるなんてことはなくて。
There are also people saying, but probably not that many people will play as female Hrothgar. But I'm thinking, we've come this far, and it's not really a matter of will they be super popular. It's not like everyone needs to use all races equally.
その世界に多様な種族、見た目を持った人たち、それから内面の個性を持ったさまざまなプレイヤーがいるっていうことが世界の広がりをすごく感じられる、まさしく一人でもみんなでも遊べる RPG が目指すところでもあると思ってるので、だから使ってる人が多いとか少ないとかもうあまり関係がないからここまで来ると思ってるので、きっちり実装していくつもりではあります。
So, people decide what characters to play for a lot of different reasons. We'll focus on the inside or the outside, and some people may play a lot of this type of character or not a lot of type of the other character. That really gives the world flavor and variety. And especially because we're aiming to be a game that you can play solo or with friends. To be honest, we're not that overly focused on everybody will play this thing equally as long as everyone's having a good time.
もうそれを言った途端さ、新しい種族のアイデアを次々言うんじゃないよ君らって思うのよ。
And of course, because I said that, now everyone is coming out with their ideas for new races we should add. Please no.
思い出してくれ。5.0 を発表する時の、ファンフェスを思い出していただきたい。ロスガルの男性とビエラの女性をファイナルファンタジー14の種族実装の最後にしたいって思い出していただきたい。
Apache helicopter.
Please remember when I presented Viera and Hrothgar at the 5.0 announcement, and I said, "This is the last one. This is the last one we're doing. Remember that, guys?"
いいコメントがありました。みんな非化線の記憶力なんて曖昧だって知ってるよねって。So I mean that I found a good comment. You know the memory of the warrior of the light. So.
ならば覚えていろ。ロスガルの女性を持って種族実装を最後にしたいと私は思っている。
Okay, well, if your memory was vague up to this point, remember it now. The female Hrothgar is the last one I want to do.
はい。ありがとうございました。Thank you very much. So, これで、今日の Q&A はここまでとしたいと思います。So, this is the conclusion of today's Q&A session. Thank you very much for sending a lot of questions.
Yay.
はい、ということで、PLL の残りの時間ですが、締めに行く前にもう一つトピックがあるということですよね。So, before closing today's letter live, we have one more topic to share.
何でしたっけ？
ハウジングの件です。
そうだっけ？なんかここから PC がなくなったから何すんだっけって思っちゃった。
画面が出ます。
はい、画面出してくださいじゃあ。
It's like, what is this?
ちょっとね、パッチ 6.1 以降の土地販売に関してアナウンスとともにね、ちょっと皆さんの意見も聞いておきたいところがあります。はい。
Okay, so I have an announcement about the housing plot sales from patch 6.1, and I'd also like to ask you guys a question.
まず抽選販売についての補足です。
First, let's go over some details for plot sales.
どうぞ。まず1回の応募につき1プレイヤーキャラクター1回どこか1箇所のみ応募可能って言ってましたけど、FC のハウスを買うとき FC 全体で1回じゃなくて所属してるメンバー1回ずつ応募できるので、これはもう大きい FC の方が有利っていうのは確かにそうです。
Okay, so for the lottery system that we announced, we did announce that each player may only enter the lottery for one plot of land during each lottery period. But when it comes to the free company, it's not like the free company entirely only gets one entry. Every single member from the free company can enter. In that sense, then yes, the free companies that are larger will get more entries if they want.
これはやっぱり MMO っていうことを考えた時に非常に大きなコミュニティを一生懸命運営していて、メンバーもアクティブにたくさんいるっていう状況でFC ハウスがないっていうところがやっぱ抽選上有利に働くっていうところはそれこそが FC のそのサイズの力かなとは思ってるのでこういうルールにしてます。
I mean, after all, 14 is a multiplayer game, and we want to support the community. So if you have a big, active, free company, we want you to be able to have a house. And so that's sort of the reason that large free companies are getting a little bit of an advantage here.
で、ただですね、これ、なんか40人いるからめっちゃいろんな土地に応募しようぜってやったとしてもですよ、1個を買うっていう時に全員でそこに抽選申し込むっていうのはもちろん有利かな、数の有利はあるかなと思いますけど、バラバラにやると仮にバラバラに当選するとそれギル没収ですからね。1個しか当然購入できないので。
But again, I mean, you're only going to end up with one house for your free company. So yes, if you all enter for the same spot, you'll probably have an advantage. However, if you all distribute yourself among different plots, I mean, you may just end up losing money that way because in the end, you're only going to get one house.
あとハウス購入権利を FC メンバーに渡すって結構でかい権限を渡すことになるので、なんかポットで人集めてくればいいじゃんみたいなのは多分怖くてできないと思いますよ。あとその権限を渡せる仕様も今回 6.1 と同時にもう変わってるのでそんなに簡単じゃないと思います。
Also, it's first of all, we'll be making some changes to the rights to purchase land in 6.1, but also, I mean, in order to apply for this lottery system, your free company members need to be given the right to purchase land on behalf of your free company, which is sort of an important right to give people. So we don't really think that most free companies are going to be going around shouting out for randos to come help do this because it's putting themselves at risk.
とはいえ抽選ではあるのでみんなでこう一気に応募したけど当たらなかったもありえるので。
Though please remember that it's still possible that if you all enter, you still might not win. That's just how it is.
で、続いてどうぞ。で、応募時に全額土地代を支払っていただきますよと。
There's also the point that when you enter the lottery, you must pay the full price of the plot.
で、落選した時には返却されるんですけど、当たってしまったらキャンセルしたらお金ねペナルティがかかりますんで。
It'll be a fun war to watch.
Obviously, if you do not win the lottery, that money will be refunded in full. But if you win the lottery and you decide to back out on the plot, you will lose some money on that.
どうぞ次。で、今回パッチ 6.1 で4種類の販売方法を、用意してます。
Okay, so as of 6.1, we have 4 ways to purchase plots.
抽選販売の、FC 向け FC ハウスとしか購入できない場所、まあ、抽選販売の個人宅としてしか買えない場所で、先着早い者勝ちの FC でしか買えない場所、先着早い者勝ちで個人としてしか購入できない区みたいな感じで4種類処理としては用意されてます。
So we have the lottery version that is for free companies
You're
only
moving
to
in
buy
with me.
their free company slots. We also have a first come first serve system that you're probably used to for free company plots only, and then we have the individual lottery and the first come first serve for individuals.
でこの次どんなページだっけ。
はい。
でその販売方法のねちょっと分配に関してなんですけど、ハウジングエリアの区ごと通常街第1区、拡張街第1区、この単位ごとに僕らが調整できるんですね。ここは、抽選の FC、
はい。
拡張区第1区も抽選の FC で、これを、個人にすることもできるし、しかもパッチメンテナンスを入れればいつでも変えられるように今回作ってます。
Okay, so each of these purchase systems will be applied by ward. So, for instance, we can give a different system to each ward in regular neighborhoods or in subdivision neighborhoods. And so it'll be like, Imperium Ward 6 is for free company lotteries, things like that.
At least there's that
And we are
chance,
able
though.
to change these every patch.
でこれはどの区が
option, I should
どの
say.
販売方法になってるかっていうのはゲーム内で確認できるようになってます。
You will be able to confirm which wards are subject to which systems in game.
でしかもこれ最初例えば FC 用の区画として売り出して意外となんか小さいハウス買われないねってなったら、僕らがメンテナンス入れて残りは個人に開放しますみたいなこともできるようになってるので、混合していく区画もいずれ運用していけばあるかなと思ってます。
I do have
For
comfy
example, if we have
grass.
something set
Right.
to free company system and then all that's left are small houses that people don't really want, we can always change that later.
次どうぞ。で、パッチ 6.1 では、まあ、全ての区画に対して FC 向けもしくは個人向けっていう抽選販売にだけする今のところ予定です。
So our current plan is in patch 6.1, we want to assign all wards to the lottery system, either for individuals or free companies.
でね、まあ処理は用意してあるんですけど、早い者勝ちっていうのを今入れないつもりでいます。 6.1。
Right now, we are planning to not use the first come, first serve system at all in patch 6.1.
で一応1区画だけ抽選じゃないや、その早い者勝ちを入れようかっていうのもある、なんか案としてはあったんですけど、どうです皆さん。
We were thinking we could make maybe one section only first come, first serve, but what do you guys think about that?
まあ全部抽選でいいの声が多いのは多いな。1区ぐらいは試しでもいいんじゃないっていう声もあるな。
There's, I'm pretty sure the majority is saying they'd prefer to have them all lottery, though there's a decent number of people saying, okay, just one ward, first come, first serve.
ただね、その脳内シミュレーションしたんですけど、やっぱり1区だけでも先着があると、そのログイン戦争がすごいだろうなと思っていて。
Yeah, we tried testing this, and even if we only have one ward set to first come, first serve, it does kind of affect the login situation.
しかもそのシナリオやりたかったのにとかあるし、そのなんか結局スタートダッシュでその先着購入できなかった人は単に抽選に回るだけで なんかその徒労感というか疲れた感を少数の人のためだけにやるのはどうなんだろうって考
I
えたん
believe
で
you
すよ
can get
今
a
回。
small house.
なのでもっといろんな
I believe.
そのハウジングの区画を増やしていけた後に
It'll
やっぱり
end
その
soon.
空いてきたらとか土地がもっともっと増えて潤沢になってきた時に空いたらすぐ買えるっていう風に先着を使った方がいいんじゃないかなっていうのが今の僕の考えです。
I'm thinking about people who want to log in to do, main scenario or other things. We don't want to increase the login queue, and I'm sort of thinking that if you all try to go for the first come first serve, you're going to be
I hope
really
you do that
tired
one.
by the time you get to going over to the lottery and trying to win that. So it might be better to just wait on first come first serve until we have a lot more housing available for everybody.
それならそれで良さそうだねみんなね。そう言ってくれて。
A significant number of people seem to agree with that.
よし、じゃあ今回は先着なしでいこうかなと思います。まあよりねもし先着でっていう意図が強いとかいうのがこんなアイディアあるんだけどっていう場合はフォーラムなどにねまたちょっとお寄せいただけると助かります。
So yeah, I'm thinking we'll just go with the lottery system for now, but if you feel strongly opposed or you have another idea of how we could do things, please feel free to comment on the forums.
はい。
はい、以上で、土地販売についてのお知らせでした。
Oh yeah, there's no chance
So
for
that's
Aether.
it for housing plus sales. OK。
はい、ありがとうございました。
さて、ということで、第68回 PLL の内容はだいたいこれで全て完了いたしました。So this is all about today's Final Fantasy XIV letter from the producer live number 68. And then before closing, we have
Next one
some
is 69.
announcements. So let's check it. このまま締めに向かう前に、いくつかお知らせ事項が例によってございますので、そちらの確認をさせていただきたいと思います。はい、画面お願いします。最初のお知らせです。The first topic is フリートライアルです。フ
Free
リート
trial
ライ
come
アルが2月22日から順次再開いたします。We will resume FF14 free trial on February 22nd and onwards. I mean, 再開は公式何箇所かで配布しているところがあるんですけど、準備ができ次第順次という形になります。
まあそろそろ大丈夫そうだという判断をしましたので、
はい、
2022年2月22日から、
に並び
順次、再開していく予定でございます。まあそのうちねフリートライアルの範囲もまたいつかねガッと上げたいななんて思ってたりはします。
We're trying to start slow here, but yes, February 22nd, 2022, we will resume regular free trials and expand from there.
はい。
はい、ありがとうございます。では次です。The next one, the next letter from the producer live.
Nice.
冒頭でコメントしました通り、第69
It is
回
222.
ファイナルファンタジー14プロデューサーレターライブを3月4日、日本時間午後8時からお送りいたします。So, as
Sorry,
we
dudes, I
mentioned
ain't streaming
earlier,
that.
the next letter from the producer live will be streamed on March 4th, Friday, and then starting 8 p.m. Japan time. ということで、内容はパッチ 6.1 コンテンツ特
They
集
can watch it during the day.
So the
How about
content will be the patch 6.1 content.
What did you miss? It was just a lot of question answer kind of
で
things.
こうサーバーいわゆる14の、
Like lore
デ
stuff.
ータセンターの拡張とかって、まあ、今年の夏から順次始めていく、まあ、その第一弾になる日本データセンターのワールドリーグループに関しては、
Am I
今、
sick? No, I just keep
詳細の内容
yawning.
を告知できる
So
準
my
備をしてい
nose is
る
a
ので、
bit
3
runny.
月4日の放送の中で皆さんにどういうスケジュールでやっていくのとか、どういうグループになるのというのをお知らせできればと思ってますので、そこまでもうちょっと今準備してますんでお待ちいただければと思います。
We'll also be covering the server expansions that will be starting this summer and talking about the first set of those, which is Japan, and the way that we'll be regrouping worlds and the schedule.
ただ1個言っておくと、データセンタートラベルを入れる前にはやらないので、データセンタートラベルができる状態にはなってるので、 まあもちろんねそのリグループっていうところなので4つ目の DC が出来上がるってことにはなるんですけど、行き来はできるし、ある意味日本 DC 全体でなんていうの固定を組むみたいなこともできるのでその辺も合わせてお伝えしていくので、どうぞ焦らずちょっとお待ちいただければと思います。
Don't freak out. We have data center travel working already. So all this server stuff will be happening after that is available.
No dead. Not dead.
はい。
お待ちください。それでは続いてのお知らせです。So the next announcement
I
is
bought
the
that.
reminder of the Endwalker soundtrack. We are now taking the pre-order for this soundtrack, and then we'll be out on February 23rd, next Wednesday. So please make
It is
your
cute, right? Hi, Dana.
pre-order if you do not do yet. サウンドトラック、エンドウォーカー、魚月のフィナーレのサウンドトラックが来週ですね、いよいよ2月23日水曜日に発売を迎えて、現在予約受付中でございます。まだ予約されてない方いらっしゃれば、ぜひこの機会によろしくお願いいたします。
はい、よろしくお願いします。
はい。では次です。続いて、The next one is another pre-order announcement. And then we are
I want
now
I want
taking
it.
a pre-order for the Final
Where?
Fantasy 14 print collection. Third installment. And then these will be available April 30th. 4月30日発売の FF14 複製原画第3弾のお知らせです。今回は全7種類の画像が出ます。先に画像見ましょうか。次のページお願いします。These are the
Oh my god, the
artworks
twins!
that will be available on
Oh
April
fuck, that's
30th.
cute.
はい、この7種類になりまして、で現物がどんなのかというと、今日私の後ろにずっとありましたのが、こちら実サンプルでございます。こんなようなサイズ感。良いセット。ね、こちら。ね。This is actually one of the examples of the よいしょ、アートワーク。ね、こんなサイズです。
Wait, the one
はい
with the twins is so
というこ
cute!
とで、もんです。ぜひご検討ください。
I mean, yeah, I could just, save it and go to Shutterfly, blow it up,
で
and
は
put
続
on a
いてまいりましょう。
canvas.
The next announcement. So this is we are now running the collaboration with the Square Enix Cafe in Tokyo.
I want that.
東
I
京
want it.
のスクエニ
I
カ
want
フ
that too.
ェで FF14 コラボが現在実施されております。でこちら期間の通り3月25日まで行っておりまして、いろんな
I
限
want
定
that
メニューとかコラボアイ
I
テ
want that sweater.
ムなんかがございますので、ぜひともご利用くだ
You
さい。
give it to me.
So this collaboration will last until March 25th. So there are some
Give it
special
to
menu
me.
and then some dedicated merchandise. So please check it out.
I can't
は
buy
い、ということ
it.
でよろしくお願いいたしま
I
す。
can't buy it.
はい。そして最後にもう一つお
Let me
知らせ
buy
が
it.
ございます。
Please.
We are hiring ということで、FF14 を一緒に作ろうという方、
はい
現在ゲームデザイナーとグラフィックスエンジニアの
I'm
募集を
not either of
行
those,
ってい
Dana.
ますので、どれどれと思った方はですね、ぜひともリンク先を
I
ご
want
覧
the
いただければと
sweater.
思います。
まあグラフィックスエンジニアはね腕のいい人がなかなか捕まるわけじゃないんで、まあダメ元っていうのはあるんですけど、
はい
今ガリガリコード書い
Stretch
て
my
るんですけど
resume.
もっと増やせればもっとなんていうのやれることも増えるんで、さら
確かに
もう我こそはというね非化線兼
Look, if you just combine the two, graphics designer, there we go. Put me in.
ぜひある程度
You don't like me all night? How are you doing? Oh,
ご
thank
用意
you,
します
Dana.
ので
I'm good. Thank you for asking.
強
I
化
hope
してい
you're
きたい
doing
ので
good.
ぜひぜひあとまあゲームデザイナーもですねまあ随分この前お話ししてからご応募もたくさんいただいて、採用された方もいらっしゃるんですけどまだまだ規模拡大していきたいのでぜひご検討ください。
School, well, it's good.
We are having a surprisingly
sure you're
hard time
doing
finding
great.
graphics engineers, so and if we had more, we could really increase the number of things we could do. So we thought we'd ask the Warriors of Light if you have graphics engineering skills, please join us, and game designers as well. Please feel free to apply.
まあ今ちょっととはいえ全くの素人じゃダメでしょって書いてるんですけ
If
ど
only I knew how to
ゲー
do
ムデザイナー
things.
に関しては前回放送のアーカイブが多分残ってるんで見てもらえればいいんですけど、そっから今リードやってるやつとかもいるぐらいなので、14はもう課題の応募はなんだろう 試験のように ID 考えてきてくださいとかなんで、そんなの別に
Do they not at
Excel とか
all?
ワード使えばできると思うんで関係ないです、あんまり。はい。
People are saying, well, don't we need experience to be game designers, even if you say it's okay not to? And no, really, I mean, as long as you can use Word and Excel, that's you'll be okay. So
Hey,
even if
Muzzy,
you've not
do it.
done this specific job before, consider joining us.
Mezzy, do it.
そうか条件が悪いんじゃないとかこう契約社員でしょどうせみたいな
Oh,
書かれてますけど、私ずっと契約社員ですよ。契約社員の方が給料上がりやすいんですよ。僕正社員オファー蹴ってた人間ですからね。いらないっつって
Word and Excel.
A lot of people are saying, oh, well, it's probably because you're only offering contract positions or something. And I'm saying, I was a contractor. I've been a contractor for this whole time because it's easier to know how much I'm going to be paid.
正社員っていうなんていうのその働き方の部下が増えちゃって、契約社員が正社員の評価をするのはおかしいだろうって会社に言われて
ついに
いやおかしいのはなんかその給与制度だろうって言ってじゃあ正社員でもいいけどいくらくれんのって言って僕正社員になってるんで。
At some point, I was told I started supervising all these people who were permanent employees, and the company was like, yeah, it's kind of weird that we have a contract employee supervising all these permanent employees, so can you stop? And I was like, I think the labor system is the problem here, but okay, how much money will you give me? And that's how I became a permanent employee.
正直スクエアエニックスという会社の福利厚生は素晴らしくいいです。契約社員っていうその雇用形態が違ったとしても、本当にすごく良い福利厚生状態なので選択する人も増えてますよどっちっていうのを。ただこれもちろん人によって価値観の違いなので、どっちがいい悪いは言いません。ただどんどん上がっていくことができる会社だよっていうのは、正直変な話僕を見てもらえればこんな跳ねっ返りが取締役やれる会社なんで夢ある会社かなとは思います。
We have a good working system, and you can get promoted here. Obviously, people's values are different.
Honestly,
so,
easy, Meg.
If you're thinking, oh, I want to be a permanent employee versus a contract employee, that's also fine. But yeah, we do have a good working environment here. So just so you know.
そうか意外となんかみんなあれなんだね。サービス残業が怖いってサービス残業禁止ですからねうちの会社、残業してもらいたいときは残業このために残業自分で申請してもらうときもあればお願いする追い込みでねお願いする場合、全部お金ちゃんとお支払いするっていうのが前提なので。
Of course, people are asking about how much unpaid overtime they have to do, but actually we don't do that here. If we work overtime, we write the reason, and then we get paid overtime money.
はいというわけで楽しくね、ゲーム開発参加してみたいぞと我こそはと思う方はぜひぜひご応募ください。
So we'll cut that off here for now, but yes, if you're interested, please send your resume along with those links.
はい、ありがとうございました。Thank you very much. So this is it. And then before closing, we'd like to take some final comments. これで以上で全て終了したので、最後締めの前にコメントを一言ずついただきたいと思います。まずケイトさん、一言ご挨拶お願いします。So, ケイトさん、please.
久しぶりに、このような通訳をできて楽しかったですね。いろいろ設定について、通訳できてよかったです。これからもよろしくお願いします。Hi everybody, it's been a while since I've been able to do this kind of interpretation, and I was really happy that I got to do so much talking about lore while doing so, and I look forward to seeing you again.
ケイトさん、ありがとうございました。Thank you very much. はい、それでは吉田さん、締めをお願いします。吉田さん、please.
はい、今日ね、本当Q&A も含めてですけど、いろんなお話しました。かなり未来のお話もしたと思うんですけど、冒頭に戻りますが、まだまだ14発展していきますし、チャレンジを続けたいと思ってます。
So we've talked about a lot of things today, including the Q&A, including the future of 14. But yeah, if I can just wind it back to the beginning, I want to say again, I really want to keep 14 going and take on new challenges from now on. So we will keep at it.
そのもしかしたらね過程の中では、今回その日本 DC のね 4DC 目追加、ワールドリーグループみたいに、できるだけ避けたいとは思ってますけど、より安定的にこう運営サイズを上げ、みんなに混雑なくこう遊んでいただくために、本当にできる限りないようにはしたいと思いますが、 我慢をねちょっ
It is over
と
now.
お願いしてしまうようなこともあるかもしれないです。
Yeah.
Beginning with the Japanese data center expansion, of course, as we
Big
add servers,
news.
we're going to have to regroup worlds, and a lot of you
graphics
will probably,
update.
not enjoy that, unfortunately.
Hildebrand
but overall,
coming
we
back.
do want to increase the amount of space
2
we have,
ultimates.
so that players can
And a bunch
have
of
a
lore
good time,
stuff.
not get stuck in queues, all of that.
ただ最終的には光の戦士プレイヤーの皆さんがこのゲーム遊んでてよかったなとか、このゲーム本当に楽しいなって思えるね、この未来のために僕ら常に考え、常に努力をして開発を続けていこうと思いま
I
す。
hope.
And just to sum up our goals, we really want all the people who play this game to say, wow, I'm really glad I played this. I had a great time. So we'll keep aiming for that going forward.
なので改めて皆さんにお願いです。ここまでQ14 からね11年一緒に歩み続けてくれてありがとうございます。
And to all of you players, thank you so much for coming on this 11 years so far journey with us.
まあ行月のフィナーレの英語タイトルはね、エンドウォーカーですけど、これからまた
The future?
新しいファイナルファンタジー14の冒険
They
の旅に
outlined
一緒に
the 6 point
歩み続けてもらえると
Um,
とても嬉しいので、ぜひ
But they
これから
didn't
も
really
長い間よろしく
go
お願い
into
し
many
ます。
specifics,
And I
but
have one thing to ask of you.
they do
Obviously,
intend
this expansion was called
10 more
Endwalker
years.
in English, but we're going to keep walking. We're going to keep journeying. So I hope you will join us on our adventures for as long as you possibly can. Thank you.
はい、それでは今日本日長時間ありがとうございました。
Thank you for watching such a long presentation.
Okay, this is the conclusion of the today's Final Fantasy 14 Letter from the Producer Live, and then see you all again in 2 weeks time at the
two
next
weeks. Oh yeah, 2
video.
weeks is
以上をもち
6.1
まして
live
第
letter.
68回プロデュースされたライブを終了とさせていただきます。皆さん次回2週間後の
はい
69
もうすぐ
回
だったりします
プロデュースされたライブでお会いしましょう。それでは失礼します。ありがとうございました。さようなら。
またね。
Bye bye. That was good. One's housing 6.1. And with that, the live letter's over. Let me make myself bigger again. You. There. There we go. That's like my normal size-ish. Around there. Date. We don't have a date for 6.1 yet. But judging by the live letter, 2 weeks after 2 weeks. So, let's see, what's the, like, the 14th? No. Am I dumb? Hold on. Where's the date? 1, 2. Okay, 1, 2. Was it on the 11th or the 4th? It's like on the 14th or something, 15. Yes, 1 month, 4 weeks. I'm looking at the date. Like, yeah. 15th of March, probably. Yes. 15. Perhaps. No, nothing confirmed. I'm just guessing. 2 weeks, after 2 weeks, and before the end. Yeah, somewhere in there. You have a month to farm money. If only coffee biscuits were a thing. How do you even farm money right now? If you don't get a house, you're sleeping under my bed. I don't even have a bed in my house. I have chairs. Okay, but yeah, I am like kind of tired. When's the next Navi patch? I don't know. I haven't been updated in a while. Tomorrow. God, it's like too dark in my room. My thing isn't capturing my face. Tomorrow is raid. So yeah, I'll stream my raid clears. Probably. Yeah. I'm kind of tired. But thanks for watching the live letter with me. It was fun. And it's good to be back after 4 days. I'm sorry I took a break, but I think it was very necessary, as my head was all sorts of fucked up. But I'm feeling a lot better now, with, you know, the expectations of my stream and my self. Have I cleared the tier yet? Yes, I have cleared the tier. Yes, I will rest whenever I need to. Honestly, like, I really, I didn't do much this week. What I did, I played DBD with Haru and Kaede and Sunma, and I played TFT, and I laid in bed. Yeah, that's what I did. A bicycle is also too tired. Stop. Honestly, it was pretty chill. I feel like it was pretty refreshing because I haven't really taken this kind of time off in like a year. Even when Sunlo was here, I didn't take this much time off, I don't think. But yeah, I just want to do fun stuff. So I don't know if raid is fun, but I'll still stream it. Oh yeah, I also don't. Is there anyone worth reading right now? Oh, that's YouTube. Where's Twitch? Thanks, Mezzy. Oh, it took me a fat day to be like, huh? Why do I feel shit? I just put too much expectation on myself, and there's no reason to. So I will work on it. Or something. I don't know. Sorry, I'm searching through people. Ugh. Okay. We're gonna release ya. And we're gonna hearts as the raid message, okay? So thanks for watching. I'll stream again tomorrow. What time? I don't know, we'll find out. But I'll let you know on Discord. But yeah, thanks and good night.